so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in a day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away.
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. set me free. And I see the shadows, they can't block me out. I hear the thunder, it don't shake me down. I feel the lightning that strikes in my veins. Fly like a phoenix right out of the flames. Keep rising up, keep rising up. No way to...
안녕하세요. 여기 어디죠, 근데?
여기 이제 롤파크의 PC방입니다.
근데 뭐 요리를 하라고 하긴 했는데 여기서 하라는 건가? 아, 뭐 할 수는 있어요. 뭐 저한테 있어서 어려움이라는 건 없습니다. 한 번쯤은 PC방 알바를 한번 해보고 싶긴 했었어요. 그래서 이 공간은 처음 들어가 보는데 되게 좋은데요?
어떤 캐릭터로 하는지는 저희가 공지를 한번 드렸어요.
그거? 그래도 제가 왔는데 뭐 파스타라든지 이런 걸 좀 기대하고 있지 않을까 해가지고 사실 제가 재료를 가져왔어요.
아, 준비하셨어요?
네, 이럴 줄 알았습니다. 마가린? 참나. 아휴. 제가 재료 가져왔죠. 파스타 면도 가져왔고 물을 빨리 끓이기 위해서
네.
저 라면 끓이개를 사용하겠습니다. 장난 아니죠? 물을 빨리빨리 끓여야 되기 때문에 좋았어.
이미지를 못 보여드렸잖아요.
네,
저희가
한번 보여주시죠.
오늘의 메뉴다.
와, 너무 징그러운데? 할로윈 스킨인가? 지금 아이디어가 매우 샘솟고 있어요. 아무래도 제가 봤을 때 벨코즈는 문어잖아요, 기본적으로 생긴 게. 문어를 사용하는 파스타가 있어요. 루치아나라는 파스타가 있는데 걔를 좀 해볼까 합니다. 근데 오늘 드시는 분이 누구예요?
그거는
비밀이에요? 페이커? 나의 사랑. 제가 오랜만에 롤을 해보니까 많이 바뀌었더라고요. 오, 왜 이렇게 빨리 나와? 원래 55초에 나오나요, 요즘에?
네, 좀 빨라졌어요.
오, 왜 이렇게 빠르냐? 정글 챔이 무슨 55초에 나오던데? 그럼 요새 그러면 흡연자분들은 롤 못하겠다. 저 같은 경우는 이제 담배를 피지 않기 때문에 이 늦게 오는 친구들에게 항상 화를 냈었죠. 양파를 먼저 한번 볶아줄게요. 와, 좋다. 자, 문어, 벨코즈.
불가해한 맛을 상상하마.
저는 사실 동물을 좋아하거든요. 그래서 동물 챔피언들을 많이 했습니다. 랭가, 앨리스, 헤카림, 서폿을 가도 테토남스러운 거, 땀 냄새 나는 애들 있잖아요. 발리스타, 브라운, 뭐 글츠, 뭐 이런 친구들을 주로 했었습니다. 근데 이상한 거 하는 애들 진짜 싫어요. 그 막 정글 벨코즈 이런 거 하는 애들 진짜 싫어합니다. 벨코즈 정글 한번 돌아봐야겠다. 벨코즈. 자, 토마토 퓨레. 야, 벌써 맛있다. 이번에 뭐뭐 나와요? 요리 관련 스킨. 미트볼을 살짝 만들 건데 문어도 좀 넣을 거예요. 벨코즈 스킬 이름이 아마 그런 게 있을 텐데 플라즈마 모식이랑 뭐 분쇄 뭐 이런 게 있었던 것 같은데 거기서 좀 영감을 받았습니다. 소, 돼지 반반. 우리 다짐육 같은 경우는 신선도가 중요하기 때문에. 그리고 살짝 저희 키포인트 미트볼의 우유. 이게 이태리 스타일입니다. 반죽을 해주고요. 자, 이제 미트볼을 만들고 튀길 겁니다. PC방은 튀김기가 항상 있거든요. 왜냐면 감튀 이런 게 있기 때문에. 몇 명이 드실지 몰라서 한 10개 정도만 하겠습니다. 제가 간을 한 5개 정도 볼 거라서.
안녕하세요.
어떤 일이세요?
뭐 촬영한다 그래가지고 맛있는 냄새가 나서 놀러 왔는데요. 나폴리 마피아님 계시네요? 뭐 만들고 계시는
제가
거예요?
이번에 라이엇에서
네.
스파게티 벨코즈가 나와요.
네.
스파게티 벨코즈를 만들어 왔습니다.
진짜요?
네.
대박이다. 여기서
놀랍죠?
뭔가 이 그림이 너무 신기한데요?
이거 봐요.
오, 진짜 맛있어 보이는데요?
여기도 보시면 벨코즈가 들어가 있습니다.
아, 그러네요.
음식 나왔다.
와, 진짜 맛있겠다.
제가 한번 먹여드릴게요.
근데 우기님
네.
지금 이쪽에서 계속
어?
연락와가지고
아, 그래요? 아, 그럼 어쩔 수 없겠다.
왠지 출근 중이신데.
아, 그러면 뭐 다음에 기회가 되면 드리는 걸로 하고.
다음에 기회가 있을까요?
전 잘 모르겠어요.
알겠습니다.
아, 예, 고생하셨습니다.
네, 다음에 봬요.
네, 화이팅 하세요.
감사합니다.
네, 파스타면 담아주고요. 야, PC방에서 이런 음식이 나온다고? 대박인데? 대단하다, 이 사람. 와, 이거 잠깐만. 미쳤는데, 이거? 이렇게 맛있어 보이냐? 마지막으로 넣을 게 없나? PC방에 치즈는 없겠죠?
좀 준비를 해봤습니다.
좋아요. 이야, 비주얼.
와우.
마지막 간. 진짜 마지막. 벨코즈를 좀 올려줄게요. 치즈 마지막 뿌려주고 완성.
플레이팅이다. 스파게티 리가토리 턴탕리니 페투치니 배달갑니다.
아 오랜만에 만났네요, 페이커님.
아 이제
네.
완전 페이커님이라고 아예 생각을 하고
페이커님 아닌가? 우리 요리 제자님.
네.
안녕하세요.
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 네.
클템님. 혹시
네.
의뢰?
예, 제가 의뢰했어요.
진짜요? 일단 음식을 좀 드릴게요. 주문하신 음식 나왔고요. 이번에 신스킨 나오는 거 아시나요?
네. 근데 룩이 상당히 좀
상당하죠.
강해 보이네요. 이런 말씀 좀 죄송한데
네네.
저는 원래 까르보나라파인데.
좀 쓰레기 같나요? 일단 뭐 혹시 먹어보면 또 다를 수 있으니까. 저 PC방 주방에서 만들었거든요. 면과 미트볼을 한번 같이. 스킨에 미트볼이 있거든요.
맛있게 드세요.
잘 드신다. 이거 뭐지?
이건 요리가 아니라 예술이야.
아, 진짜 맛있나 보다.
누구세요?
아니, 얼마나 맛있으면 저런 리액션이 나오지?
잘 드신다 근데 생각보다.
벨코즈가 들어가서 그런가?
그런 것 같아요.
저 정도로 맛있다고요?
아무래도 제가 했다 보니까 맛있을 수밖에 없긴 한데. 근데 클텐님 괜찮으신가? 좀 지리신 것 같은데.
아니, 저 정도의 리액션이 음식 먹고 나올 수가 있나요? 아니, 눈물을 흘리시는 것 같아요.
남자를 울릴 생각은 없었는데 위아래로 눈물을.
아니, 이래요?
와. 근데 지금 세상이 달라 보여요. 여기가 벨코즈의 세상, 제가 꼴뚜기가 된 것 같아요. 너무 좋습니다. 이 맛이 다 들어가 있어요. 진짜 여러분하고 같이 맛보지 못하는 게 제 천추의 한입니다 지금.
뭐 이 정도면 성공이라고 봐야겠죠?
지금 여기 살짝 보이시죠?
어디?
살짝 축축.
그만큼 명경기였다.
예, 진짜 저한텐 최고의 게임이었고 최고의 요리였어요. 제 중요한 부위에 꽂혔습니다. 제 중요한 마음에 꽂혔다고요. 제 허리트에.
맛있게 드세요.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. There is guidance and love. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
KT에 대한 어떤 예상치라든가 기대가 완전 달라질 것 같고요.
5년에 한 이렇게 풀립니다. 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 북벌 성공 21차
한진 브리온의 역사상 최고의 전성기죠. 홍사령관의 자리를 위임받았습니다. 벤지가 리그 1왕일 때부터 계속 보여줬던 그 승리의 흐름 나왔습니다. T1이라는 팀을 보면요, 계속 성장하는 팀이라는 게 느끼는 게 슈퍼 플레이를 확실히 보여줍니다. 누구도 그들을 막을 수 없습니다.
1을 확정지었습니다.
누가 왕인지 결과로 증명합니다. 하나 승리.
They are back to back.
바로 채우셨을까요? 네, 바로 이겠습니다.
퍼펙트
PDD
KT 화이팅!
플러스기야 또 이기자. KT 파이팅!
플러스기야 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is the road to MSI. Yesterday, we had the warm-up, and today, things are preheated to perfection. Wolf, we are ready to get into one of the hottest series that we are going to have throughout the entirety of this road to MSI. I guarantee it to like about a... I mean, there's a 50-50 chance, I think, that it's going to be one of the best.
It's either going to be one of the best of fives we will remember this year, or it'll be a KT D+ series that's very funny. And that's what happens more often than not here at the LCK when these two play against each other. It was around this time last year where they played a tiebreaker against each other to decide who was going to the Legend group. KT prevailed there, and today the stakes are even arguably higher with the competition to go to the offline event in Wonju to join Hanwha Life Esports, T1, and Gen G. So the competition just gets steeper after today, but you need to dominate today to even be in that conversation.
Exactly right. And so the winner here does have a meeting with Gen G in Wonju. That is going to be a whole lot of fun. That will be on Saturday. And of course, before that, Hanwha Life Esports do take on T1 for a place at MSI. And then the loser will face the winner of Gen G and whoever wins here today in the final round. Man, there is a lot to fight for here. Let's have a look at the match record between both KT and D+ Kia. And more recently, it has been very KT-sided.
Yeah, in round one, D+ almost stopped KT's incredible run where they were at the top of the LCK standings at the very beginning of the season. But they were able to prevail there. They won a little bit more dominant fashion in round two. That was when Aiming picked up his POM. He actually got both of them and ripped CV Max's name on a piece of paper. He'll be facing off against him again today. As here we look at the top lane, where we've seen such an incredible performance from Xiu very recently. But in my mind, Perfect is the stronger player right now and is the most important player for KT Rollster. I feel like D+ relies on Xiu less, but he gives them a ton of draft flexibility.
Yeah, and also Xiu was a really key player in their last matchup as well against the Bros. I feel like Xiu wasn't necessarily the pop-off. Obviously, Showmaker picked up the palm, but I think Xiu was really, really solid throughout that entire series, played a large breadth of champions. And let's have a look at our large breadth of predictions here as well, as it is looking pretty KT-sided. I decided to make sure that, you know, things were
It's pretty close,
even.
actually. 9 and 7.
Yeah. And I'm actually kind of surprised that over on the Korean side, it is a little bit more D+ favored. As I understand why, right? Because, well, I feel like KT probably should be the stronger team here, but I think if Bro had have won yesterday, that would have been a very easy Bro prediction for me.
Sure.
But now, I was tempted just to flip a coin. And that is kind of what this fan prediction is telling us.
I think that a lot of recency bias goes into the dominant win over Hanjin Breon yesterday because Hanjin Breon is quite a good team. At least so we thought. They almost were able to take D+ out in game 1, but completely mentally fell apart in games 2 and 3 yesterday.
Yeah.
And we saw some really great play out of D+ Kia. So if you're looking at only that, then you're starting to wonder about some of the questions we've had about KT Rolster with Cousin BD. I could see that. I think this series is going to be a 3-0 for whoever wins the first game is my real prediction here, which is why I ultimately went for KT 3-0 because I think so much momentum comes into this. Well, the question I've been asking myself coming to this series, because I was talking to you a little bit earlier, I don't want those one-sided games. I don't want those dominant games, but maybe we need to have them because what I was saying earlier about the steep competition you have after today, if you win this series in a close way, and it's a little bit rough, and you barely get over the line, that's epic for today, right? We might get a 5-gamer. That's very exciting. But I want those exciting 5-gamers in Wonju. I want the team that wins today to dominate and prove that they could make that run to MSI. To just win here and get blasted on Saturday is not what either of these teams want. So you got to prove that you are the elite top 4 LCK team that the standings are showing you could be if you win this matchup here right now. So I want to see dominance. I want to see perfection out of players not named Perfect here on the Rift.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And we're in for a treat, right? Because either of these teams are going to be facing off against Gen G. KT managed to take them down at Worlds, right? Like, Gen G very hungry to get across the KT line this time around and make it to MSI. And D+ versus Gen G has been, of all time, some of our best of fives we have ever had in the LCK since, what, like Damwon joined the LCK like a million years ago. So I think that no matter who wins here today, we could have an exceptional best of 5 on Saturday. But like you say, I think I want to see this be more of a celebration of great plays from one of the teams instead of it being, oh, well, this team collapsed. And we know both of these teams are capable of both of those outcomes. That's why my intro to this match was so awkward and weird, because I don't know how to sell either side until we've seen a bit of tape from today to understand what the form looks like.
D+'s win yesterday doesn't feel like something you can trust just yet. At least I don't feel that way. That's why I went KT, because of the collapse of Hanjin yesterday, where they just were not looking to be anywhere close to their peak. And there's been a lot of questions about why that is, that Hanjin had that meteoric rise and then fall. A lot of people just point to strength of schedule. I think it's a little bit more complex than that. I think it's, for me, that they were like, oh, we're actually so close to being a relevant team, like if it's been so long. Yeah, the pressure of that might have just been too much, but ultimately they are out. And so the conversation shifts here to, do you think that D+'s win yesterday was them dominating, or was it the Bros collapse? And if it was the Bros collapse, then we have to see more tape today to then be able to trust that maybe D+ does give us that banger best of 5 against Gen G on Saturday. There's a lot of questions we have coming into this one. Yep, when you look at the caliber of players we have, obviously these two teams were not seeded directly to Wonju, right? They were not our top teams, even though KT were top for so long. The play we're seeing from D+, their rise, right, to getting into actually being full form has been crazy. Like, careers improvement. Perfect, though, obviously being a contender for a lot of this year for being the best top laner in the league. You've got Cousin BDD, who are always considered to be the strongest parts of this roster, not performing as well as they were earlier this year, but we know they can. And Showmaker's on a tear, right?
Oh, yeah.
His laning phases. I think that this matchup feels like to a lot of people, okay, who's going to lose to Gen G? We'll find out. But I think when you look at what there is in the core of both of these two teams, you have whoever wins could be a real threat, a real dark horse, but they have to prove that tonight. And I think that's what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm actually, I'm really glad that you brought it up, because a lot of these players are really stepping up and making things happen. I think on the KT side, I think we're seeing it across the board. DK, and I might, be called out on this one, but I think that the only player that hasn't made huge strides is Smash. And at the beginning of the season, he was the linchpin. He was the guy that was able to keep it together and has since been caught out of position, things like this, hasn't necessarily had the best gameplay through mid and late game, which is, I think, where KT can really prevail over D+. I think KT have done some weird stuff in the early game, got themselves into odd positions, and then been able to figure it out later. But D+, I think if Smash gets it together in this series, I think this team could, like you say, really challenge Gen G and possibly find themselves a spot at MSI. But let's see what happens as we get into the draft for game number 1 of this best of 5 between KT and D+ Kia. Varus going to be banned away first, as per usual. And having a look here as far as, like, what was your take on the patch? How much do you think it's going to change things based on what we saw yesterday and what could be different here today?
We saw a lot more priority on Nautilus bans, for example. I do think that playing melee support feels a little bit better. Obviously, Imperial Mandate change removes Nami from the conversation, so Milio is a lot more powerful. And those are the big ones. But otherwise, ultimately, I think drafts are looking pretty similar. We haven't seen any crazy changes here. Cassiopeia priority was very low yesterday. I do not think that will be the case here with BDD in this series, as Karma and Bard are taken away here. So Smash loves playing his Caitlyn lanes, but maybe not here in this first game.
Yeah, and do they ban Orianna? They don't. So the Jarvan is going to be banned away. D+ will pick Orianna, and then we'll have to see whether BDD is happy to take the Snake side of the matchup. Yeah. And we have seen it go either way. Both Showmaker, though, I believe, has lost on the Cassiopeia side of the matchup more recently.
Yeah, both Jarvan and Nocturne pairings are gone for the Orianna, the Nafir.
And the Nafir, yeah, that's a good point.
The stocks are a little down, actually. Like that combo that we saw kill Smash yesterday in Game 1, which almost and should have won Hanji and Brion that Game 1, aren't available. And Showmaker's still going to pick up this Orianna and trusting his zoning power here.
Do you know what's really interesting? One of the best Orianna plays that we've seen is Lucid flashing with an Orianna ball into 4 people.
Yeah, it was a Trundle.
Yeah, it was. So Trundle hasn't been banned, and so theoretically they can still go for it.
I remember that exact play on the Dragon fight. It was iconic.
Yeah, it was a beautiful one. And
Rumble...
Trundle actually pairs pretty nicely with Rumble as well. They might even be able to pick it away. That'd be crazy.
Rumble does get played here over the Cassiopeia priority. Maybe BDD wants to just play Ryze. They want to play something completely different here. Try to play around the map.
I think, oh man, this is so dangerous though, because I feel like she would have loved to play Cassante in this game no matter what, right? It pairs up very, very well with a more comfortable front-to-back style with the Orianna.
Ooh.
Okay, Victor Orianna.
That very powerful for Fearless here in a best of 5 as well, to take that away from Showmaker, because he has been one of the best laning victors we've had here in round 2. So let's see what the answering jungler is going to be here now. It's not in terms of answering Cuz's pick, but what they're going to pair this Orianna with, because that is so much of Orianna's power budget in the early mid game, is who can set up those shockwaves. So all eyes on Lucid for this one. A lot of jungle picks gone here. Will he just go to the Xin here is the question I think everyone's wondering.
Xin, Vi, either of them are okay.
Said they're going to look for the bottom lane here, picking up the Ashe, and probably Seraphine here for Career, which has been a duo that's fallen in priority quite a lot. But because 2 picks have already gone over here for KT, this is a strong position for D+ now, because you can't go for the Nautilus Misfortune, for example. If you get Nautilus, 80 carry is going to get banned away, right? That want to play with him. If you don't pick the Nautilus is going to get banned in the second phase. So it puts KT Rolster in a quite uncomfortable position. They may just end up going
I think they have to. I think you have to lock Not. But the thing is, Misfortune, Ziggs, and Mel, they're the ones that you want to pair alongside this, and you'll get one of them. So I actually don't mind this at all. They do want AD, because there's already Victor and Rumble in this game. I don't think Cuz is going to be able to do enough physical damage to even that one out comfortably. So maybe you ban Misfortune, you ban 80 carries instead, but
Misfortune is ideal.
Kind of awkward.
I think Misfortune is definitely ideal. Because of the Ashe Seraphine, though, the Cassante you mentioned is
it's going to go.
So that makes a ton of sense. So Misfortune, I think, would be the first ban. And then what comes next is a little bit trickier, a little bit more difficult to finesse.
Yeah.
Pantheon, I think, is something that Cuz would love to play in this draft alongside the Vi. Like, Vi might still come through here for this draft. Absolutely could be a thing with the Nautilus setup they already have. So maybe just go MF and Vi, because there's otherwise not really a perfect 80 carry ban you can have here for this bottom 2v2.
I'm really intrigued as to what D+ want to lock in for their next 2 picks as well. The Pantheon, like you were mentioning, actually could suit them as well. It's a decent ball carrier.
KT do have the first pick here post second phase because they're second pick in this draft, so that would give them the opportunity to pick the Vi first. So I think it's a very highly contested pick for both of the teams that have really strong single target lockdown here so far. So maybe D+ just ban the Vi. That's my expectation. The Scion ban is quite interesting here into the Rumble, actually. I did not expect that, but it works really well with Ashe.
Trundle.
Okay, so the Trundle is taken away.
Oh, wait. So this means she wants to play on.
Looks like it, which makes a lot of sense for the matchup, and it works well for the
or Galio. Galio also works, and then, man, they will have such a juggernaut of a composition. Galio Orianna is actually kind of an interesting combination as well. Doesn't mean that they're relying on Ashe for physical damage, but I think that's fine.
They go for Xin instead of the Vi. I'm surprised by this, but it does give the Victor a lot more space to play through.
All right, Wukong a consideration here as well for Lucid.
I feel like this is really risky when you're going to have a 3v3 in the bottom lane. We don't know the AD carry is just yet, or even if it's technically an AD carry, but when the Wukong is much weaker than the Xin Zhao, and those early levels can be a point of weakness and a point of strength here for KT in these volatile matchups. So it's great for team fight, works really well with Seraphine, but at a heavy cost of the early game.
Well, they took all of the time possible to lock in this Wukong so they could figure out exactly what she wants to play. Yorick still up and available. The Galio, like we were mentioning before, but the on, like that's what I was thinking, man. With the Trundle ban, that's what it made me feel they were going to go with.
The only pick that makes sense with the Trundle ban is historically been a good pick into Rumble.
Gives you engage.
Yeah, it works well with their comp because it follows up on all of the engage well, but starts fights and can set up the Wukong or Seraphine really well. It's a great, robust, incredibly strong scaling draft here for D+ Kia. It's going to be Jhin I thought about, but I don't know about playing Jhin with a Rumble and a Xin only for frontline. He's going to do it. He popped off the last time these two teams met, and I believe in the second time around did have that Jhin game against D+ Kia. He picked up POM. This is the matchup that you and I were talking about. Will Smash be able to deliver? He has really struggled as of late. In terms of our expectations of him, right? He was not meeting them. And aiming on the other side has been very consistent this season. It's really been cousin BDD's early game shenanigans that have held KT back a lot of these games. So we will see a lot of responsibility, I think, for the rest of the team to set aiming up for success here. I kind of have to say it, though, with the draft that D+ got and how they play this and how slowly they made this composition work, I really like their draft. I think it's better. I think it has so much more stability and is very easy to pilot. And even from behind, can get a lot done with those late game ornaments.
That's what I'm thinking about as well. And I think that the more you can slow down the game, the better things are going to be, right? And I think that without having to be too frantic on the Rift is going to really help D+ Kia here, because they can just slowly scale into a point of victory. And Jhin always irks me, just in general. We'll see how it is going to go here. There is a lot of damage availability on KT's side, so it may not be something they need to worry about. And there is a lot of pick potential for this composition. The mid game is what D+ Kia really need to watch out for. KT might be able to capitalize. Let's go down to the Rift for game number 1 of this best of 5.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
My goodness. All right, Strategic Glow Park is kind of erupting here today. Showmaker gets some vision down. BDD not going to walk into the trap that D+ tried to set in their little level 1 that they put together. A little bit cute. Is now going to be moving down towards this bottom side. And I do kind of want to talk about how this early game is going to go, because I do feel like D+'s lanes are set up pretty well.
They are very strong. Obviously, this bottom lane in particular is the one we're really watching. Aiming and effort here. Notice that even though they were, with the level 1s, able to get to lane first.
Oh, great sidestep there from Smash. His effort takes a lot of damage.
So what I was getting at was they got to lane first to put a ward down in this brush, because the mid brush is out of the question. We're not even talking about the mid brush. The third brush on the right side, you'll be lucky to see that ever. And they already missed a hook and lose half of Effort's health bar. It's level 1, so he'll get a lot of health back when he levels up, but still a very powerful lane here. He sacrificed a lot for this pick here, the Jhin, at level 1. Just not able to do really anything. And D+ here just not going to allow them to play the game or farm very many minions.
Yeah, this is the thing. They're going to hit that level 2. The beat drop does come out here from Korea, but does not quite find aiming. And I think that KT knows that they're going to be on the back foot here at the very beginning of this game, but it does give Cuz a potential angle to try and get down there. I think we're going to have to make sure that DK have as much vision down as possible to guarantee that they'll know what's going on. But already you can see about a 300 gold lead based on the fact that Aiming hasn't been able to kill any minions yet.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, smash
struggling.
Mr. Cannon though as we get the zoom. Jonas Strong well aware of that one.
But now the wave's going to crash. He'll start to get some of this money. And you'll see that first overgrowth proc. Really just trying to apply as much pressure here as possible. Aiming gets most of that farm there, really well played.
Yep.
By him finds himself only 3 CS down in the end. They don't have the heal anymore, so that's a little bit scary, but he has Cleanse, which I think is a wisely chosen summoner spell into this composition with Seraphine and Ashe.
Yeah, certainly doesn't give you a lot of power in this early stage, but once level 6 is gained, you are going to feel a whole lot better being able to cleanse away so much of the CC that DK are going to be throwing out. Then Grenade going to connect onto Smash.
Because he has Barrier, Smash does, I don't think we're going to see too many Dredgeline commitments here. I don't think we're going to see too much of a play around that unless the jungler is there. Just because the Barrier will always win out here for Smash in those longer fights, longer trades, especially with heal advantage that they're currently holding. And we do have Lucid coming down very early here as well at a pretty cool angle.
Yeah, looking for an angle towards Aiming here as he does get the Q off. Aiming going to be taken down to about 200 health. Might actually need to go home. And that could be relatively devastating because this wave is going to crash relatively quickly as the beat drop going to interrupt Aiming there as well, who's going to have to move even further away to try and escape this lane.
Yeah, this is really rough. It's a cannon wave coming through here as well, so they're going to give him a plate if he leaves and just wants to stay. He's got his potions. He's chugging through. I mean, they went for the boost.
Oh, this is an army. Like, you can't leave. There are so many minions.
I mean, I like how KT have set this lane up, right? Like, they at level 1 came over here first to get that one ward in the bush to have a fighting chance, right? Aiming went boot pot start so he can actually just chug these potions and survive. And he's already back up at, you know, over half health here because he actually had that start. I didn't even look at his items before this, but it ends up working out really well for him, and they will actually just be able to survive here and hit that wave. So what looked like it was about to be a disaster ends up being handled pretty well here for KT. They've just chosen this Jhin pick, but they know the consequences that come with it, right? They're like, okay, we're going to opt into this, but it'll be okay later. Yeah, just get through the early phase as much as possible. 10 CS deficit at the moment.
It is really interesting because you're right in that it will be okay later, but then later, it gets worse again. That's the interesting part. KT are really going to have to play around some windows here as Lucid thinks that he may have found one as well as he gets onto the gravity field, but able to use that Warrior Trickster to get over to the side and chunks out BDD's health bar.
That's huge because BDD and Showmaker just traded teleports. BDD was putting the pressure on Showmaker massively in the lane, but Showmaker's CS has been totally fine. It's been perfect. So he ends up, despite having, for the most of the first 5 minutes here, like 20% health left, it doesn't matter because it's not 0. He gets all the minions and then gets just one gank, and now he has control of the lane. He's going to have level 6 first, and that's where Orianna can really thrive. May even be able to break a plate here. Crazy turnaround. Lucid's made such an impact in this early game.
Yeah, and just being in the right place at the right time. Not even level 6 yet. Still, like you say, just figuring it out. And that does separate the good Wukongs from the great ones.
Yeah,
being able to still have an impact, even though the Cyclone is so important. And we'll still be able to get there. You can see on par with the levels of Cuz so far.
Cuz, like, he hasn't been anywhere, and he's not ahead in farm either. You know, he's just really been very low impact comparatively. The pathing here of Lucid in this game. Finally, out of jail is the Jhin.
Equalizer goes down, no searing charge. That means that Shiu does have to flash. Uses that to get himself out as the anchor is somehow still able to hit there. Aiming now moving on over as Cuz is discovered as well. Lucid coming in, still only level 5 as it's Effort taking the brunt of this damage. So this 3v3, not likely to be one that DK are going to be losing anytime soon as the Arcane Storm goes down onto Showmaker. Just trying to soften up this Orianna as he does get himself out of the way.
I put the wave closer to his turret with that ult exchange there.
Level 6 should belong to Lucid here as he takes this crab.
Yeah, this is really a pivotal moment here for D+. They want to get this first dragon. They have mid-prio. And this is, I don't think, a contest that's possible here for KT. Aiming doesn't even have his ultimate to help out from a distance, so I think this one should be going their way. Let's see what Cuz decides to do in the interim. He's looking for Showmaker.
Yeah, this is a cute little play, actually. Effort realizing that they can't actually win the fight in the river, and so Showmaker is going to be his target with no flash necessary. He is just able to walk it off, but it was a cute idea.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker just ready for this. You know, Lucid has communicated everything there. Effort flashes for the play.
Ward from Showmaker as well. Sees the roam attempt from Perfect.
They're just so aware of every possibility. The flash engage from Effort means he loses his flash, right? He does have Hex Flash, there's that, but a lot of his power is gone now.
For real? What do we... He's really behind enemy lines right now, and he actually can be, as they have so much vision here towards his bottom side. Showmaker searching for BDD, but he is going to be able to go back without being interrupted. Still retains a pretty decent CS lead. Does BDD for now.
You know, we talked about career early on in his start here for D+, all the way back to Kespa Cup. We weren't really sure stylistically what type of support player he was going to be. Looks like he's kind of... You know, I think we could put the Lens Barrel archetype on him. He's going down that route. Like
I like it.
He's behind enemy lines. He makes these crazy, crazy plays, like 1 in a million chance plays, like on the Seraphine that he did just a few weeks ago. He is playing it here again. I love his aggression. I love his confidence that he's found here in second round and onward.
Man, I don't know how they're supposed to kill Shiu later. Is the arrow going to get a flash out of BDD? Wow, he waited until the last possible second to press that button as Shiu now looking for Perfect as the Ram does come on down, but the equalizer is good. That is going to negate that as Arrow going to connect, the Anchor going to connect onto Smash, who does have to use the barrier. Now finally, Career does come down, gets the beat drop onto Effort, but Aiming still looking to push them away. Smash was by himself for a little moment, did get punished, but they are going to be all right in the end.
Yeah, that was a very stressful moment. Smash, though, only has to expend his barrier ultimately, but with all of the sustain that this Seraphine's going to provide, it's still in a very strong position here, our D+ and Career. And Cuz might actually get involved in something.
Hey, here we go.
He's coming down to the bottom lane. He's taking that roundabout path through the brush where they have the wave pushing. Ooh. Wants to set something up here. A little bit of a tricky setup, but Wukong also here.
Yep, Cuz going to show himself here as they do look to get themselves out. Good buffer there from Effort, but still going to get tagged by the volley as Lucid comes in, finds the Cyclone, and there should be first blood going down to DK as Effort falls. Able to draw that first one. Let's see whether KT are going to be able to stay safe underneath this turret because DK are looking to continue pushing and grab even more money out of this lane.
I mean, I hate to say it, and I have to say it directly, though. This game so far just feels like a massive jungle gap. Like, Lucid is doing everything everywhere, and Cuz is just trying to keep up, and this is the first time Cuz tries to make a proactive play. And it's first blood that goes over to D+, because Lucid's already there. He's already expecting it.
And this has honestly been some of our biggest criticism of Lucid, has been sitting back and farming things up. And instead of getting involved, he's doing the exact opposite of that. It's like he listened to everyone's feedback and has been able to turn it around. And on the Wukong, no less. It's really impressive.
You know, you asked the question earlier, and I want to have a conversation about how do you kill Shiu in this game. Obviously, Victor does a lot of scaling damage and will, if given enough time, be able to cut through that health bar. But I think that KT are really expecting this early game to go a lot better. They have a lot more resources in their solo lanes in particular, but we just haven't seen that. We do see Effort here, but I don't think he really has much follow-up with the Jhin down here is catching a wave.
Arrow going to connect here as the Encore comes down as well. They just want to kill him again. And down goes Effort one more time. Oh, dear.
Is looking like a bit of a disaster here as Aiming also cannot back. Effort, you're laning with a Jhin.
Yeah.
Catching a wave. He can't do anything. Like, look, I see the idea here, but look at the bottom lane.
Well, in the meantime, you've now got Lucid looking for BDD as Showmaker went down relatively low, but this Wukong is absolutely everywhere as there's another Nimbus strike, and oh, not quite able to hit him as BDD with the sidestep. He has to be so careful as now Lucid getting burned by the equalizer and decides to go the other direction. That was a little bit cute, but he's still going to get punished. BDD, my God, able to walk it off.
Actually, incredible sidestep there from BDD. He was able to avoid the Q there and just walk out and baited them so hard. And then the roam of the Rumble from Perfect comes down. Equalizer is good, and he picks up a kill. So Soul Lane still not completely on fire here like the bottom lane is, but I'm still looking at an Ashe with 1,600 gold, the advantage over a Jhin in a composition where the Jhin really needs to be accelerated, I think, for them to be able to cut through that Ornn front line. And I still say advantage D+. Very cool play there from BDD, and the turnaround was fantastic, but I have serious issues with what happened before that with the Nautilus, but we're going to skip right ahead to this. Calling out no flash on the Orianna. I'm going to try to leave initially here, he says.
Oh. My goodness. That sidestep honestly was the play winner.
And he's like, I'm going to live.
I like how even his character just turned around to watch what was going on. All right, back into live, and we do have a Drake being taken here by KT. It looks like DK are going to give this one up. Mountain does have a lot of health. They could have theoretically got into position, but they decide not to. They're going to give Shiu some time in this top lane, try and get some plate money, and already he's taken 3.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous.
I mean, there's been a lot of roams from Perfect to try to fix everything else on this map. Speaking of, he's camping mid lane right now.
Oh, yeah.
They are going to abandon this idea until Cuz gets here. The Ornn has the Kaenic Rookrun, so no longer just going to be bullied by the Rumble in any way. Already does decently well into the Rumble, but once this item is complete, kind of just weather the storm and not really care about interacting with him. As we do have the Herald in 2 minutes' time, that's going to be our next big objective to fight for here. And I just don't know if the Ghostblade Jhin right now is going to be enough unless KT maintain Prio, because you're just not going to be able to really ult anybody if D+ have control. And with that control comes the Shockwave Wukong setup, the Cyclone, right, and the Ornament, or no, sorry, the Ornn Horn.
Yep.
If he is there on the fight, which he might not be with the setup in the lanes they have right now, where they have Shiu in the bottom lane. But there's just so much zone control that I think if you're not there first as KT, you're not there.
It's going to be really difficult. I do think that there is still going to be a window for KT. Ashe does kind of want to hit 3 items to feel really happy about where the game is at. And obviously, you're going to be playing around utility largely before that does happen. And so even though he does have a gigantic gold lead at the moment, it's translated into, what, a Zeal in advantage over Aiming, whose first item buy in the Ghostblade is actually pretty strong for this stage of the game. So I don't mind KT's position right now, but it is still 2.7k, and DK still have a ludicrously well-scaling draft. Yeah. And so I still feel like the clock is against KT, but they might be able to find some windows to get themselves back into this game. And we've already seen D+ kind of fumble a little bit here in this transition to the mid game.
Sure, and I will say that one of the things, and Smash turned it around a little bit yesterday for sure, but one of the things that has been a plague for D+ in these winning game states, even especially against top teams, is that Smash gets caught and dies. When all your gold is on him, that can be a huge win condition for KT if they're able to punish him. So we'll see if that does come to pass, because they still have great engage with this Nautilus. It's not exactly what it could have been if they had picked the Vi, which I was championing for in this one, but Crescent Guard usage already been great for Cuz.
Oh, Beatrop going to connect here. There's the encore, the arrow from the side as well. It's a decent buffer from Effort, because still in a lot of trouble. The Crescent Guard getting a bunch of work done, though, as Aiming looking to play some defense, and KT do make themselves scarce. They get themselves out of there. Will survive, as Smash should be able to interrupt Cuz here. All right, so Herald should be going over towards D+ as a result of that play. No real kills, and it looks like KT are going to be sticking around. Honeyfruit going to be consumed by Cuz here at the same time. And Showmaker able to flash out of the way of Effort, who looks for the engage. Korea doesn't find the beat drop. It's perfect. Comes in with the equalizer. And that is not the right Lucid, but Showmaker is just burned in the back of the pit. What was he even doing there? Is she looking to come over? He's interrupted, not able to get the ram back as Lucid secures the Rift Herald. Perfect taking a lot of damage, and now Smash getting those shots in. Down goes the Rumble. Shiu still being frustrating. It's a great anchor from Effort. The flash out, not enough from the Ornn. As Cuz looking to get aggressive, is now Korea still able to do a lot, and Smash is still alive. Lucid gonna use the Rift Herald, and he might actually be able to stop Aiming from getting out of here. This could be an ace for D+.
I think it
and oh dear, yep, they're also going to be able to kill the turret. How did they turn that around, especially after they lost their Orianna at the very beginning of the fight?
So this already right here was the problem we talked about so much, is how do you kill the Ornn? You can stop his ultimate. He's so late to the fight, by the way. Look at where he is right now on the minimap. If he was here at the beginning, I think this is a complete wash. Great flash from Showmaker initially, but now he's kind of behind enemy lines, is stuck there. And even though there's an interrupt here onto Shiu, once BDD is down, there is just not a lot of damage here. And BDD's like, well, we got to kill the carry. Like, BDD's trying to push on the right side while everyone else is just being zoned by an Ornn. BDD's the only person trying to pump damage into Smash, and Smash does consistent damage. Jin does not, as we all know, as you know more than anyone else. And
I didn't want to say anything, Wolf.
Like, I think the problem is if BDD just pushes up with the rest of his team and they focus the Ornn down faster, maybe there's like an exit strategy there where you're like, oh man, they got the Herald, this is rough, but like we can kite our way out. But with BDD trying to push the right side there, being completely split, I think it was a target selection problem for KT overall, and Xiu just, he basically didn't even press buttons. He was like, I'm just kind of around you guys, and our Ashe is doing damage.
And that's the thing. Smash was just able to free hit that entire time. And so that advantage that the Ashe had, now even further exacerbated. It's 3.5k the lead, and now he's got 2.5 items. Like, this Ashe is ludicrously strong. Lucid now moving over. The equalizer comes down. Smash taking a lot of damage here as the beat drop connects onto Effort. KT trying to fight back, trying to find an angle, but that's a beautiful cyclone. Effort down once again as the shockwave lands onto Cuz and BDD. The Crescent Guard decent for Cuz, doesn't work out for the victor as the train connects onto Perfect and Showmaker gets his revenge. Oh, Wolf, I think KT gonna have to start thinking about game 2.
Yeah, I don't think my 3-0 pred is coming through in this.
I don't think so.
I think that KT, with the last few sets of plays they've made, have decided this game is lost and they have to go for Hail Marys. Like, all of these plays that we're seeing from Cuz in particular are just like, we got to send it and hope for the best. And his Crescent Guards have been really good. Save BDD, right? Had that turnaround earlier. Has had some really high value ones. And this one trying to split the fight so they can actually cut off the front line there. But they're just too far behind. And when you are behind and you make that Hail Mary play, like they're going to try here with Effort wrapping around, trying to catch Smash. Like, he's out of position, it looks like. We have the equalizer, but he's just able to run it off.
Oh, the sidestep from Career as well.
And if that hits Smash, I still don't think they kill him. But they have a better, more fighting chance. And then this Shockwave, or sorry, the Crescent Guard here from Cuz was beautiful, right? They get the kill, but it doesn't ultimately matter. And tried to get the kill, I say. He did not actually get the kill, but he was hoping that I was going to lead to the kill. And that, like, after you send it like that, you're like, okay, well, this game, we thought the game was over, we had to send it, now it's just over. It's just done.
Yeah.
That's what a Hail Mary is, right? And
now Korea remains at 100% kill contribution, hasn't died at all this game. And I think that he might be able to pick up a win on Seraphine now, Wolf. He's had some of the best plays. Obviously, Carrier did kind of do a bit of a number on the best Seraphine play that we've had so far this season. But Korea deserves a win on this champ. He was the original.
He was the original best Seraphine play of the season, okay?
Yeah.
Carrier's just the second one.
Yeah, and it was better. But, like, you know, he still did a good one. And he still lost the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, Carrier did win the game, and he didn't, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Carrier ended the game, actually, in that moment. But, yeah, I have so many thoughts about this game. I think the target selection on that Herald fight was really rough. I think Cuz, not on the same page with his teammates in a lot of ways, just did not, even though there were a lot of pressure points, did not find any value on Xin versus early game Wukong, when they're just so far behind now.
Oh, God, another Shockwave going to connect, aiming and Effort in so much trouble. It's a decent anchor from Effort, but he's still going to die. Still, Showmaker is in a bit of trouble. The curtains are being called as BDD out of the fight now. Xiu finding a great ram, and Cuz is going to fall down. Everyone else just kind of scattered. And DK, 4 alive compared to 3. They're looking for a Baron to try and put the nail in the coffin here. 9.5k the lead. And look at the champions!
Practically a Baron on spawn, by the way. You're starting it up at 2020 or so. If you kill the Orianna, that's fine. For D+, they're like, yeah, whatever. You didn't kill the Ashe. So as long as the Ashe is alive, you're not winning the game as KT. 5-0-6 is about to pick up IE on this back at 20 minutes with ornaments in tow.
Oh, man. Effort sidesteps the arrow and aiming gets hit by it.
Yeah. Now, aiming ends up killing Showmaker here because Perfect's in position for the punish. But who cares? You know, Xiu is still getting into the back line here. And Ashe is alive, so you got to walk away.
All right, well, it's now a 10,000 gold lead. I mean, Perfect does pick up a second item. It's all good and stuff, but I just don't know whether this is going to really work out here for KT. I think considering what you're going to be able to play in game number 2 is going to be a big one. What kind of adjustments you're going to make, because it really does feel like this one is basically done and dusted. Not a lot of Drakes, you know, taken so far, as we are relatively early into the game, and KT are able to get that mountain. So at least they don't have to worry about souls or anything like that. The problem is, like, oftentimes I'd be talking about slow down the game and then try and win later.
Not this time.
I just don't think you ever can. As Lucid, able to use the Warrior Trickster, and Cuz just goes in.
And I think
really wants to kill that decoy.
That statement that you just made there is why KT have been kind of sending it in a lot of these plays, because they know it doesn't get better, and they have to somehow get a miracle comeback fight as soon as possible.
The arrow just going to somehow hit onto Perfect, who's not exactly psyched about it, but he is going to be able to survive because he's under an inner turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's not psyched, but he's not that worried about it either.
Yeah.
But he has to back away now because the team shows up, and that's going to be another inner down. They're trying to get this Ornn. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and he just kind of avoids everything, and now Lucid is going to try and catch an overextended Cuz, who does have to Crescent Guard, but won't have that to try and defend the base, as this inhibitor turret just going to melt. My goodness, Smash with 3 items, one of them upgraded, just does so much. Great buffer there from the Searing Charge out of Xiu, who does have to flash. Anchor barely missing, as Xiu looks for the ram. Will be able to get it onto Cuz here as the rest of DK moving over. They have to walk down the red carpet though, as Perfect makes it difficult. Still a flash out from Cuz here. Lucid gets over that wall and makes his way in. Cuz will be dying, but I don't know whether they'll be able to get too much more as the anchor is going to connect. Showmaker able to dash cannon his way out, and effort is just made of paper on this Nautilus.
Aftershock Nautilus, by the way.
Yeah. That was, I think
says.
it was after the Aftershock.
Yeah.
I think we were after Aftershock at that point.
He got his Merc treads now. Yeah.
Thanks, Wolf. There's the update. As Arrow once again onto Perfect. This one not working out at all. And D+ just going to lay down their wallets onto KT here in game number 1. This is absolutely over. As Aiming just going to get shot to death here. Smash flashing forward, looking to just kill anyone willing to walk off the fountain. The flash away from BDD, just trying to stop Smash from building up an ungodly KDA. And D+, they walk off victorious, and it looks like the bros really charged up this team yesterday.
Absolutely. KT on the other side, there were a lot of problems. I think that Cuz being invisible in the early game was the main problem, but also effort looking for that weird Nautilus angle when Jin was catching a wave. Like, Aiming's like, I don't know what you're trying to do over there, but I can't be a part of it. I just can't be. Like, it's not that I don't want to be. I actually cannot link up with you, so you're just going to die. They spoon-fed the late game Ashe win condition to D+ in the early game, and then obviously tried to fix the problem, rectify the problem with some cool clutch attempt plays from Cuz, and Perfect was... Honestly, Perfect had a great game. He made such an impact. Like, his Rumble ults were really good. He equalized very well in some of those mid-game fights, but they were just so far behind. And
yeah.
He just kind of existed. And that was a huge problem for KT because Smash, they could never reach, they could never kill, and he was so ahead. This game was a disaster, but not one that you can't recover from if you're KT, but...
I know that I learned something, though, Wolf. This is the thing. I learned something, and that is be critical to Smash in the lead-up to a game, and he will perform like an absolute monster. What an unbelievable game from him when he was the one I was sort of calling out at the very beginning. Hopefully Smash does even better next time around. As we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, Space going to break this one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
일단 하긴
끝낼만 돼. 여기 텔 타볼래 그냥.
수영 바텀으로 와봐 형.
아,
날만 하겠다.
오케이.
얘들아 나공 들거든.
얘네 풀다 있다.
얘들아 나공 5초.
럼블 누구?
얘들아 공 돌아. 오케이. 럼블 올게 럼블.
나부터 해봐.
럼블부터 럼블. 3보자.
해봐. 타워 해줄래? 금제야?
여러분.
타워 해봐 금제.
다 깨고. 쌈바도 되긴 하.
봐줄 사람.
야야 타워 얘. 오케이. 야 진짜?
애쉬 재밌어 보이네.
진짜.
애쉬 많이 재밌어 보이네.
재밌다. 나이스.
Guess the thought it was I going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess there should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up. Yes, I lit it up. Yes, I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way can you feel it. You're going with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. 'Cause I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you green, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tijic Law Park here in the space. It is the 2026 Road to MSI presented by OD Bank. Digon here alongside Ox and Huni. And y'all, that one was pretty straightforward as KT, they picked some losing lanes and never really got going at all. D plus Kia, 2 wins away from making it to the Roadshow and Wonju.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like D Plus continuing that strong momentum they had yesterday. And I think they didn't, they had some great tools in the draft. I think KT kind of didn't give themselves the optimal setup. I think a big thing here was the fact that we saw the Jhin, which we've always been a little bit mixed on. But you're playing into an Ornn here. You have the Rumble in the top lane. We've often seen Ornn do well into the Rumble. And the Victor as well. And Ornn is always going to go the Kaenic Rush in this situation. So these two solo laners are just never really going to cut through the Ornn early. And then you have a Jhin who's never going to be a good tank killer. And it's Jhin Nautilus into Ashe Seraphine. So it's going to be a losing 2v2 unless you can gank them. And it just means this front line for D Plus is going to be so hard to cut through. The front to back is always going to be a big struggle. And we kind of saw that manifest when we got to the 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, people has been kind of answering with Nautilus into Seraphine these days. Like, but the thing is, like, you require to actually play with more the urgency of the. You have to go in, the land the hook, or like otherwise you're just gonna slowly lose. You're losing 2v2. You're losing 3. Imagine you lose 3v3 with the hook champion against Enchanter. Like, it's such an illegal as well. But the thing is that also the Rumble into Ornn, you were not really getting prior from the level 1, and also he like personally I would prefer striking against Ornn, not the Deathfire, because like you're not doing anything. You're not hurting extra Ornn. You're not winning because of the runes. You have to get more gold to actually be more useful. And as you said, I guess you said, like, they lost the lane by the pick, by the play. Like, with this Rumble Victor, you can't lose like a late game special.
Definitely not. And I love that you brought up the Rumble thing just because you are our Rumble expert. As we take a look at the bottom side of the map, this is where it started to go wrong here for KT because that Nautilus started dying.
Yeah, you have to try and be proactive and bring the jungler in, but you've been spotted out, and the Wukong showed as well. And immediately when the play starts to go wrong, it's a Nautilus without flash, so easy to find. Things like this just really set you far behind in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't like the... Like, he just hooked the wall. Like, Nautilus didn't have a flash there, and no... Like, there, I could easily see, like, the team has no plan to, like, oh, we want to fight. We want to actually, what do we want to do? Oh, I guess we just back off because they're here. And, like, also, this is, like, 2 depth that's straight up into it. Like, this is a pure 2v2 dual kill. And you just lose the whole lane after this. You hold the whole turret. And what's going to happen next? They're going to just ship to the, trans to the mid. And then get probably a whole game until Nexus exploded.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose that 3v3, they then get the ultimate, you lose that kill as well. It just, you could see Effort was trying to make plays happen. He even went for a play mid. That's where he actually burnt his flash, trying to make a play on a Showmaker. And you could see kind of the desperation to make something happen. And you do need to be proactive on the Nautilus, but you can see it just slipping further and further behind.
Yeah, and then with that deficit, it then makes the subsequent fights even harder, which is what happened here over at the Rift Herald. And this replay is like a minute long. We're going to speed through some of it. And it starts off looking good because Showmaker gets caught out here.
Yeah, they actually get his flash initially, and then he ends up in the pit and isn't really able to kite away. So killing Showmaker on the start should be really positive for the side of KT, but unfortunately, this Ornn, who doesn't get huge value from his ultimate, just is able to buy so much time on the front line, because again, he has that Kaenic Rukun, the Jhin is autoing him, but he's dropping the bullets, he's trying to reload, he doesn't have the damage to cut through him quickly, and in the meantime, you can see D Plus just cleaning up BDD and able to push forward in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, since the KT actually just overused the, which is like the Orianna didn't have a flash there, and they used the Victor flash in, ulti Victor, Rumble ulti, and after that, like they have to realize like the fight is, they can't fight anymore because they use so much ability to fight after. But even though like they just went like Rumble flash in like over the wall, and they were willing to keep fighting because they thought it's good, but Orin was, as you said, like Orin's like at the middle and cutting the line.
Yeah, just one of those rare times where you have the numbers advantage. You're like, okay, 5v4, Orianna didn't do anything. We can win this. And that comes back from the desperation of losing that much that early and knowing that, well, Jin's not really going to do much to Orin late, so we have to win these mid-game fights here, Ox.
Yeah, I think that was a point where you really want to capitalize on the fact you got a good start to the fight, and you can understand them going for it, but the execution wasn't quite there. We obviously hammered a bit quite heavily some of the draft issues, but it was also very much execution. And this is a rough start for KT in this one. D+ coming off that 3-0 start yesterday, feeling really good, looking to get revenge for the last year's performance where KT won 3-0 against them. And now KT have to bounce back in this game too.
Huni, I got to just ask you, coming into this one, right? KT, higher seed. We've talked about it before. They were part of the Big Four, and then did relegated it to the Big Three in KT. How you feeling after game number 1?
I don't know. I mean, I think they gotta be more, proactive. Like they had a momentum there, right? Like they were willing to fight, but like they were so indecisive. Like I think that I can't. Like they're not gonna win. Like we knew the KT, we know the KT how they winning, how they all want to play, but this is not their one.
Ox?
I think we did see that fancy footwork moment from BDD in the mid lane. I think making sure Effort's in a position where he feels comfortable. The bot lane matchup wasn't ideal. We've seen strong bot pairings often be a point of power. And I know we've seen the buff to melee supports maybe make you feel they're moving back in the meta, but I think you still have to respect that bot lane priority is really important. Mid-jungle pairings, having a strong matchup there, or making sure that BDD can get prio is really important too. Obviously, he was playing into the Orianna, and as much as Victor can get that pressure early, I think making sure he has a good matchup is going to be vital as well.
A more quiet game for BDD as KT are down 1-0. But this is a best of 5, which gives us more tracks for the roller coasters to go up and down on. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
All right, there's Khan, by the way, here to support DK. Very, very cool. And I believe one of DK's content creators as well. And Jisoo is going to be the guy. So pretty cool. And it's great to see Khan again. Really
yeah, I mean,
glad that
Khan's
he's still hanging out.
One of the greats of all time, to be honest. And an XD plus Kia player himself, where he ended his career, actually, was on D+. So very cool to see him come down and support, and I think he's probably pretty happy with the current state of this series.
I would agree.
I think a lot of the game came down to the draft, and the execution was mentioned there on the space, but so much of it was the early game. You know, if you bomb that hard in the early game, especially in the jungle matchup where Lucid, the actual jungle player, just ran the bottom lane, was able to make impact everywhere. BDD had like some pressure, and then that got relieved by Lucid. That's a problem, you know? I think we need to see more cohesion in KT roster. It starts with the draft.
It does.
The game too.
As it generally does time and time again. It is going to be KT once again choosing blue side. They had right of side selection in game number 1 as well, also choose blue side. And so it is just going to be the same setup as we had in the last game, but with a whole bunch of picks now taken away.
Yeah, maybe a winning bottom lane is what they get their hands on this time, and they can play through that with Cuz, and he's a little bit more unlocked. As with the Orianna and Victor gone, the Cassiopeia will rise up.
Don't you need to ban Ryze as well, now that you've banned Cass?
Well, because they have first pick, I think that is a strong ban at this point in time, but then you leave Karma up, so then you don't have the winning bottom lane that you wanted. And Smash loves playing the Caitlyn Karma lane. He's a big enjoyer of that. Probably would enjoy the Ezreal Karma as well if that was left available, but we'll see. Yorick is an interesting one here. A lot of respect to a...
Are we first picking Jace?
I don't think so.
In my brain, that's what Yorick, ban says.
That's what I think as well, but... I mean, Perfect had great Yorick games. I just don't think you necessarily need to first pick Jace, but it does mean that maybe they're baiting Perfect into playing Jace as well, and they have another answer.
I have no idea. It's a very weird decision.
So
as the Ryze first pick, it's got to be Ryze first pick, right?
I think so.
Unless it's just Jarvan. Oh, maybe it just has to be Jarvan. I don't know.
I think Ryze first pick is stronger.
I really like the Ryze first pick angle.
Kind of fumbling here in this one, in my mind, for KT as to what they took away. Like, Career's Bard deserves respect. It is an incredibly strong pick, but they are going to ultimately go with this, it looks like. Even though Lucid had a great game one, they're not going to give him the Jarvan instead.
Yeah,
Taking Ryze away from BDD also feels quite powerful.
I would agree. And I also think that you've still got some decent jungle options to go with as well. It was Xin and Wukong that were played in the last game, and obviously the Nocturne has been banned away, but otherwise the whole pool is still up and available.
They put aiming on camera because I think they're thinking, production is thinking maybe this is just a slam Lucian lane here, but I think Jarvan is so powerful, maybe you go like Milio Jarvan, or you just go Talia.
All right, Talia Vi.
All right.
All right, we are just trying to make sure that the KT mid jungle is going to work. The problem is, you lock this in, then you give the Jarvan over to D+, so they lock what? Jarvan Jace? I guess?
I think that's what their plan is based on the Yorick ban.
Yeah.
And that also means that we'll probably see Sion picked for Perfect here in this third spot, but if you're putting Perfect, who's, I know this sounds crazy, but arguably KT's best player right now on Sion, I feel like that's a win. You know, he's not going to be able to do the playmaking stuff we saw from him in a tough game state on Rumble on Sion. Probably, right? I mean, it's just not the same type of thing. So they will end up with the Jace and the Jarvan here, and I imagine we'll see that Sion counter pick here for the top lane, but they're going to need a lot of power. Oh, looking for instead potentially the Cassante here. That's a little bit more playmaking. That's a little bit more perfect build.
I also feel like it's a very similar style, a similar vibe to the Sion. You're still providing a front line to your team. I think KT are going to be relying on aiming to do a lot of damage throughout this game, though. I think that there's a lot of utility in the Talia, but she doesn't do a massive amount of damage.
So maybe a Lulu ban here could set you up for, if you want to go for the Lucian route, which they have a lot of setup for, that works well.
As a Ziggs.
Ziggs ban, also similar veins, very successful at giving you a lot of power there on the bottom side, and also just allowing you to not just get wrecked by massive range here for D+ Kia with the Jace they already have, and the Realm Warp, global power plus bomb from a million miles away is very annoying to deal with.
Well, let's see what the bans are going to be on D+'s side, as they do need to eliminate a bottom lane, but what do they want to take away? That's my question.
It seems like a Lucian ban is very safe because they have all the setup for Lucian, but they're the ones who ban the Lulu instead. Because there's two ways to play this, right? You play for the tempo Lucian type of draft here for KT and try to use your single target pick to get that ahead, or you go for the damage option you were talking about, where you have the scaling Yunara, for example, which is what D+ are thinking that KT are going for here with the Lulu ban.
So Lulu to be taken away, you could just take away the Melio after that. It would make the Lucian a lot more awkward to play. Obviously, it is what they want to be playing into this Jarvan. Ezreal's still available as well, something that we haven't mentioned, but with Bard and Karma both taken away, then it makes it a little bit more difficult to play the Ezreal, I guess.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, I guess you could play like Ezreal Leona. You could save that counter pick for support and see what you're up against, or otherwise just go for something more ranged. But this is like exactly, like D+'s draft here is so linked to what I'm thinking, because like, you're either going to scale or you're going to play tempo. I'm going to take both of those options away from you, and now what are you going to do? You can't go all in on either ground here, because you don't have the Lulu, and there's no Enchanter support that's going to allow aiming to be empowered, and you can't go for the Lucian lane, so they'll just take the Caitlyn, but this leaves a rocky mid-game for KT Rolster now.
Yeah, so a Caitlyn Lux lane would be a lot of power, but does Smash Career just lock like Mel Pike? Do you just do it? You've got a Jace in the top lane, there's a fair bit of physical damage already represented, and you could really slam the mid game with a combination like that. We've seen it work very effectively.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play Ezreal here. I do think the Mel is the best meta option. And if you were deeper and Fearless, you could have been a little bit more creative here. You could have gone for like a Callista lane or something, but you don't need to reinvent the wheel at this point.
Wait.
Partner support.
This is a bit of fun. This was something that B&K FearX brought out for the first time. And instead, we're looking somewhere else. Career just cycling through a bunch of weird options. Obviously, he's got the Camille in his back pocket.
Zac support, I don't think so.
Yeah, I also don't know about the Elise necessarily. But let's see what they do decide to do. It's going to be Shen.
Okay, so what we saw yesterday, by the way, phenomenal performance from him yesterday. He's giving them so much draft flexibility. He really is.
Yeah, and they've got Shiu as well. So it's kind of insane, the like breadth of champions. We know that Showmaker, like, he's the one that's played Renekton mid, Tryndamere mid, all sorts of crazy stuff.
Gotta be Lux, right? I don't think there's really anything else that works here for this comp, unless they wanted to go something crazy like Leona and go super all in on pick.
Well, this is the thing with the Shen there. I feel like it makes it more difficult, right? Like, you play a Lux, then you're just a target
you're
for
just so weak.
like a taunt flash into a flag and drag. You're just dead. So it's going to be the cow that comes out for KT. They have a lot of setup CC now. The problem is the mid game is just going to be rough, man.
It's awful mid game, and this Alistar pick weakens. Like, you went for the Caitlyn, and then you're like, ooh, better go Alistar because there's a Shen down here. So you ended up being like, I've got maybe a winning bottom lane. And they're like, ooh, not necessarily actually. And you have a lot of pick for the mid game. Oh wait, the Caitlyn's in the trop. You know, she's not going to be ahead. She's not going to be able to do that much damage just yet. I feel like once again, D+ ran kind of circles around KT in this draft. They got the Ryze first pick, and now they have global power amongst so much long-range, consistent damage output.
Yeah,
I'm worried for KT.
I am too. But for those at home that really do want that true roller coaster ride, I think we're on the dip right now. And so maybe, even though this draft phase didn't necessarily go so well, maybe we are about to get to the bottom, where things start to go up and we start to scream and go woo and all that sort of stuff, and we're wondering what's going to happen next on this beautiful ride that we have lined up for hours to get on. D+, they might do something else. They might just throw this train off the tracks completely and claim a match point advantage for the next few games. See how it goes. We get into the Rift. All right. Lucid with the Cyanide skin and Cuz with the Team Rocket skin. Pretty cool stuff. As Showmaker and BDD facing off here. We've seen the Taliyah find some success into the Ryze. You do generally have a pretty good advantage when it comes to range with those threaded volleys.
He did really thread that one just there.
He did.
We got the damage off. This lane is incredibly volatile. If it does what aiming and effort want it to do, they have to play incredibly aggressively like this.
Oh, there's the taunt to come down. Effort utilizing the Aftershock quite nicely, though, as Korea took a lot of damage before his went off.
So you have the higher damage output with the 80 carry, right? Because Smash is cooldown based. So you basically need to constantly be hitting the enemy champions and not the minions when these trades happen. As aiming, if you even miss one auto, you're not doing as much as you could be doing to put the pressure on in these level 1 trades. Hits that Q there on the Smash. And this matchup is definitely one that can be won by the Alistar. Another trade here.
A decent taunt does come on down as we're trading Aftershocks over and over again. Both Effort and Korea are on a very similar health total. Smash missing a few farm here, as we can see only 4 to the 11 that Aiming's been able to put together, but they do have a wave crashing on forward.
I do think that Mel bot lane is a lot more punishable than I think we've seen a lot of teams be able to do.
Oh, trouble! Flash Prison comes down, takes all of the rocks to Lucid, but they flash after him, and Showmaker picks up first blood.
And they had vision of where Cuz was, and they knew they could pull this off. That Raptor Ward getting a ton of value here for D+. Oh
man, I'm getting flashbacks though, Wolf. This is what happened to Roma yesterday.
This is so bad for KT in this early game that this happened. And it's once again, Lucid just running the whole show.
Oh dear. Well, Lucid certainly on some form here so far. It's reminding me of Challenger Lucid, you know, the guy that just could not miss when it came to the early game.
Actually did not have vision of Cuz when this started. I saw him on the minimap on Raptors there. Cuz just left BD out to dry. He's like, I can't save you.
Well, we've got another engage here towards the bottom side as Effort taking a fair bit of damage, but so is Smash. Aiming still with a bit of an advantage, I'm pretty sure, when it comes to farm, as they push another wave in. So pressure advantage here in this bottom side for KT. But D+, after that first blood, move up to a 600 gold lead. And the Jace is doing Jace things on the top side of the map as well. Like, Shiu is still just going to be having a great time on the Jace in the early stages of this matchup.
Cuz wants to make a pass here, but with the wave state the way it is.
No flash for either mid laner. And BDD just going to come on over and take a crab.
he had the rocks set perfectly, right? He knew exactly the angle Lucid was going to approach on, the flag and drag. He thought he could maybe flash out. Cuz was nearby, but just opted to say, I'm not committing this. And we've seen Cuz commit so many times to these silly 2v2s, right? That yeah. He's gotten involved in, and it's backfired. And maybe that's part of why he just decided, I'm not even going to try to turn this one around, but really hurts the tempo here for KT in this early game where they need to be in so much more control than they are.
Well, Korea going to try and taunt away, and Effort is going to rotate over. This is actually a bit of a worry, as Korea does have to flash. Does get himself out of there, but that is a lot of power now given over to KT towards this bottom side of the map, with Korea being somewhat of a target.
I think if you're aiming right now, if the bottom lane turns into a 1v1, you're very happy with that, as you're just able to continue to put the pressure onto this Mel. See, Effort comes down in the bottom lane to maybe try to collapse while Career is backing there and punish. We might actually get a shot of that. He's like, you see on the map, he's like right behind him, but not actually going to commit. They're too far away. Waits so long.
Yeah.
Like, I'm minimap casting right now, but there was a real angle there that he did not commit for.
Well, Lucid looking again for an angle towards BDD. Showmaker going to get shoved back. Maybe they use that as an opportunity as the Q is going to miss. Now BDD going to have to try and get out of here, but Lucid will just be able to catch him very comfortably, and nothing BDD could do.
He's super mad, you could tell as well.
Yeah.
And like Cuz just wasn't there. He's again just gonna be like, well, guess I'll do Raptors. And it's just really easy when you're in range of Showmaker's route there for the Jarvan to follow up.
Yeah.
We saw the exact same play twice. This time much easier because there's no flash for BDD. So like, look where he is right now. Look at all the vision they have as well.
Yep. Showmaker just walks up, and Lucid does too, and BDD's like, well, hang on, what am I supposed to do? I think I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm going to take the thumbs up from Lucid and go home.
The wave is in such a bad spot for BDD in that situation. You know, he has to be that far up to farm, but you know, maybe as Cuz you have to sacrifice a little bit of your farming and kind of hang out in the mid lane to make sure that doesn't happen. Because Lucid's going to take every opportunity he can get. He's proven that already this series.
DK are right now undefeated in Road to MSI. The other Road tournament that they did more recently wasn't necessarily as good when they got to best of fives. This time around, working out quite nicely. However, Korea just going to get headbutted into Narnia. Let's see whether he's going to survive. His effort does not, and Korea does! The threaded volley is blocked, and Smash actually able to throw a few back towards PDD. That's a pretty optimistic back here from Korea. As the flash forward from Smash, looking to try and get on top of the Talir, and down goes PDD once again. DK, you cannot keep everyone alive! Oh no, KT, the flash from Cuz, but he's right on top of Smash, who executes him. Aiming now in an awkward spot, as that was a bit weird from Lucid, but should be able to get another Q, and there it is. Down goes the Caitlyn. I mean, maybe Perfect can find an angle as he's gone all out, and she able to boop him back, and then Perfect kills him. So at least KT, the perfect game has been taken away from DK.
Remember what I said at the beginning of the day? Whoever wins game one, probably going to 3-0. It feels real right now.
Oh,
this
God,
is the kind
yeah.
of series I expected. The tension's so high. Both these teams playing so emotionally. They say there's very few things you should do when you get emotional, right? Like when you're feeling the tilt, you know, put the game down. Don't go for a motorcycle drive, you know. In this game, I feel like you could really feel, just like game one, how frustrated KT are. They're like, we will make this work! And D+ are like, you can't actually make this work. We're just going to kill all of you. And they don't know when to stop. Like, Amy's like, maybe I can all link this together, they're all so low. And they just keep sending it in. And this ends the game. Like, they could have just been like, oh, we got caught here, we lose one more, but let's play through mid-game. We've got a lot of pick potential. We're super behind in this game. It's not great, but we could have just walked away. Instead, they thought they could maybe turn that around and flip the game on it. And they lost. And Perfect does get this kill here, but in the grand scheme of things, it feels like it means very little.
It feels pretty top laner, as Perfect is like, oh man, I just got a solo kill, guys. How's things going? And no one really says anything, and then you realize what has happened elsewhere on the map.
When the surrender vote comes in, you know, like one says red. You go, like, I think that's perfect. He's like, I can still carry this game.
Oh God, it's too real, Wolf. And now D+, they have control absolutely everywhere. Even topside, to be perfectly honest, I imagine Shio is still pretty comfortable, as he had a decent CS lead before he died. and it's only 150 gold or something like that. Had taken a plate already.
I just want to keep the perspective of KT Rolster and its fan base here to everyone. I want to give it, remind everyone, this team was, at the beginning of this year, looking like they could be the best year of KT ever. It looked like they were
They
so
could have beaten everyone in round one.
Yeah,
they
were so
lost
close.
one match.
They were so close to the perfect round. They were incredibly dominant. We've never seen KT this dominant since 2023, where they got first place in regular season in summer, and then made the wrong choice. And history is everyone remember the history. Everyone remembers that.
They haven't even chosen T1 this season, though. Wolf.
But like, they went from that after, by the way, almost winning Worlds. Being BDD and being like, we were very close to winning Worlds. Now we're the best team at the beginning of the year. To we're getting dunked on by D+ in this best of 5, and it's not even close. And I think that it comes with a certain mental weight and frustration, which you could see on BDD's face when he is killed in the middle. He's 0-3.
Oh no, the level 5 Alistair here is in a lot of trouble, taking a lot of damage, as we do have the QE from Lucid just trying to get some damage down onto Effort as he gets underneath his turret.
And this game, I'm doing like narrative stuff about how this series is over at 9 minutes into game 2, because it just feels like to come back from this situation after getting completely destroyed in game 2, way more than game 1. To come back in this game sounds out of the question, but to come back in the series after a loss here, I mean,
it also sounds tough.
It sounds like it's going to require a mental fortitude that's made of something stronger than bricks, maybe made of diamond.
Yeah.
To be able to right the ship after this one, as it's been a disaster here for KT Rolster.
Well, BDD trying to hold on here in this mid lane, a level down and close to 900 gold as well. Showmaker in a really good spot. Back with his flash once again. BDD does have his. As Shiu
respecting.
Spidey senses were tingling.
Yeah, he's like, something's not right. We're deep in their jungle, and there's no Vi. So I am just going to back away. And Smash is just like, well, cool, I'll take plates.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, this is the control DK got, and Shiu answers accordingly, right? Understanding that KT are probably going to try and cross-map.
Exactly. Just really good overall game sense and macro here from D+. It's not giving KT any ins in this game.
And this is why I think a lot of people have been frustrated with DK throughout a lot of this year. Because we know they are capable of this level of macro play.
Yes.
Like, even in that skirmish in the river, you could tell that the communication was crisp, right? Like, they get a rune prison down, everyone's already aiming at their target. And this is, once again, like, Shiu is moving out of the way because they have pressure down here. The ebb and flow of how this team can work just makes all of those times where they completely collapse all that more frustrating.
Yeah. And, like, when you go back to even Road to EWC for KT, it was incredibly disappointing run for them. Like, they got demolished by Hanjin Brion, who they also had recently lost to in the LCK. It just feels like all of these losses are stacking up, and KT were on top, but they did not get better like everyone else. So Smash is potentially in danger here.
Yep. He is going to try and wander his way out. He just teleported, and as it turns out, you can just kind of walk.
Well, Lucid is here too, so they have the cover. And 2v3, I think they feel pretty confident in this one.
Lucid now just going to come over, clear out all his vision.
Now it's like...
yeah, Smash back in control.
He's just going to clear these waves. He's got his Ludens.
Okay, so that was an attempted play from KT. Didn't quite work out here, as once again, like, this is the frustrating part. It's 12 minutes into the game, and I feel like we're already just reading a eulogy.
Yeah, you and we went to get coffee earlier, and I said, all I want is not games like this.
Yeah.
Where I was like, the game is over in the first 5 minutes, and we have to painfully watch a team get dismantled. And we were wondering, and I said when we actually got on air, like, I want to see one team just completely dismantle the other one, because otherwise, how interesting is that Gen G matchup going to be? But is this D+ completely dominating? I think in some ways, yes, but I think it's KT falling over as well. And that's the sad part of it.
There's
You're hoping
always
for so much more in this series.
There's always yin and yang, Wolf. And you never really understand one without the other. And that's the thing. If DK are really going to level up, and maybe KT are just not going to be prepared for it. But the other side could certainly be true, as KT not necessarily performing at their almost undefeated round-robin best selves.
Part of this run for KT, that streak, the near undefeated round-robin, I think was their incredible synergy. We praised Effort so much, even though his individual play wasn't outstanding, because we're like, well, I guess with him on this team, they communicate, they coordinate, they make the right calls together. Their judgment was so strong. That was the thing about KT. Their dragon fights, for example, like knowing when to go in, when to leave a dragon, when to punish a dragon take, were so good. I just don't see any even glimpses of that in what we've been seeing from them recently. They're just not coordinated. They don't look like they trust each other like they did before. And now it's a game state where nobody's happy, right? Except Perfect, I guess.
Yeah, Perfect he's vibing. He's having a pretty good time. Level advantage here. But that is going to be first brick going over to D+. That is going to only extend that gold lead. And I imagine that there are some watching along. They're like, guys, it's, 13 minutes, close to 14 minutes.
And I would
this
like
game
them
is
to look
not over yet.
I would like them to look at the gold difference over time.
Yeah, and look, not a lot has changed since 6 minutes, So that goes along with it. The problem is, I don't know whether things necessarily get better as Effort. He does have level 6. He does have an unbreakable will. But that headbutt did not help him, and Smash is just going to lock down his second kill.
Smash is like, I guess, do I need to press R? I don't think so.
No.
He's just going to die anyways. I'm going to save that, and we're going to get even further ahead. As this mid turret is now under siege, with no support to defend. Look at where Lucid is, by the way. He's just like taking Cuz's camps while the mid lane turret is falling. And Perfect's like, guys, hold on, I'm ahead. I'm up here, like, he doesn't have his first item yet. You guys anyone want to play through the Cassante?
Owie. Smash really does hurt.
He does.
He's trying to collect, but it's just not quite working here. Don't blame him for the build. Unfortunately, it's just nothing feels good at this point. Goes back, grabs himself a pickaxe. And it is D+ just now trying their very best to very accurately dot I's and cross T's.
I wonder if KT should have just tried to further the Jace deficit. Like, I want to put it that way instead of saying increase Perfect's lead because he's a Cassante. There's some agency there, right? But he is playing a tank, isn't necessarily going to be able to carry. But maybe that pulls D+ around the map. Instead, they've kind of just been trying to hold on to this mid turret and try to hang out and see what farm they can get aiming. Because that's what, for aiming's career, has pretty much been the MO. It's like, oh, just get aiming the farm, he'll do the thing later, it's going to be fine. But it's just not working. Like, the turret is falling down. They're like, we'll scale, we'll scale. I don't know if they scale with this much of a deficit already. With 2 dragons here, Hextech in tow for the double dragon as Xiu almost gets solo kill.
Yeah, BDD actually doing a whole bunch of work. Hit basically everything there.
I mean, Herald maybe on the cards here.
Will be an opportunity. Showmaker moving down towards his bottom side as it's just top laners getting abused at this point.
Showmaker doesn't have
extraordinarily strong. This is so dangerous. Smash moves over, aiming possibly a target, but BDD does move down. There's a headbutt back. They look for the pickup as Lucid secures the Rift Herald, gets the knockup. BDD taken out. Cuz is already dead, and that could not have gone worse for KT.
They gave Lucid the smite, basically. They were like, here, let me put you on the Herald for this one. He's just going to drop it just like he did in game 1, and he's going to take out this mid turret. Their second of the game.
Oh my goodness, that Rift Herald already becoming a problem here. As it might even be able to get another charge. As Xiu also just hanging out here on this top side. Perfect trying to do the same thing on the bottom side of the map, and it just feels so much worse. All of the plates going over to D+. It's a 6,000 gold lead already.
So they want to try to get the punish here on the Lucid. Effort makes the call, but they put Lucid on the Herald. He doesn't have to use any of his buttons. He gets the smite and then presses his buttons onto the back line.
Yeah, and gets the double knockup on the way there.
Like, that was not the right target to engage on. As in live, we maybe have a pick here for KT. Maybe.
Yeah, possible angle here is Xiu just trying to get himself out of there. The Rift Herald, the wall does come in from BDD as they take out the Jace. Cuz now in a bit of trouble as Smashes come on in, doing a lot of damage here, but DK not able to actually lock it down any of the kills. Pathmaker great for Perfect, might be able to get himself out as now Korea could be in trouble. BDD throws him back once again. Still Smash is able to lock that one down, and Perfect not going to be able to escape the wrath of the Jarvan. And Showmaker doing what he loves most, and that is hang out in a side lane and take money.
So it's a 2 for 2 with the game state. I think for KT, you wanted more here, but at least you got something.
Yeah, and even trades certainly feel better for KT right now.
It's just, unfortunately, this takes too long here. And that means that there's time for a teleporting Mel, because she took that summoner spell, as she often does, and this fight is so extended that the Mel gets so much value, right? If it was an 80 carry here teleporting in, like if it's a Varus, it doesn't necessarily go as well here, I think, for D+. But this match just given so much time, almost saves, again, career there with the deflect. They end up trading 2 for 2, and Showmaker gets a lot of plates. Now, in the mid lane, Aiming got 2 plates, I believe, on the Caitlyn picked up there, so he got some money, was able to farm freely, but we're grasping at straws here, really. But KT are just like in game 1, I think, very much aware that this game is going to have to be a send it and pray, and they're just going to keep trying to find angles, because if you just sit back, I mean, D+ absolutely win the game. There is no sit back and scale here. Perfect's got a lot of experience.
I mean, if they sit back for long enough, maybe it'll work. They do have a lot of like late game, like team fighting potential with all the CC that they have available, and they're also going to demonstrate it right now. Cease and Desist is going to connect onto Lucid, but the damage is just not quite there. Ace in the hole came through, but Smash gets over the wall and gets back over the wall once again. Is now Perfect looking for it, and that's a great knock-up though. It's a triple kill for the Mel, and DK, I think, may just be too far ahead. BDD and Aiming, they don't have a turret to get back to, and Aiming, he's able to squeeze through this small bit of gap in the wall, but Smash has found BDD, and there is an ult coming through from Korea, but yeah, that's going to be an ace, and it's clean.
Showmaker, he's just a cheerleader in this game.
He's not even, he's too far away. He's in a different stadium, Wolf.
He's got his megaphone out, and he's like, I hope they can hear me. So here it's a 4v3. But there's no target. Who do you go on? And they just decide to go on to Lucid, who's fed Jarvan. Who's a Jarvan? So he can kind of get back out, buying a ton of time here. And the triple taunt for Career in a choke point where everyone's just smashed onto 1 pixel on the screen is pretty easy to execute. Smash is able to escape over the wall here and just kite it back, and the DPSs are not able to get linked there to the backline. And now, I mean, everyone is here for D+. Look at the minimap where Showmaker is in the enemy base.
Yeah.
He is killing the minions in the base with a Hexgate escape. Like, he just does not care.
Lucid having a pretty good time, as we can see here as well. I think still at 100% KP. Yes, he is. 16 out of 16, 4-0, 12. My God. Shiu, I mean, he's looking to try and get as close to 100% death contribution as possible. He's pretty close. He's never going to be able to catch up, though, unfortunately. That is Aiming, collecting himself a kill. The problem is, inner turret falls down, Soul Point goes over, and DK control absolutely everything.
And there's not even a way for KT, I think, to safely take that top turret and get the bounty for it. Because Showmaker is on the top side of the map.
Oh God. Cuz takes 2 abilities and almost dies. That's what it felt like there. Showmaker is very scary. He's got an actualizer already.
Yeah, if given just an additional moment there for the flag and drag to come through, he does die. And like you said, actualizer completed before Rod of Ages completes. That tells you the game state. He's been just sitting in a side lane farming.
All right.
Yeah, it's... Anything else you guys got? Production for talking about?
No, I've got it. I've got it, Wolf. Don't worry. I have it. How good would it be? KT setting us up for the most unbelievable, the most miraculous reverse sweep that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Right? You can lose 2 games in a series, right? Then you can get that turnaround and make things happen. Now we have to theorize what they can do to make things better moving into game 3 based on fearless drafting, right?
I think, for one, playing through trying to get a tempo lead is not it for this team today with how Lucid is playing. You're just not going to get ahead. Maybe playing a scaling draft, like put Aiming on Smolder and just play slow. That could be a thing, right? I know Smolder's been nerfed like 17 times in a row, but could still work.
Yeah.
Because these... I'm going to be aggressive, except Cuz isn't aggressive in the early game and Lucid runs circles around him. I think drafts are not probably the play. And then just also play slow. Maybe play through Perfect. Maybe that's a plan. If you want to be aggressive, give him a pick he can pop off on and get him ahead. The Yorick ban worked a treat here in this draft for D+. Their drafting has been so good in this series so far.
And it's sometimes been something that we've been hypercritical about DK4. This time around, no notes. Certainly having a very nice performance. BDD trying to deal with Showmaker's push. Smash could be the target here as he just goes golden to make sure that Cuz cannot ult him. And Headbutt Pulverize does come in, but the Peacemaker goes back towards KT. And Effort, he's got an Unbreakable Will. They might be able to find Showmaker here, who does flash himself away, but it's still the kill. Over to Aiming. Now the Pathmaker from Perfect is KT. They may have just found their window. They take out Lucid. And DK, it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of KT.
But what can they get from this is the real question. They can't do Baron. that's a bridge way too far. And
I mean, they cut down the gold lead. I mean, we're going to say that that's a good thing regardless.
They got the kills there, and then they're like, all right, maybe we can clean up the top lane wave finally. As this initially, the setup here for KT is not that great, right? Smash has his arm guard, and then Effort's like, I'm going to go on this, I guess. And Aiming's like, we do not have the damage. But then when Perfect and BDD show up, D+ have thought they've weathered the storm. They go in. Showmaker goes way too deep. And they end up getting that kill here, and then with the numbers advantage and all the CC lockdown, they deny Lucid's flag and drag away. They take him out. He Cataclysm's almost out of despair.
Yeah, but the Cataclysm did not do enough, and by that, it did not do anything.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, but
there's a chunk out of the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, KT did play well there. They punished, and D+ I think were not ready for the teleport and the Weaver's Wall to come through, and then they just lost the numbers game. So you do that, like, I don't know, 8 more times.
Aiming, scaling, you know, getting towards item number 3. There's no true tank on the side of DK. Doesn't necessarily need to rush Armor Pen or anything like that.
I'm enjoying your Hopium.
I mean, what else do we have?
I know.
Besides hope.
Production keeps putting up these numbers, and I'm like, don't show those.
Cease and desist. She would like if they cease and desisted killing him over and over again, but KT are going to say, nope, this is the avenue we have.
They do this at a good timing before the dragon spawns. Otherwise, D+ would just be like, cool, you killed him and we got another dragon. And it's rinse and repeat where we now have Hextech Soul and you're doomed because we have a long-range comp and you're going to be slowed the whole game.
I mean, there is unfortunately like a teleport on Shiu, so he can teleport straight back in any dragon fight.
I just mean, like, at least they got, there's no like real cross map here for D+. They couldn't push all the way in and get an inhibitor with this Rise on the other side of the map. So it's a win with no trade-offs here for KT. It's just a straight-up win, and that's a good thing. It's almost impossible this far behind to make those types of plays work. So D+ dropping the ball a little bit on that one, and no protection there for Shiu, who was the target. They're just going to do Baron here,
well, it was
or maybe
on
not.
Vision,
Maybe
so
not.
Cuz just going to have to get himself out of there. And teleport in from Shiu as he does respawn. Down to a 7,000 gold lead, though. That gold lead is being cut down 4,000. At this point, Buzz goes back to the Baron.
Showmaker can roam warp in, but this is a really thin timing.
I mean, honestly, Baron for Hextech Soul, I would take Hextech Soul.
I would too, but I think you don't have a choice if you're KT. There's a lot of bounty gold if they can get this, but they got to get it first.
Yep, forcing the cross map I think is a really good idea. That's a great pulverize from Effort to get him out of the pit. So that is going to be the Baron going over to KT, and I think they'll only have to sacrifice Effort for the trade. And
all right,
DK do move back. They should be able to take this this dragon, but they didn't keep Showmaker there.
Yeah, they didn't get it right away. I don't think KT can stop them from doing it now, but they got the Baron. They got the bounty on Baron.
That's
now
something.
They can use Baron to get map control here. Hextech Soul, as we've seen in a few games, is not always an automatic win button. It is so incredibly powerful, and especially with a lead like this and a comp like this for D+. I think we can absolutely objectively say it is the better of these two objectives that were just traded. But I don't think KT could have fought the dragon. They kind of just were like, okay, D+ and Showmaker on the bottom side. He doesn't have TP. Realm Warp can only get you so far. They took a calculated risk. They were successfully able to take the Baron. And I think that given everything that's going on in this game right now, all the deficits, this was the best thing that KT could have ever gotten. And now let's see what they could do with it. Not necessarily a whole lot here, but if this Baron gets some a little bit more map control, maybe they could get to Elder Flip territory. Maybe they could steal this win away. I mean, it would be absolutely crazy.
It's a 6,000 gold swing.
Yeah, and
Like,
it's also
insane.
The later we get into the game, that gold difference matters less and less, as now Aiming has 3.5 items here, has his rapid fire cannon and IE in tow. He does a lot of damage. There's a lot of standing gold on the map to pick up here with these turrets. The bounties are gone. I mean, I'm not going to E-word, but, you know, maybe there's a world where KT have this incredible comeback in this game.
Or at least bring it to a competitive spot. And right now, that looks like where we're headed. As D+ gonna have to really find some angles here. As now looking to close in on Effort once again. They have so much vision here towards this bottom side. And Effort is allowed to go home. They're not looking for the count. And DK able to find their targets.
Look at the item that is, like, okay, 2 items I want everyone to look at right now for Smash. He has a Magi Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
And he's about to complete a death cap. He is about to explode in terms of, like, he's very ahead in this game. He's been very big, etc., 9-0-4, but he's not in his final form yet. He's about to be. He's going to be at his final form to defend this Baron and look for an Elder fight here. It's very, very scary. KT thinned out this gold lead.
Yep.
have gone into a playable state, and all they really need to do is win one fight, and they can win this game. So D+ playing a little bit cautious here, which I think is wise.
And it's a 9-0-4 Mel, but I think if KT managed to kill her,
it's a lot of money.
This could certainly be playable. Like you were saying, aiming does have the consistent damage advantage. Let's see what DK can do. As they do look to get vision, they will be able to find it. As Ace in the hole onto Showmaker, he looks unfazed. The Shock Blast connects onto Perfect, or at least I think it did.
When you make these plays as KT, where you group up as 5 to try to pull out an inner turret, try to get jungle control, if you if D+ call you out, say, well, we'll match you on the 5. There's that death cap I was talking about. If they match you, you can never get away with Hextech Soul. You'll never escape. You will just lose the game. So KT making the right call to nope out immediately there, as there is no, like, you have to win every fight swimmingly now as KT. You can't be like, well, we lost one, we'll get out of here when you're that far up on the map into Hextech Souls. They need to be cautious, but still proactive. And they're walking that fine line decently well here. These next 2 objectives, the Baron and the Elder, we're going to see them actually commit to that 5v5. And D+ should, with the advantages they have right now, be able to get prio for the more critical objective, the Elder. We saw KT do that trade earlier, Baron for Hextech Soul. I don't know if they'll be so inclined versus the Elder.
Well, this is the thing. They might still be able to get away with it. That's the crazy thing. Is Xi now just trying to defend this inner turret. I don't think he's going to be able to do so, as KT just going to move up, take this one down.
I think one of the big parts that KT have identified in this game is we've seen so much of this, right?
Oh,
KT always pushing and Showmaker, getting a turret in return. Because until he gets that inhibitor, this gold doesn't matter that much. But I think they've identified this Jace is just not in this game. He's on 3 items here, but he has to cut through a Cassante in team fights. And KT are just like, if you're going to play this 4-1, we win that. And yes, you'll eventually get our inhibitor, but it's going to take a long time. And we've slowed the game down. We are just farming it up here. And all we have to do is win one team fight. So we probably won't win that team fight. It's probably in the back of your mind like it's going to be really hard and we're not going to have prio. But at least we have a game of League of Legends here, which I didn't think we were going to get to.
It's kind of impressive. If KT were able to come back, obviously it's not the same as the way that T1 were able to come back against KT, as that was 14,000. But this was up to very close to 12,000 gold the lead.
Look at
for D+ in the early game.
KT are like, you can have those top turrets. They're just letting Showmaker and Shu get turrets. Like, we're gonna very early. They're like here for PlayStation 7 launch. They're like camped out outside. I've been waiting for 2 days. Like, they're at the Elder that early. Like they're being interviewed by like the news company. Like, so why are you here? At 5 o'clock in the morning, 3 days before the launch. Well, if I get the Elder, when Elder comes out, like, it's gonna change my life. Because they're like, you can have money. If we get the Elder, we can win this game with one big push. I guess that's the idea for KT. The problem is that the mid Outer is still alive.
Yeah.
But I think that's the game plan for KT. They're just like, okay, let them have turrets. Don't lose a fight. Don't get pinched in sides. Don't let the Rise Realm Warp be a thing. Just don't interact with any sort of rotational power. Don't fight into the smell with Hextech Soul. Just play for the big wins. And in 50 seconds, we're going to see if they can get that. I mean, they're on Baron now, 20 until it spawns. Like I said, though, this time D+ are not going to be letting them get that early.
Well, Realm Warp does come in. Cataclysm is a bit awkward there for Lucid, who takes the rocky way out, but is able to flag and drag himself to safety. Shiu here on this bottom side, just looking to put on as much pressure as possible. And KT in an awkward position, but aiming is now doing a lot of damage. Halves the health bar of Korea, who was looking for an angle to go home.
And
does have Stand United.
He doesn't have his Realm Warp. They're just going to try to race this into inhibitors here for Baron.
Wait a second. KT is sort of caught in decision paralysis right now.
And now they're just going to lose part of their base and not get the Baron, but they will at least be able to muster up a contest for Elder. You have to think, or at least for KT fans, you have to pray as they do not lose that bottom inhibitor, which is very important, but the Elder is now spawning, and they have no prio whatsoever. D+ just ignored the Baron, put Smash in an area where he could threaten them if they were trying to take it, but now they've just kind of won the chess game, and KT did not make the call fast enough.
Yeah, perfect. Slowed down here by the Hextech. And there is Smash looking for a bit of extra damage. Haven't seen too much out of the Mel for the last, 15 minutes. Cease and desist from Cuz. He's brought all the way under that inner turret you were talking about before, and he just goes down to the Guardian Angel. The decent wall there does keep out a lot of DK as Smash not able to offer damage back, but when he does finally land a Q, it's just kind of ludicrous, the damage availability. And Cuz just dead. No smite. That should be Elder. Over to D+. They can move that towards a Baron.
I don't think they can stop this Baron. I don't think they can start this Baron KT. This is easily be stopped by D+. Why his stop was on the mind.
Oh dear. Okay.
Wait a minute.
There's a Hex Splashes. I don't know whether that was exactly what he was looking for. Xiu just able to walk his way back.
What a miss there from Effort.
And the Elder now picked up for DK. Smash walking over Vision as BDD trying to take the Hex Gate out as there's Smash right there to greet him. And the Dragon comes down from the sky. Career actually able to be the one that takes down that kill. Now aiming, just trying to get himself out of here. And the teleport from Perfect is able to do that. But Effort definitely not going to survive this one. Showmaker and Lucid just getting to work on this inhibitor turret in the mid lane with almost Exodia. They don't have the Baron just yet, but they could take it if they wanted to. Perfect is pretty tanky as he does get an all-out onto Lucid, who is now all out of there. Down to the GA now. Cease and desist as Cuz has made his way back in. Showmaker does bring the Dragon down from the heavens as Aiming doing a lot of work. And Lucid is able to get himself to relative safety. Smash, though, does find Aiming, and the Dragon, once again, is going to get satiated. Perfect is also going to follow suit, you have to imagine, as Korea looking to try and help out, and there it is. DK will move to 2-0 in this series. A bit of a lull throughout the mid-game as KT were able to bring it back to a relatively competitive game state. But ultimately, in the end, it was DK able to make this one work. Back to that 11,000 gold lead as Lucid on the fountain, but happy to be there as the Nexus explodes.
And for KT, I don't think this loss could have been any more demoralizing. The incredible deficit in the early game, but then it almost felt like D+ dangled the concept of maybe we could, maybe KT could come back, maybe they could win, and Cuz just goes full stop into that rise with Ghost and Flash into the outer turret in mid lane on the Vi, and all of those chances go poof, then disappear in an instant. And those final moments, D+ tested the theory of, can we kill these guys if we go in one by one?
Oh God.
And yes, the answer is actually they can.
Look at this gold lead, man. Like, it looks like a roller coaster.
It does.
But this was D+. They were the ones that were riding it. Unfortunately, KT were not having as much fun.
We had a lot of time to talk about what could happen in a reverse sweep for KT and how it would take an insane mental fortitude to bounce back. Resilience is going to be needed, but after a loss like that, even more will be needed.
That's why it is going to be so impressive when KT begin the reverse sweep. As we are going to go to a short break, when we get back, the space is going to tell you exactly how KT are going to do it, how it's going to turn this series from a shellacking into a work of art. Mona Lisa, move aside. KT are making the... I don't know. I just really want to get excited. Let's wait for the space.
지금 이거 끊어봐.
가면 수 있는데.
노플이야. 노플. 잡았어. 미드라인.
야, 여기 지켜봐.
야, 시야 한 번만. 얘들아, 시야 한 번만. 나 우리 미드 한다. 미드.
시야 여기 갈게. 3번
시야 한 번만 따줘.
버렸어.
보는 건 어때?
얘들아, 나 집 갔다 셀 탈게. 끝낼 생각하자.
천천히.
어때? 끝낼만해? 안 되면 바로 가자. 바로 가자.
끝나.
안 끝나.
산테 가져야 될 듯.
얘들아, 바로 안 끝나.
바로 가자.
올라, 제발.
제발. 맞아야 돼. 봐주세요.
한텀.
나 텔되긴 하는데. 텔 태고다 태고다. 텔 찍어줄게 텔
별로 안
찍어줄게.
좋아. 나 별로 안 좋아. 나
이거 테텔이야 테텔이야.
잠깐만. 잠깐만. 야 투망도 없어. 캐틀 옆에. 1초. 다 미드. 야 미드. 야 캐틀 옆에. 미드 해야 돼.
믿어 가자. 아 이거 끝난 거 같아.
다행이다.
야 10초야 잘 끝내야 돼. 얘들아 그냥 믿어.
쉬어.
한 명만. I think they're the potato getting smashed by a patio. Well, Sponge is gonna go in there looking for Showmaker, but the defense making it save him again. Stop it! He is able to go down finally as Lucid goes in, but I don't think he's getting out this time. It's a double kill. Because it's Jin, he only wants to get 4 as Kingen could be the pentakill, but no snap. The pentakill to ruin the vibes of the Jin, but to make E+. She was going to get hopped on here by Rich. The exhaust, but I don't think that Chiyu wins this one. He's tumbling, and Rich is just trying to kill him. Oh, flash! And they kill each other the front foot! 별로 탄데, 그래. No chance of locking down the soul, and now the bros just want to leave, and Ruler just doesn't want to let them. The exhaust comes down, the feather storm is gorgeous, as somehow Durham mops 2 of them up with a quickness. What the heck was that? Gonna force a big trade though is Doran, and I think that might bait Perfect in. Doran does have some last week taking damage though, and 1-2 gets the first blood. As Perfect's like, oh, so that's why you were doing that. Oh, the wall. And the wall, the ghoulie wall comes up. Perfect, man. He is so good.
This is so big to KT because Ona with nothing to do on the map.
Well, he's just gonna go in for it anyway. The shroud is there. There's the R1. He's looking for it.
진짜 빨리 필인데. 야, 제이트 피야.
Oh, the little flank area! Unbelievable angle! He catches 4 in the team fight, and the game just ends. It's just over.
지렸는데요? 캐리온.
잘 드신다 근데 생각보다.
벨코드가 들어가서 그런가?
그런 것 같아요.
그 정도로 맛있다고요?
아무래도 제가 했다 보니까 맛있을 수밖에 없긴 한데. 근데 클테님 괜찮으신가? 좀 지리신 것 같은데.
아니 그 정도의 리액션이 음식 먹고 나올 수가 있나요?
위아래로 눈물을.
아니 저 이거?
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Cloud Templar's taste buds aren't the only emergency that are happening right now. KT fans, it's time to panic. It's a different E word. It's an emergency. They're down 2-0 to D plus Kia after at one point in the league being the #1 team in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, Alas mentions like he wanna keep staging and excited, and he's asking for us what KT should do next game, but I don't know. You know, Ox?
Not what they did that game.
There we go. The non-answer answer.
Yeah, there was some tough goings-ons in that game. A lot of things that went wrong. But let's start off with the draft, where we saw the Rise prioritized early by D+, that they set up to a really strong start with some early ganks onto the clear. We also saw them go, we hear the casters talk about this, going for the Caitlyn and pairing it with the Alistar, which isn't one of those premier pairings, going into the Mel Shen. And I feel like the Alistar, we kind of saw again really struggling. Effort has not had a great time so far in the series. Game 1, the Nautilus didn't have a great time in this game too. Couldn't really have that headway on the Alistar. We saw in that early skirmish in the bot lane, the Alistar had been poked down quite heavily and just not able to get rolling in this bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the DK draft, like starting with the Rise first pick, and then they're picking Jace top, and also strong early jungle, and it's a really good follow-up bottom too, right? Mel and Shen, if J4 and Rise can go move to bottom, move to top, they can actually make every single play whatever they want. But the thing is, like, that's why the Talia pick into Rise and try to, you know, contest the early prior as much as she can, unless you're getting camped.
Yes, again, yet another time where KT put a lot of eggs in the early part of the game basket, and it goes comedically wrong. This time a little bit more strategically here.
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, this is so well prepped from DK, but the thing is, at the same time, it's so pure disrespect. You're playing against Rise and J4, and you're not ready for just recamp topside, the rep off into the mid gank. It's like, you have to be ready. Like, we've seen this like more than 10 years. Like, J4's released this champion forever. League of Legends, you're so known as only gank. You just EQ, EW. It's so easy.
Yeah, and the fact they had the ward down early to know that there was no vision for KT makes it so easy, but they're not done. They'll go for the return gank as well in this situation. You even have Showmaker here trying to hold the wave for as long as possible and force BDD into an uncomfortable position, setting up this gank there, this ward as well, not able to spot out Lucid going over the wall there. And yeah, we get the return gank coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you really need urgency. Like, just you need to shout out to the team. Like, I need help right now. Like, I need support. I need jungle. Otherwise, I can't farm. This is unbreathable. Like, this is like you have to tell to your teammates.
And again, we saw that, or we said that BDD was very unimpactful and almost like not guilty in the last game. Wasn't his fault. It was kind of the bot lane's fault. He's got to do something here, and it's going to be even harder because in our next highlight, it kind of shows his jungler is a bit tilted.
So they start this fight with Alistar already really low at HP, and they focus a lot of damage on the Shen, who has Aftershock proc, and it's above the Aftershock. You can see he's just not taking that much damage, even though they're throwing a lot at him. Alistar just dies. So the Shen gets pretty close, but they move in to cover him, and at this point, KT could just back away. But they do.
They can't just back, like, they lost their team member. They lost their teammates. Like, would you leave your teammate like that? No.
No, I think I would. And the thing is, because Shen's still alive, he gets his taunt back. He taunts the Vi, and look how tragic this ends up being for Cuz.
I mean,
because he tries to go in here with the flash, gets rooted.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's really same issues like with the game 1, right? Like, they're recognizing the play, you're gonna lose or you're gonna win. Like, you have to know before the play actually happened. But the thing is, like, KT right now, today, they're really off. Like, they have to they have to just say something like, oh, we're not winning this, even though it's like, oh, Shen is 1 HP. Like, they gotta communicate to the team.
And the thing is, if that was just one death, it was just the Alistar dying, it's not that big of a deal. But that's our last highlight because it was a huge deal. They lost all those kills and the game
ends there.
Right, yes. I think they just need to cut their losses sometimes when they just really haven't been. And we've seen how momentum can really build up in these gauntlet-style situations because that actually happened last year. There was a team called KT who 3-0'd their first match against D+, and then went on to 3-0 the next match against Nongshim and made it to the live event in the Road to MSI qualifier, which is kind of reminiscent of what is happening this year. D+.
Got the revenge.
Yeah, getting the revenge run and are on the cusp of doing what KT did last year with the double 3-0. KT need to bounce back if they want to stop D+ from matching what they did last year.
Yeah, and the core of that group is still there for KT. They know that they got it in them. It's more about D+ Kia. D+ Kia is the team that needed to prove it, that had the pressure of needing to prove it out from the lower bracket run, and they're doing so in spades, with confidence, with style. And now the question is it a clean 3-0, nothing to see here on our way to Wonju, or is there some fight left in that coaster? Because I'm just ready to put the A's in the chat. All 4 A's. It's panic time if you're a KT fan. Let's send it on over to our very cool casters to see if it's a sweep or not. Atlas and Wolf.
Yep, totally cool over here, don't you worry. Not worried at all about this series just being kind of over before it began or anything like that. Totally cool, calm, collected, and fine. We're all fine. It's all fine. It's fine.
I feel bad for correcting him now because he said we're cool, but the ahs in the chat are not because they're panicking about KT. It's the meme about the opening song, Digon, where you hold until the right moment. It's
we are about to rip that.
He's so close.
I mean, honestly, it was pretty cool when Aiming did it, but you kind of got to be able to back it up. As you can see, Lucid still feeling a bit stressed, right? Like, this is not a DK that are celebrating a victory after being 2-0 up. And I feel like, even though there are a lot of young players on this squad, they have dealt with some disappointment already as a roster. Road to EWC is certainly in the back of their minds, you could imagine.
I mean, they were dismantled by Hanwha Esports the way they are now currently dismantling KT Rollster. They've been on the other side of this. They know what it's like, but I hope that for their sakes, they can feel the momentum here because it is absolutely theirs. We'll see the first change here for KT Rollster in terms of right of first selection. They'll go for first pick.
Choosing first pick, though, once you've made it to game 3, feels a lot less powerful, in my opinion.
I'm trying to think of what pick they're looking for here. Is it a first pick Lucian? Probably not, right? That's not what you'd want necessarily on first pick. Cassiopeia was always going to be banned, so interesting choice, because they'll also lose counter picks potentially in this draft as a result of this, but let's let them decide.
Yeah.
Don't speculate further, as the Bard will once again be banned. Varus is, of course, always going to be banned even here on first pick by KT Rollster. Annie, for an Annie setup here for BDD would have been simple, but they're not going to have that. I actually like this Lee Sin ban.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think Lucid has had some great performances on the champion, and Lucid has been the linchpin so far today for D+, as the Wukong, phenomenal. The Jarvan, also absolutely amazing. And he's been running the early game.
I'm starting to wonder what the first pick angle is going to be here for KT. I think Karma will be banned in this final spot.
Yeah, it could be the option. The Nocturne still up and available. So like you were saying, the Karma is going to be banned. I mean,
like
the only
pick
thing...
Lulu?
Oh, God. Well, maybe. I mean, you have a Felios or Yunara to pair with it if they wanted to give Aiming some late game scaling.
The thing is, if you pick the first pick Lulu, they just instantly slam lock the Lucian lane into you. So, not that it's unplayable or unwinnable, but it has been struggling a little bit. Is he going for a first pick Ezreal in this situation? Could be a possibility.
Well,
if you go for Lucian here, I mean, it could work, but it's very risky. And I do not expect it. They're going for the Nocturne.
All right.
And so now, guess what? You're not getting Lulu. D+ Kia are going to snap that one up.
Unless they don't. We'll have to see what they do decide to do. I think they should, absolutely. But we've seen a lot of teams kind of forego it. As, yeah, Lulu, Nico, another big one. Aurora, another big one alongside the Nocturne.
If they go for like a Lulu Yunara, you could go Ezreal Nico. Ezreal Nico works well with Nocturne. The Aurora pick is still out there.
Okay, Lucian going to be the choice here. It means they're not picking away the Lulu if they are going to lock this one away.
This feels like a risk.
I think you have to lock the Melio as well, because otherwise, I mean, you don't have the fallback Nami anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you really just think there's no Melio lane they're going to be playing into you. But
Yeah,
I think this is the safer option, especially because you're all in on this Lucian. I think we're going to see Yunara Lulu here.
Yeah.
And it's pretty straightforward. KT Rollster, having the better end of the draft in this series for the first time, I feel, right now, where we're sitting at this moment in it, as everything feels fairly predictable from here on out for these, next two picks. And I wonder what the answering jungle pick here will be for Lucid. To imagine that that's the next stop, unless they wanted to grab a Showmaker pick early, but I just don't feel like you need to in this draft right now.
Yeah. Does he want to go for like a Nefiri or something in this moment? That could be an option that they're looking for.
I mean, the Fury feels really good with the set they have. Skarner also great.
I like the Skarner angle, as Lucid has also had some great performances on the champion. You can see still deliberating, but they will lock it in. So Scorpion to be picked up here as now we go into our next round of bans. Probably going to be targeting some solo lanes.
All right, so now, are you wondering about the Aurora pick here for BDD that could work so well with the Nocturne they have set up? Are you thinking about safe top lane picks like Gnar for Perfect?
I think Twisted Fate as well for DK to ban, I think would be a good one, because you don't want to play it into a Nocturne, and so you're not going to be picking it away.
That's a good point.
It doesn't really fit into a team fighting style that a Yanara would like, but I think it'd still be fine, as the Aurora going to be the first one.
Maybe they just go Aurora Gnar for KT Rolster on the other side. See what they want to do. Maybe ban a Vayne, and maybe even ban a Tristana. If you go Tristana here, then they ban the Gnar, then you have the extra ban, feels like, as KT. Maybe that could be a way to play this. You don't have to play Gnar here, but it feels like with what we're at in this third game, Fearless-wise, it is very high stocks at this moment in time. Banning the Ahri instead, just to further lower the pick potential here for D+ Kia with this Lucian hop.
Yeah, and also Showmaker has been pretty good on the Ahri as well. Just trying to protect whatever BDD wants to play.
Thing is,
the mid lane pool is really getting thinned out.
For trying to ban like a Tristana, for example, this is the problem with first pick for KT. They don't have counter pick, and they don't have pick priority. So they ban Vayne, and now KT are like, we're not going to get the Gnar, because they get to pick first. So they might have to now respond with a Gnar ban of their own.
Yeah.
Which is awkward, but I guess it's what is required. Maybe Perfect can end up playing Renekton to give them a little bit of mid-game power.
Oh, Malawi. Okay. I mean, you understand it. I mean, this is Shu we're talking about. But the Nod becomes pretty free.
Can Perfect play Tristana top? We don't know the answer to that question. I don't think he will. But, we know that Shu is capable of it.
Yeah.
And it's available if they wanted to get something more high prio here for Showmaker. And it feels like there's a lot of flexibility here for D+ for how they finish off this draft. But Gnar feels like the highest prio pick left available, so it makes a lot of sense to take it. And will we see Tristana top? Probably not. Will we see something like Renekton, where Perfect can go toe-to-toe a little bit in the early game? That seems more likely to me.
Yeah, there's also some angles with like Renekton, Lulu providing a whole lot of health to the Crocodile. I think that Perfect could certainly get pretty strong in this game. As the Zoe for BDD.
Blind pick.
All right, that's a BDD special. I'm very intrigued as to what Showmaker wants to play into it. Does kind of change what this draft looks like. And let's see what Perfect wants to do to augment it.
I still like the Renekton most here, but yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to go for. There was a world where they could have played, double scaling 80 carry with Tristana, but it's too volatile. Is he going to play Syndra? I feel like you could play Syndra here in this draft. Works well with everything else you have. It is Showmaker. It's not very meta, but...
Yeah. Also gets bubbled easily. So maybe something with more mobility could be the option, but I don't know. Maybe he just sends it.
I don't want to predict because this is a CV Max moment right here. He and Showmaker are having a bit of a chat about it.
It's like, can I Kassadin? Guys, that's LeBlanc. Okay. So we've got BDD Zoe versus Showmaker's LeBlanc in match point for D+. With a victory here, they've gone 6-0 to head towards Wonju in order to face off against Gen G on Saturday. Or KT start the reverse sweep right now?
That is the question. When I joined the LCK in 2021, being able to see Showmaker's LeBlanc against BDD Zoe. Zoe was very meta back then. It was a treat. We were served only a few times, right? It was epic.
Yeah.
Back to see these two champions fight off against each other and to see such skilled mid laners go toe-to-toe. Back then, BDD on Gen G 2021. Dom top of the world after winning the World Championship. And to be able to watch it again in a Fearless Best of 5 in 2026 feels like even if this series just ends up being a bust and it's 3-0, at least BDD gets to go out on his own terms on this Zoe pick, and we'll see if this works out. This, to me, is of the three, the strongest KT draft we've seen today.
Yep, I would agree. And I also think that there are some demons to get out here on the DK side. The last time Showmaker played the LeBlanc, it didn't necessarily work out. And Smash has been caught out of position on this Lucian, right? You do have to play very aggressively, but sometimes that can bite them back. And aiming has a lot of carry potential in this game. Perfect's Renekton has been great this season. There are some avenues for KT to finally get back on track. Let's get onto the Rift for Game 3. All right, Chijik Lol Park is still erupting with every single fan chant here, as this could be the final game in the series. I want to remind everyone, this is, by remind, I mean, I don't think anyone knew yet, but we're filming a Pog State episode tonight. And as we always like to say, we need to have maximum games in order to be as unhinged as possible in the Pog State. And we are going to be way too hinged. Like, I don't even know whether anyone's turned up to, like, set up a microphone yet, just because it's still so early.
I'm going to be a door that has, like, a really easy-to-turn knob, and there's a door stop on the wall. That's how hinged I'm going to be.
Wow, that's too hinged, Wolf.
If they win right here, D+, it's going to be the worst Pog State episode ever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, still watch it and check it out. But
I want to be a rickety gate, man. That's what I want to be. I want to be a rickety gate. I don't want to be hinged at all. I just basically want to be a bit of cardboard in front of like a doorway.
Yeah, I want to be like one of those doors that's activated by motion that slides with no hinges, but there's like a box or something preventing it, and I'm constantly slamming into the box and opening and closing.
Like in the zombie movie?
Yes!
Yes, that's what you want to be. And somehow the power is still on.
And eventually you have to end the Pog State episode. You're like, Wolf, please stop talking. We're going home.
Oh, they're my favorite episodes. When I have to stop you from talking instead of being the one to always be talking too much.
Perfect.
He was going in. Perfect. Great flash, but he is still in a very uncomfortable position. Let's see whether the Crocodile can get out of the way of this one as he tries to turn it around. Does manage to slice and dice through, but now has no mobility, no flash, no chance. First blood over to D+.
Such a great early lead as the crowd says, shoo!
Oh, it's shoo 3-0 hinged Pog State.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now, as that's the first time I've ever heard the shoo chant in the crowd like that.
Yeah, it's actually super huge.
That was so sick. He just played perfect like a fiddle in this one, because he's baiting him here like, oh, okay. Perfect's like, all right, I'm safe, but then Lucid shows up. And Perfect plays this really well. He decides to go for the stun first so they can get a little bit of extra space here. And, like, you know, if Lucid was a little bit lower here, maybe, like, if he could get one more turret shot on him, he could have done something there, but he did everything he could. He had no flash. He didn't know about the Skarner until it was too late.
And also, Lucid's playing Aftershock Skarner as well, so slams him into the wall, but then has so many resistances to deal with some turret shots, so he's feeling happy about that one. D+ also playing aggressively here as Smash, looking for an angle towards effort, gets fire kicked, but his bottom lane looks like it's going pretty well for D+, as we would expect against the Yunara Lulu. That hasn't necessarily been the most phenomenal thing in the earlier stages of the game. As Cuz spots out Lucid, who is building towards that Protoplasm Belt, just wants to have the quickest first item possible. And we know that he has been able to find a lot of success with this build. Him and Canyon being pretty fantastic on this Skarner.
And I mean, can I say, like, I think one thing that, I'll stop saying it for a moment.
Yeah, that is going to be a slightly scared Skarner, I guess. Only because I saw the fear notification above his head, not based on how he was playing at all.
This series for Lucid has been incredible. He has had such a phenomenal series. He has just run every single game so far, start to finish. And we go into this third game, he's already helped pick up first blood in the first 3 minutes into the Renekton. In a tough matchup, if the Renekton falls behind, very volatile, you have to play it very, very well early and hold on to those advantages, find the right moments to trade with the mini Gnar, exchange blows with the Mega Gnar. And it is playable. We've seen a lot of Renekton players get a lot better in what used to be a counter pick, right? The Gnar into the Renekton. But now when you're behind, it just feels so rough. At least Cuz is going to come try to help out.
Yeah, flash out from Shiu. He's going to try and create some distance, but he won't have the hop available. That is still going to take a while. So Cuz gets underneath the turret, and Shiu is going to be taken down. Great answer here from KT, as finally they're able to like actually get something back in this early game as a response. So nicely done. Only a 300 gold lead here for DK as a result.
Cuz looking like Gandalf, man. He's like, in game 3, look top
dawn
lane.
of the third game.
Yeah, dawn of the third game, look top lane. Because he was absent in most of our early games so far, but this time around, she was way too far up in the lane. You don't expect the pre-6 ganking Nocturne, and they have to flash to secure the CC here to get the fear. But once that goes off, because Shiu is flashless, it is just a freebie. Cuz makes it happen there with his aggressive flash forward, and once he gets level 6, we'll see what else he can do on the map. Maybe he can patch this hole in the bottom lane.
Yeah, because that's where things are going slightly wrong. It's not exactly the worst situation, right, as they do at least crack some of this crystalline overgrowth. But KT, I mean, as long as they don't die and they keep farming relatively well, I mean, 6 CS is nothing to worry about right now. As aiming, sir, effort is just going to almost die as I was saying it. Oh, God, I'm just going to try to not say anything at all. It's okay. Well, I can't do that. It's my job to say stuff. Now Lucid is going to come in and look for Perfect. Just the edge of the Gnar is gorgeous. As the wallop comes down, Perfect, though, with the Dominus, is going to be able to keep himself alive. And DK not going to sacrifice their health bars at all to try and grab that kill.
There's no follow-up dive here. Cuz has level 6, and Perfect has a wave to get empowered Q on to get a lot of health back. You can see his health on your UI there just went back up to like 75%. He's totally fine. Even with level 6 into this Skarner, he's not playing this game with the LeBlanc Prio in mid, which is a good call. Cuz has played that game quite a few times this round 2 and onward, and deciding to opt out was the correct decision. Now Perfect has the wave in a good spot for him.
Yeah,
with no flash for Shiu and Nocturne having level 6. Kind of backfires here, what was set up moments before.
And all of these minions are just going to go to the wayside. I don't know how they're going to break this, as Perfect just very happy to hold it. Cannon will be going down, so at least there's that. But Shiu just decides he's going to have to go home. It is just too dangerous.
Yeah, he doesn't have teleport either, so this is actually going to start to compound into a larger advantage here for Perfect. So ends up being really nice for them.
Yep.
Effort has he's made some risky decisions, let's say, this series. He's not going to be doing anything here, surely.
Actually able to leech some experience, though, which is pretty nice, as Smash holds onto the wave himself.
Yeah, I don't think you want to try to break this freeze right now with just a Lulu into a level 6 Lucian. He's just hanging out as he watches it happen, and he's like, oh, now the wave's in a pretty annoying spot for us. But we do have one ultimate online, not the second just yet here for Effort, but he does have a massive experience lead in this game, so we'll have the wild growth a little bit faster.
Yeah. Could actually be a big deal, as Korea getting some defensive vision down. Should be early Drake now started up for KT, unless they just clear the vision and leave.
Okay, with Cuz in the area, I do think this is a pretty strong position for KT. His career loses some health here as well, and they should be able, I think, to start this dragon, and it's going to be in trade for these grubs on the top side.
Yep. And man, I am, okay, never mind. A little bit of aggression here in this mid lane. Showmaker, I believe, just missed a cannon. Didn't see the money pop up, as Perfect takes a house to the face. Doesn't feel great, but he is able to walk it off.
I think
Another one, though. Okay.
Okay, we're going to have that timing here in this bottom lane. Effort so close to 6.
Yeah, aiming, going to press that R button, looking for the damage here towards Smash, who throws down the barrier. He's able to mop up the minions, but isn't able to get a lot of damage down with the culling onto the bottom lane.
Wild growth
now
combo.
Looking for a dive. There it is. Onto the Lucian. Get the wild growth as well, as he's not quite able to get the polymorph before the Relentless Pursuit came out, but that doesn't matter. Cuz locks them both down, and aiming collects kill credit for one of them.
And
KT finally with a lead.
Yeah, KT, not only did they not lose the game in the first 5 minutes, they get a lead here, a massive one at 9 here, 1,000 gold ahead. I want to remind everyone that this Nocturne Lulu combo was popularized by KT Rolster in their upset win against T1. They were the first team to pull this one out, and they pull it out here again in this draft with the first pick Nocturne, and it is working out very well. Cuz looking like a completely different beast in this one. And I think draft in this series absolutely playing a big part here, but the gameplay for KT backing it up here in this one.
Yeah, and it absolutely has to, right? Like, Cuz has been very inactive, I should say, in the early stages of the last couple of games. Now, 100% kill contribution at 9.5 minutes. Feeling absolutely fantastic here on the Nocturne. First item completed, and it's a better one than that of the fancy little belt that Lucid has put together.
Showmaker ulting here for tempo. Yeah, pretty massively. It was double ignites in the mid lane, of course. Very much a powerful lane if you can get ahead, but has not really gotten to that point too much yet. Showmaker does have a 10 CS lead. Really love how Effort and Aiming played that last fight. You know, didn't have the wild growth, but baited everything out of Smash early. Have the wild growth from the Nocturne coming over. Lucid isn't there, so there's nothing he can do defensively. The one trade-off for that play, though, is that they didn't get the dragon, right? They were able to get the kill, get a lead. No dragon.
Not quite yet. Some plates might be going over here as Smash and Korea have managed to push this lane up. But Smash just gets a little bit of a warm hug and backs himself away as Cuz now just clearing out the rest of his jungle and looking pretty scary. 1 second, there's the Paranoia once again. He is already in position in this bottom lane, moving down to try and take out Korea and Smash. Lucid in position this time though.
Ooh.
And Effort is going to see him. Really nicely played here from KT to make sure that they do their homework.
Effort does not have flash, so still scary to go forward. Has the wild growth though, and maybe if they could find an angle here onto Smash, they could just go for a repeat before Lucid can get in there to defend.
Yep.
Ten's 3v3.
Lucid is very tanky though right now, so he can provide a front line for Smash to play around. As Perfect gonna get ulted once again here by Shiu's, thrown houses once again. And is hitting a lot of them. Manages to get the cannon as well as the Renekton. Looking gorgeous on that front as there's the Impale. It collects Cuz! Oh no, he's going to press the Paranoia button though as Korea just flashes out of the way and takes down the Nocturne. Culling doesn't do much of anything at all though as now Smash able to get a lot of damage with that Light Slinger. BDD moving down towards the bottom lane though is going to provide a lot of space for Showmaker to get damage onto this turret. And Smash can have to deal with that Slurkle and gets himself out of the way of it. Aiming now finally with some free time on this turret.
I think the fight is fine if Cuz doesn't get impaled. No spell shield for the Impale there. And he just gets caught and still commits right to trying to kill a Career.
Oh, Perfect. Immediately just flashing on top of Shiu. Needs a whole lot more Nabar if he wants to have a good time, but now he's going to get kited out. And the Nabar was just a little bit too frightening. Flash for flash there on that top side. As Lucid moving on up.
Yeah, Cuz is here without Paranoia, so I don't think this is a 2v2 they're going to opt for, but a lot of value still in the push they get after this. So Cuz thought he could sidestep there. They have the wild growth onto the Skarner, and Career just kind of walks away, right? It flashes back, not under any threat, but with all the damage they got here, they still are able to get more plate gold and push this wave in the interim because there's no ults for either bottom laner, so you can see it's down to 2 plates there. Still a big lead here for Aiming in this game.
Yep. As BDD, not going to get tagged.
We haven't seen the mid laners get involved in any early scraps just yet, but it has been Showmaker has been holding the prio and the advantages that are stacking up little by little here as he got the Luden's advantage as well. So BDD has really just been kind of his back against the turret for all of this early game, which is not how he wants to play Zoe. And we've seen a few of those Zoe games already this season. One of his best picks, but just isn't getting accelerated the way he often does.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously wants to be playing around in this mid game a little bit more, like skirmishes, things like that, where you can find the priority targets with the bubbles, pair that with the Paranoia and things like this. But right now, Showmaker is keeping him locked in lane. Now Paranoia comes down yet again. There's a great wild growth combo one more time, but there is the Impale onto 2. Aiming able to get out of the way of it though, and now doing so much damage. Smash already taken out. Korea in so much trouble, and Aiming is just free hitting over and over. Flash out for Lucid is going to keep him alive.
Aiming is insane!
Yeah, KT, man, finally performing in this series.
He's like, no, I'm going in. I'm going past the Skarner. He has flash. He dashes through. And once he doesn't get locked down, he's like, we win these. That was crazy. And he's 1,400 gold ahead now after this play. They have total control of the bottom side of the map. We're going to see the lane swap come through here.
The Gold King is back.
Watch Aiming in this scrap. Because Lucid's here. He knows it. But they want this wild growth combo. Aiming's kiting it back. Dashes past the Skarner. And avoids the Impale. Flashes just to be safe, but I think he was out of range of it there. But he just makes sure. And he just says no to that Skarner. Lucid has to run Scorpion tails between legs there.
All
out
of
this
those
fight.
tails.
Oh, That was a very risky play there. If Aiming gets caught, the situation is totally different, but they were so confident.
It was really nicely done. As DK do move their bottom lane towards this top side. They're taking out a whole bunch of plates. There is a Renekton on the bottom side of the map going for a bit of a cross-map play here. But I feel like DK do have a bit of an advantage as far as tempo is concerned.
Yeah, first turret likely to go over to the Renekton, but the Gnar is biding his time, and we'll see. Looks like it's not going to happen right now as this wave gets cleared out. Skarner's going to leave.
Yep, that gold lead has shrunk a little bit that Aiming had been able to put together for himself. As now Shiu dealing with this Renekton. But
all of the gold lead really is in Showmaker. Or like the fact that this gold lead isn't as large as it could be is because of Showmaker's laning. And the plates that just got picked up for Smash really halved the gold deficit he was in. So D+ doing a great job of getting the solution into a good spot.
Oh dear. Showmaker is just going to blow up Aiming. Well, the chains are not going to quite connect, but Aiming does still have to get out of there. And now this should be DK with control over anything. Oh no, Aiming. He will get himself out of there. It was Lucid that had the choice words for Aiming as well before this series. Bubble doesn't quite land, and now Cuz with the paranoia down. Aiming turns it with the ulti, and it's BDD that locks down the kill. Lucid is going to immediately get punished, and Showmaker has to flash to get out of the way of Cuz. But KT still want to make this happen towards his top side. There is no minion wave as Aiming is going to get turned on here by Showmaker and just dies for his trouble. Aiming now 3-0-2, and he doesn't want out of this series yet.
Oh, I debated about talking about it when they tried to kill him a moment before when Effort came over and pressed the shield and pressed the heal when Showmaker was going to all in, but I was going to say, like, Aiming was like, you press every button, I ain't going to barrier. I'm more important. And you know what? He has his barrier when Showmaker goes for the all-in in that final moment. I don't know if it was necessarily a difference maker, but it definitely made it impossible for Showmaker to make anything happen there, and he picks up a third kill. And suddenly, if I look at the palms of my hands, I'm like, is it possible we could have a series?
I mean, it at least says Ga. It at least says Ga.
Yeah. Because Aiming here, he doesn't use barrier, is what I'm getting at. And then he kind of accidentally baits them, and Lucid goes in super deep for this. And Aiming's low health, but if they don't have access, then he can do infinity damage even though he's super low. And they play this super slow but super well. KT, paranoia. Aiming goes up top side to clear the wave. They know they can collapse on the Showmaker with a wave crashing through. I mean, as it does, Showmaker's like, well, I've got one chance here to make something of this. But the barrier is real, and down he goes.
I mean, in the meantime, there were a couple of turrets that were taking a whole lot of damage. So they lose mid-outer and the bottom outer. So you can see the gold lead hasn't actually changed all that much. Outside of the fact that Aiming is absolutely gigantic. He has 2 items, Smash has 2 items, Cuz is going to be able to find Lucid here.
BDD's on the map, you know, he got that first kill for him now, so he's no longer in Showmaker jail.
Yep.
So that's good for him as well. But we are still at a very even game state. Feels, you know, like maybe we could see Ga on our hands because this is the first real game for KT this series.
I mean,
far from over.
This is definitely a game in our hands. And the essence of that is that we don't know who's going to win pre-15 minutes, which has kind of been the way of the last 2. Still, the entire outer ring of turrets is being taken here by DK, and only 1 on the KT side. They might be able to change that, though, as the Rift Herald is now going to get marched into this outer turret in mid. BDD looking for a bit of an angle here with the Paddle Star as this siege from the Zoe is so scary. Lucid did not want to take a nap there, but had to do it. And there is the outer turret falling. KT able to pull back even further into the lead. And these bubbles just keep landing. Korea obviously can self-cleanse, but this ulti is just going to be on cooldown all the time.
Well, if he gets the ulti out for a bubble, that's 100%, 1,000% worth for BDD every time. The early game here for KT has been phenomenal, and even though the gold lead is small here for KT, they have it in the right place in this late game scaling Gnar. And for the first time, it feels like Aiming is going to actually be able to do the carrying of the game. Like, he has the opportunity to at least, as he's got his Phantom Dancer online right now, and is looking to go for a late game where, you know, he's set up for success. He has a Lulu, he has a Nocturne. He might not have a Lulu right now.
Yeah, the Lulu does have to leave, but will not die. So there is that.
Shiu is also becoming a big problem.
He is.
They're not playing through shutting down this Gnar because they're playing for mid-prio. And eventually, this Gnar becomes a secondary AD carry threat if he is not responded to. As we will see BDD at least kind of surf around the area for a moment.
Yep. And they do have 3 grubs as well, so Shia in a side lane is going to be very, very scary. Still,
Earth,
KT,
Wind, and Fire?
Yeah, we could actually have a Cloud Soul, which would... Oh, it's Hextech Soul instead. That is a spicy one.
Too many Hextech Souls this season.
So many, man. We've just switched to the other tech. Orcs had his way with the season prior with all of the Chemtechs, but now it is Hextech season. Is that going to be another Piltover Arcane season?
When we said season, like I said just then season, I'm like, is this the LCK actually technically? I don't even know if these stats go to LCK or not because it's Road to MSI, but still, this year,
I think they do.
This year has had too many Hextech Souls here in GDG Law Park.
And
tone it down, Rito.
And I know this is a way more interesting game, and there is a lot more to talk about, but I would really like our stats team to actually give us a breakdown of how many souls that we've had for each of the dragons. It just would be really, really good.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down
if
for
anyone's listening.
It might be on GOL. I don't know. I don't have time to check right now because we're casting this game, but eventually.
I'm sure there's some. I guess, like you does here, somebody's here. Like, we'll be able to figure something out. But that would be fun information to have.
Now, because of this double dragon here and the potency of it, especially with a comp like this, it is pretty scary for D+ to give up any more of these.
Yes.
And they opted out because they didn't want to skirmish into this fed Yunara, but she's only getting stronger. And this Smash Lucian hasn't been set up to get any kills in this mid game. This is where he thrives normally, but because he's so far behind, even though he has 2 items, it's not really him threatening aiming like he wants to be. The Lucian wants to be kind of dashing forward and chunking the Yunara and having jungle support, but instead it's KT who have full control. Despite the fact that KT also lost their mid turret, just hasn't been valuable for this LeBlanc this game around.
And Xiu is a gigantic problem. I just don't know whether that is going to really matter. It kind of feels very similar to the position Perfect was in game number 1, where he had a bit of a lead, but the rest of the map was just kind of a disaster. So a lot of it, he actually, get into positions to really help them win this game? That's going to be my question for later on.
I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the fact that even though he's big, there's a Nocturne that can, even if he goes deep inside, a Nocturne can shut him down and punish.
That's a good point. Yeah, okay, Cuz could be in a little bit of trouble, down to 50% health, as there's the culling. He's against a wall, and Effort has to block it for him. Still, that is a lot of damage done by DK.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I can't kill aiming, but if this Nocturne is going to be a little greedy, could maybe look for that one. Unfortunately for Smash, they're not able to get any lethal damage there or even any summer spells off of that, so hurt the Nocturne a lot, but he doesn't really care. He's just going to go back home and Hexgate back into the jungle. He's going to continue to fight for vision here. D+ do have a little bit of vision around this Baron control. That's why KT are responding so much, but I think KT are also aware there's no chance they could be doing this as solo attempt?
Yeah, just going in. As the chains are going to land, and Cuz, I mean, sometimes you just want to hit at a LeBlanc. And Bubble is going to connect here onto Lucid as well. Circle is down, but he should be able to drive his way out and is able to do so.
If they
a hug from Career as well.
They do this, and then they are able to get a lot of Lucid's health bar. Like, if they were able to turn this into a Baron take, that would have felt fantastic because there's no enemy jungler there. But with Hexgates, I think even with this
level lead.
Yeah, I think even with this Yunara, they can't start Baron.
It's not quite
it was a fake 2-level lead.
Yeah, fake one. But I mean, that's a full level lead, right?
Yeah, it's big. He is going to eventually have to be answered, but now he knows there's no paranoia, so he can play a little bit further up to try to pressure insides. But KT, instead of looking for a Baron there, with Hexgates and all of the volatility that comes with it, they're just going to say, we got the LeBlanc flash. Nocturne ult is on a very short cooldown, and so we'll just have that for the next Dragon. We'll look for a Soul Point instead. And this is where I think D+ have to opt in. If you just go, oh, well, LeBlanc and Nara will side lane push, then KT can just leave someone on the Dragon and actually look to punish your side lane push as well. Like, they could just have aiming solo it if you completely nope out of the Dragon here as D+. So I think they will have to 5v5. Eventually, they will have to come face-to-face with this bloodthirster Yunara.
I kind of like the tech. As Showmaker is looking for a bit of an angle here towards Cuz. They do find the chains, and he does get McHale's. So that is going to keep him safe still. The longer they lock Xiu in a 1v1 in the side lane, the happier DK are going to be about this one. Gets a nice little Nara into the wall, but it's only to soften up this Renekton. As the mini Nara is what really does the damage here. DK now backing away 30 seconds on the Drake.
Yeah, if KT are able to get control of the Dragon while Xiu is pushing hard but not getting any real damage done, then it feels like a win, but he just kind of is like, well, I'll do it again. I am level 16. Perfect is just trying to clear these waves and then not interact with him as top lane goes.
Now able to get himself out.
D+ looking for a potential group up for contest. Showmaker and BDD both do not have teleport. BDD is coming over much faster, and there's no turret for Showmaker to threaten, so I mean, D+ are eventually going to have to make the call to send Showmaker down here if they are going to fight. He is heading over.
Yeah. Wandering down as best he can. As you say, though, no teleport to get himself over there, as Xiu has a Nabar in a great position. And Cuz, Spell Shield now on cooldown, the flash in, the Gnar under 3! As he looks for aiming, the Polymorph is fantastic, though, as the Paranoia comes on through, and aiming is now safe! Showmaker now trying to get out of the way of Cuz, who paranoid on top of him yet again, and aiming is going to follow as Lucid misses the Impale and has to flash away! Smash having to get out of the way of Perfect as well, who keeps himself alive! Lucid not going to be so lucky as aiming on an absolute rampage, flashing forward, and wants to find the target. BDD gets in there, and Smash is so close to dead, and it's Showmaker that falls instead. Still DK are not going to be threatening this one, and KT can get whatever they would like.
No one could say that Xiu did not do his job there, but there just wasn't enough follow-up. The instant polymorph comes through, aiming gets all the resources, and Gnar, when he's ahead, doesn't do that much in terms of engage. Like, your lead doesn't matter when you're the engaged champion and you just get burst down, and frankly, that's basically what happened here. If he was just autoing in mini, might have been more value, as the angle was there, the timing was right, but the follow-up just was so far away that even though he got a really good CC score there, I think he might have just sent us to a game 4.
And the thing is, like, I swear there was an angle for Lucid to flash Impale.
Yeah, and he didn't take it. And then Perfect, by the way, in moments before, not in this moment, or he's already backed, but he kept chasing. He was so low health. He was playing on a tightrope this far behind in this game, just so that aiming can make sure he gets that damage done. And now it's going to be sole point here for KT.
Yep, Baron already. And this is starting to look like the other two games, but in the other direction, as KT looking absolutely phenomenal in this one. You can see the gold lead was not moving anywhere for a very long time, sitting at about 1,000, but now finally at a real large number.
KT are the team, and we said it earlier, we talked about it so much earlier this season when they were on top. They weren't the team like HLE to push and get like the early 8,000 gold lead we've seen D+ have in this series and their wins. They kind of wait for their moment. That was their moment to punish, and they absolutely did. KT Dragon punishes, that was the thing. And this was, in this game, the thing as well, that maybe what does D+ in as their 2,000 gold lead Gnar finds the angle.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit too disjointed, and KT now are starting to open up the base here.
And I don't think the DK can really defend this, as it's down to one plate remaining. Lucid looking for an angle to get on in there, as Cuz takes a little bit of damage, but BDD is still fishing for these bubbles. And aiming just wants to take down this inhibitor. He will be able to do so, as Smash cannot offer anything back. Effort immediately throws that polymorph over towards Showmaker, and once again, this LeBlanc is just not doing enough in this game.
I love the Bloodthirster tech. I know aiming gets a lot of criticism.
I was going to mention this actually, and I agree with you.
But this Bloodthirster, the shield into the LeBlanc, makes you so much tankier. Like, it makes you just, you eat that first round of spells and you're like, I'm ready to go. I'm going to heal back up. And when you have Bloodthirster PD, it's like old 80 carry days where you're just like, okay, if you don't instantly explode me, you'll never kill me, especially if the Gnar is in Mega form and is melee and is just getting chunked out by the Unara as the fight is going on. Smash has done a lot of damage in this game, but the impact of that damage hasn't led to the takedowns that D+ need to win these fights. If aiming survives the initial salvo, you can't win the fight.
Well, now D+ certainly on the ropes, not out of it. I mean, it's 5,000 gold, it's not 10,000, so I guess that is, I mean, you can always say that it's, it's not, it is 10,000, it's not 20,000, but it's still not over, as that Impale certainly not going to land, as Lucid taking a lot of damage. Another bubble is going to connect. Man, BDD though is just so good, as aiming going to get cold. The fire kick is decent, effort is there to save him, but that is a lot of cooldowns now used. Still, Showmaker now on the prowl, looking for an angle here as Lucid gets the Gromp, but doesn't get much more than that. And now Cuz makes things very, very dark. The wallop over there from this Gnar is pretty big, and no one's dead just yet. But Showmaker takes a bit of a sleep, does manage to distort over the wall though, as aiming still at full health and will be even fuller as this fight goes on with that Bloodthirster.
That sleep was insane, didn't matter, but crazy angle he found.
There were a lot of really cool moments in that, and none of them really, oh my god, aiming just does so much damage.
I mean, also, you know, Aiming had to use his barrier there, got all the shields from effort, but you see he's just back up at full health again. Showmaker wants to find this.
They may have overstayed their welcome, but that chain was not really going to connect as Lucid pulls Cuz over. Doesn't find the wall though, and there is Showmaker making his way in once again. That health bar is so low, but Shiu is on an angle as well. He's got Flash coming up so incredibly soon. Perfect gets into that backline though. Smash able to dodge out of the way, and KT's health bars are so extraordinarily low. The chains connect onto Cuz, who does get snared, but not killed just yet as the hop gets Shiu out of there. Aiming, he's able to pick up the kill though. Oh my god, KT are just playing on a knife's edge right now, and you don't even need to. Perfect goes down, Smash at full health. He takes out effort as well. Showmaker is dead, and the hop over from Shiwi flashes on top of Aiming. Paranoia is up once again. It's a triple for Smash. Could it be the quadra? And there it almost is, as Shiu steals it away, and DK may have found their way back into this game.
They certainly have given themselves a better chance. The base is in tatters throughout this extended fight. The Super Minions were getting a lot of work done. They got one of the Nexus turrets, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Now, KT will be respawned for the Dragon fight. As if we're going to watch this whole replay, we might miss it. But the crux of this fight is that KT are too far up, and she was 2 steps ahead. Same for the backline, forces the teleport from the Renekton, but D+ see it, and they're like, all right, let's just front to back this. Let's play this slow. We don't have to just burst Aiming down because everyone's so low here. Showmaker goes so deep to get that additional damage done. Ultimately isn't able to kill Cuz, which is why he's able to later ult back in. But D+ are like, we have this secondary AD carry here in Shiu, and if we play slow, we absolutely can win this fight, especially with Aiming now down Wild Growth. And Cuz makes a very aggressive call here as his Paranoia comes back up. But I want to watch the Dragon fight, his effort in live.
Yep, the chain not going to quite lock him down, but they do get the flash out of the Lulu in live. And BDD over the wall, that's a scary one, but does at least have to portal back and is going to be all right there. 2-0-5 for this Zoe. Rabadon's death cap in hand as well. But after that fight, Smash is now massive. Molder Reminder completed, as well as those first 3 items. As DK, they might actually have some fight in them for this soul point on the KT side. Still so many cards in the hands of KT at this moment, as Lucid tanking up a lot of damage, but Shiu charging that Naba on this Gromp. Can DK find themselves a team fight? That is the question.
Shiu's angle is really good.
Yeah, but KT have spotted him out. There is the Paranoia. They're looking for the angle, and that is going to be the steal. Hextech Soul comes in for KT. And now Lucid taking so much damage. The Impale picks up 2. The Nara under the wall, and it's the Lulu that goes down. They take out Aiming. And DK, they didn't find the Drake, but they found the fight. Lucid still in trouble, though, and BDD is still very scary. He's perfect. Gets in there, and they both die. The Umbral Blades from Cuz locks them down. And there is only Shiu left alive. And KT, they get the Drake, and as it turns out, win the fight.
BDD saw his team and his road to MSI Live flash before his eyes there when that Impale came through, but he was able to carry it through. He was able to get it done. He was able to keep them in this game, but the fight is a wash, and so D+ now are still alive in this game, right? KT technically win the fight. They got the Dragon, and they're going to look for Baron here, but D+ still have one more chance. As this fight initially is KT is playing this so slow. They're juggling, dealing with this Gnar on one side, but also the Smite fight on the left side. And when the Smite comes through, they're like, okay, we just got to back away. We just got to back away. But when they decide to chase this play, by the way, in Drowsy, he's like, I'm going to make it happen. Flash forwards the Impale, and then the Gnar follow-up was insane, but there's just too... The health bars are too low. This Renekton is too large. Cuz has a
look
GA.
at perfect. This angle, man.
But it's so crazy. He's like smashing them with this Q. Strikebreaker breaks their spirits, and BDD layers all that damage through from the backside of the fight.
It almost looked like it was something that DK could actually use.
I thought Lucid might have just robbed us of a series. Like, I thought he was like, you know what? I'm going to Wonju. And
they still definitely could. They've got a couple of match points after this.
And they are in a position where their Nexus is still alive. Their inhibitor has respawned, and she was level 20. The gold lead is diminished here for KT. They still have a Hextech Soul. They have Baron. And they should be in a position to win this game.
Oh, Wolf. Elder Flip territory.
He cannot stop this TP. But yeah, I mean, it's a potential angle here in this game.
My goodness. This has been, like, even if this is the last game, I'm so much happier about this series now that this game has at least existed?
Yeah, I like to have in my best of fives a parentheses and parentheses game at least.
Yeah. That would be nice.
And I think KT should be able to take this inhibitor off the map. Smash just got his GA. There's one big fight here potentially for Shiyu to flank with on this Gnar, but he's just pinned down. And they're just going to get this inhibitor, and now they can start pushing this push into the mid lane, that mid inner. And the Elder in 3 minutes will give them, I mean, the fact that it's in 3 minutes will give D+ enough time to kind of lick their wounds here, as long as they don't make a mistake. So they just need to play defensively and hope that KT make a mistake, or that if they have to lose their second inhibitor, at least they don't lose the game while they do it.
Yeah, the problem is, I just feel like KT's composition actually does siege relatively well.
With the Zoe.
With the Zoe, yeah, just fishing for so many of these opportunities. We know that Cuz is very happy to just send it.
Yeah, if you make one mistake into BDD Zoe while you're defending this Baron, and somebody dies, it's over. We're going to game 4.
Showmaker looks to see whether he can find him, but does not quite happen here.
2 levels down on this Zoe. He doesn't hit this bubble, but he was so close.
All right, Showmaker once again hunting. That aiming is looking very safe right now. Almost 6 items. Just needs a Mercurial Scimitar, and he will be just done with his build.
This top inhibitor is the most important one for Elder, if they could get it.
Oh, Showmaker goes in. They just want to try and target effort down, I guess. Just try and remove someone from the map. Most killable member of the team, but these turrets are just melting. Shiyu looking to try and get his fangs into perfect here off to the side as we do the full zoom out. The War of Attrition, that's the one that I was looking for, is going to be won here by KT.
That's the second inhibitor and the most important one for Elder, but maybe they can get 3 as they look for Shiyu here a little bit.
Oh, aiming versus Smash here, and actually aiming is going to get the bung end of it. My God, Smash so aggressive, but the Hextech Soul going to slow him down, and now Perfect is actually just going to be going down, so DK, they do get a kill.
If they got the kill on the aiming there, they might just be able to push up the mid lane in the game. That was so close. By the way, aiming doesn't flash. He's like, nah, barrier's enough. I calculate this. As he walks out.
6 items now completed as well.
He has the scimitar. He is ready to do the most Yunara that anyone has ever Yunara'd in this game. But D+'s base is in tatters. Sure, they got that kill there onto the Renekton. They're able to defend. They're able to survive. We're in Elder Flip territory, but Renekton's going to respawn. He's got TP. KT have prio for this Elder, so it's going to take a miracle still for D+, but the fact that we get to have a conversation about the miracle is, in part, based on Smash here, the flash forward, and aiming doesn't flash in response. And then they turn on the Renekton.
Man, Smash, he saw the angle, and they almost managed to get it.
I think I said there at the end, am I crazy? And, I mean, yes, but in a good way.
Yeah.
And 122 health on Yunara.
Yeah, it was like Yunara, 122 HP. Very, very close.
Yeah, he saw it with the trinket there at the end. You could feel how locked in he was in that moment. He's like, I almost got him, and we would have won the game, I think. Won the series and go to Wonju off of that, but still going to have to fight for the Elder. 10 seconds, and the inhibitor push has been dealt with. You know, actually, bottom lane is cleared up.
Yep. I do love this from KT.
Yeah, they're just going to push mid.
Yeah, we can just threaten the old Elder for Nexus trade. But now Perfect in a bit of trouble.
Somebody dies. Right. KT might just lose this game. They have to play it slow, but get this inhibitor, and now just kind of back away and regroup.
Yep. And now they will be able to rotate back. They put all that pressure. They bought enough time.
It's so hard to punish KT because they have the Hextech Soul, so they just kind of kite.
Oh, the bubble from BDD! Flash from Showmaker, but they weren't even looking for him. They are just going to go straight back towards this Elder.
And KT can do this Elder because they have a full build Yunara, and if D+ show up, they just back away and let the super minions do the job.
Yep, there's the Paranoia Smash. He's got a GA, but he might have to use it very, very quickly in this one. Double GA's now employed, but down goes the Skana, and the Yunara is now going ballistic. That's a triple, make it a quadra, and Perfect should be able to hold Shiyu in position to get a pentakill for aiming, and that is how KT are going to get back into this series, ladies and gentlemen. DK were punching that ticket. Aiming says absolutely not.
That pentakill by Gillette here for aiming to end the game, I think, is a statement from KT in this one. Aiming was the main character in this draft, was set up for success, and he played it so well. There were so many moments where he nearly died. He held his flash, he held his barrier, he played this entire game on a tightrope. And I think D+ played a phenomenal game despite the deficit. The Gnar angle for Shiu didn't work out, but he played it well, right? And they had the two big impales for Lusa that kept him in the game. But man, the so many of those times where it almost feels like aiming flashed after the fact. Like it's like he barely escaped it and he flashed anyways just because he's like,
they deserved it. They deserved to get my flash.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It felt like that, and he's just... He didn't need to because he's positioned so well. He played one of the most impressive Inara games I think he's played in his career here. And Smash, like, he was so close to just ripping the series out of our hands. But, whoa, instead, we are going to 4 and maybe 5. And maybe that reverse sweep, maybe the iron mental, the resilience here of KT is true. And maybe they could go to Wonju after what seemed impossible and 5 minutes into game 2.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What an absolutely incredible game.
Get the hinges off!
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are definitely cardboard in front of an opening, okay? It's nowhere near a door right now, as you'd have to be listening to our previous conversation to understand what that means, as I barely do at this point because that game was absolutely incredible. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space finally gets to break down a good game, and then we'll have game number 4. We'll see.
일단 와드 채우고 싶기도 한데. 오케이. 꺼내기만 할게. 꺼내기만. 밑에 나온다. 이런 거 그냥 쌈 보면 돼. 루시안 노플인데. 루시안 노플이야. 박아도 돼. 오케이 확인. 풀공해줄게. 루시안 노플. 루시안부터 마무리. 루시안 마무리해야 돼. 가도 돼. 변이할게. 루블라. 루시안. 나 펜타. 어떤지 일단 뭐 해봐. 나 실드 이속 있죠? 밴드 가줄래? 나 슬로우 돼. 슬로우 됐다. 형 탑없어요. 펜타. 줘봐. 나를 높여. 집중해서 잘해보자.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
루시안 팬이 루시안. 나 펜타.
As we take a look at the final moments here from KT, really take in the pressure that you can hear from the voices and also the lack of the comms.
They're not high. It's a pentakill.
Listen. Listen.
집중해서 잘해보자.
That was it. He got a penta.
And he
They
said,
won a game.
And he said, let's do well next game.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think they know there's still a long road ahead of them.
Bro, when Ruler gets close to a penta, he gets two kills. He's like,
on.
penta, penta, penta. When Guma gets close, penta, penta, penta.
Egon, you said, bro, they're already out. This is KT.
Hurts.
Backers.
I don't know what to say. Dang, there's always next time. That's usually what I say. All right, I had to pick myself back up there. Next time, bros. As, again, a great fighting of the back there by KT. In a tense one, I have to say, I went out to the arena, and it was so tense. The environment had changed. I think for KT fans, they were like, okay, we're running out of tracks to go up and down on. For D+ fans, it was, okay, we got to close out the series. And this whole series was on pins and needles until finally KT closed out the Nexus there.
For me, a lot of the success in this game was down to the bot lane and the jungle. I think Cuz really came alive, and we saw that early on. His attention focused towards aiming ahead. We just saw him get a pentakill there, but it started off with some early attention, setting up an early dive, and putting the enemy bot lane behind. This early trade was what allowed this to happen. We've seen a lot of times in the current meta, if you get a good advantageous trade, you can facilitate a dive coming through. And this honestly puts you in such a good position if you have a Yunara Lulu, being able to facilitate this. And the Nocturne Lulu combo has been so potent. Following up on that ultimate with the Wild Growth knockup is so powerful. And we saw a follow-up here where it ended up being a 3v3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what we asked for KT, right? Like the game 1 and game 2, like they are not choosing the fight that what they wanted. This is all what we actually expect, what KT are really good at it. Choosing the good fight. They set up the first, let's see, we just hit the first drake, and then let's see like, if they're coming, we press R and we kill them because they have no sums, and they're losing. Lulu's like such a strong right there, and it's like had a really great momentum and just flash over the ult and pick up the kill, and they never lose 3v3 again there. It actually just, closed the game.
Yeah, that could have gone very differently, though, if Lucid was able to get there just a bit sooner. Instead, you got this Yunara that is going, pumping, and now KT are the ones that are in the front foot. Until this moment here, the cast called it out. It was a great ult by Shiwu. Woo! But no one else was able to follow here. Why?
That polymorph that came in to stop the wallop from immediately being there, then the Wild Growth after. There was some heroic efforts, I feel like, from D+ to get back into the game, but some great peel there, stopped the follow-up from coming through, and allowed the turnaround to come in. And then it was KT reevaluating the fight. We see there as well the sidestep from aiming on the Impale, and they just readjust and are able to move forward in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, if they were like a little bit close, like just like 1 centimeter closer, the fight would look much different. But the thing is, like, they knew it. These Naruto's actually just kind of alone, and they were like actually willing to take a fight, just come in. The choke was like super deep. I think they're recognizing like, we have to back, we have to go in. I think it was like really fast this game. I think that's how they won.
Yeah, and then finally, this last fight that we have here for you has everything. Has the steal, has a fight win, has a flank, has the reverse on it. Everything goes and happens here.
I think this shows that D+ were continuing to find these pretty crazy efforts to make their way back into the game. This one came once again from a Gnar, but also this Impale from Lucid. They catch both the bot laners here with the Impale, even after the dash.
Watch Smash.
The Gnar follows, but then Smash dashes in. He had culling.
He had culling all time.
Could have played from a safe distance. He gets hit by the Wild Growth, and the Nocturne is right on top of him. So even though the bot lane for KT dies here, we see that Smash goes down as well. So in the aftermath of this fight, what looked like a winning fight for D+, ends up not being so. In the 3v4, it's actually KT who clean up, and I actually think if Smash lives here, this might have actually been a potential game-winning fight for D+.
I mean, D+ Gia had so many chances since the KT. This is not actual clean game from KT, you know, like there were hiccup. There was a lot of hiccup. They were making mistake a lot. That's why D+ Gia had such a great chance to come back, make his stable game, and they're kind of 50-50 Drake, 50-50 Baron, 50-50 Elder. They had a chance, but the thing is like, KT was better, slightly.
In clutch moments, and it leads us now for the first time in the road to MSI to the championship rounds, like I like to call them. Now it's game 4 in the best of 5. What do you want to see here?
I think there's more pressure with it being fearless now and more bans, more picks being removed. But I think the play needs to be cleaned up a bit. We obviously saw there Smash making a pretty big mistake at a big moment. But KT, even though they won this game, it took such a massive effort, and there were countless moments where D+ were trying to get back in the game and we're getting pretty close. So just sharpening up some of these big team fights.
Time for Coach Score and Coach CV Max to show what's in the bag. Let's find out in game number 4.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I wonder whether Ox was saying effort as much as he was, knowing that he was saying effort as much as he was, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a player ID can get in your head like that if you can use it as a noun to describe what D+ was doing to try to get back into the game. I could feel the, you know, how that could happen. In your brain.
No, I liked it a lot. I just like to think that he was doing it on purpose.
Well, a lot of the time, you know, Effort made those plays. I think he's trying to, like, he's basically trying to essentially psyop everyone to vote for support. Like subliminal messaging. Because, I mean, the polymorph was good, the Gnar play, and the effort that was attempted there. So maybe that's just justice for support's tank.
Genius. I love it. As we get into the draft here for game number 4, DK chose first pick. And I feel, and I'll keep saying this, as you get deeper and deeper into Fearless, counter pick becomes a little bit more powerful over and over again as those very strong blind picks do get taken away.
And the Nocturne was the defining pick for that game 3 for KT. The entire draft played around it with the Lulu. And so let's see if D+ can get something equally as valuable this time around now that their first pick on the red side.
Yeah.
The Vayne ban is pretty interesting because Gnar is already fearlessly banned. We specifically see this played into Gnar, and very rarely anywhere else.
Into Scion as well.
Sometimes, yeah.
Is an option, but we'll see where they do decide to go. One last ban here for D+. It will be the Annie once again taken away.
This is the kind of Vayne pick that you see outside of the Gnar matchup, only played by players like Zeus, right?
Yep.
You see it very rarely by anybody else. So surprised by it, but see what their game plan is going to be, as the Lucid Lee Sin ban makes a ton of sense.
Wow. Ezreal banned by KT. Was not on my bingo card.
Definitely a pretty interesting one. As we are getting very deep into Fearless, we have 680 carry bans already here.
So
plus 2.
Karma is
available, but with no Ezreal, you know, you lose a lot of engage. We've lost a lot of engage with Fearless as well in terms of jungles, for example. So I think it's a pretty risky pick to just slam the Karma here without necessarily a great plan. And they might still have that plan.
Bard is still up as well, though. That has been picked into the Karma. So they are going to pick the Bard instead because the Karma doesn't do well into the Bard.
Yeah. And I think that this is something KT have already prepared for and are planning to just avoid the Karma altogether, is what I expect. But what that looks like, we don't yet know. There's no Nautilus anymore. They could just go for a prio pick for Cuz. Instead, it'll be the Sivir. So maybe Sivir Karma, I mean, it technically works, but especially with this Nefiri, I think you're going to need a little bit more CC in this draft.
Yeah, so Nefiri going to be the choice. Lucid just hovering some stuff for now. We'll see whether it is going to be Majin Buu or not.
Zac jungle was kind of relevant for a little while here in the LCK.
Hey, so was Zac top lane.
That's true.
But we're hovering it for the moment. Let's see where the Lucid does want to go there. Instead, it's going to be MF into the Sivir.
Yeah, MF plus Bard is not as strong as, you know, for example, MF Nautilus or even that like MF Leona, where you just have that guaranteed lockdown. But you can, if you time the bullet time correctly, use the Tempered Fate to set up a lot of damage.
Ooh, Pantheon, that's going to be the choice into this Nefiri. And I think this is Lucid saying, okay, no more tanks. Let's go proactive again, and let's make something happen. Let's hope that that's what he's saying.
It's a really strong 3v3 here in the bottom lane. There's a lot of damage. And early game, you're so powerful with the Electrocute Bard, the Misfortune, and the early game Pantheon damage. So this will make things a little bit trickier here for KT Rolster. A lot of discussion happening here about whether it's going to be Karma or whether it's going to be something else entirely, and it won't be the support.
Okay. Just going to go Nefiri and the Ahri here for BDD. At least that's what they're considering, and they will lock that one away. So they cannot take away BDD's pick. Let's see what KT does to protect this Ahri pick in the mid lane.
That is the million-dollar question, is what Showmaker wants to play with this Pantheon right now into Ahri. Like, Lissandra almost needs to be banned, right? Lissandra, good in this matchup, works well with Misfortune, actually pairs well with Bard as well.
And actually pairs kind of well with Pantheon.
Yeah, I'm like
that too.
The more I think about it, I'm like, I don't know, LCK would never, right? But Showmaker might, you know?
Well, Ambessa going to be taken away.
It's an interesting one.
I don't know whether Ambessa really sticks out in my mind as the option here for
I don't understand what this draft is for KT trying to do with it when it both has like incredible scaling Sivir pick, but also Nefiri Ahri pick potential.
The Yuumi.
Okay, that's a pretty good ban. That really strong for all facets of this comp right now, but especially for the Sivir in lane.
Yep.
So Ambessa kind of hints at maybe we get that Scion pick, but they would have to ban the Trundle as well right now.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, where do they put the Trundle? It'll be a hard one to play.
You're right.
Trundle top lane
thinking about
was a thing for a bit.
It was, yeah. I was thinking about answers to the Scion that they might want to ban away, and Twisted Fate will be removed here. Twisted Fate plus Pantheon, and all the lockdown that provides for this MF sounds horrifying and terrible, and Showmaker's really good at that pick, so that makes sense. If you go for the Scion, your Sivir gets empowered, but your Ahri Nefiri does not.
And also, I feel like Scion does walk straight into an Alawi now, which is also somewhat difficult. There's a Rakan ban. So they can pick Karma still if they would like to. I mean, Sivir Karma is still strong.
They have some engage with the Ahri, right? But I think I personally be looking for a little bit more CC here. But they're just going to lock it in.
Yep.
And they'll get counterpick for Perfect as a result of this. So what's Showmaker going?
What do they have cooked?
Aurora really strong in this draft, actually.
Okay, they're considering it for the moment. Theoretically also a flex, which is kind of cute.
Yeah, technically could be. I think if you're confident in your Aurora versus Ahri matchup, this pick can explode to the moon when we get to the mid game. Showmaker seems pretty happy with it. So,
is it Alawi time?
Blind, I expect not, but it could be. Jax, a lot more blindable here.
Yeah, an interesting one. Haven't seen too much of the Jax more recently.
It offers a lot of extra damage too in longer team fights.
Yep, and some engage potential.
Yeah, if the Misfortune combo doesn't work out, and it follows up onto Tempered Fate really well, I do think this is a great pick in this draft.
The real question is, what does Perfect do into it?
Are they going to do something crazy here? You know, Cannon has been a common answer to the Jax in more Jax-oriented metas, and it's a lot of CC, if you can hit the Maelstrom, in the team fight that they so sorely need. But it just comes back to the Scion, and I have to once again ask the question, what is this draft trying to do? Is it a pick draft, or is it a scaling draft? It's kind of doing both, and I think when I look at the side of D plus Kia, they have a clear win con. There's so much setup for this Misfortune.
Do R button together.
Yeah, it's not basic in how it was crafted. Like, it took a lot of work to get to this composition to actually make it functionally work, but I look at D Plus's draft, and I think there's a ton of synergy built into this one, and with high-tier picks. And I look at D+, and it's like, well, Gold King gonna Gold King, I guess. Maybe also we'll get some picks along the way. And KT have tried to do two different things in their draft. whereas D+'s draft is doing just one. It's get into the faces of KT, lock them in place, and MF here by Smash just make Swiss cheese.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the Scion pick kind of saved the draft for KT a little bit, just because now at least they have a front line for aiming to play around. This Sivir can absolutely do work in a composition like this. But like you were saying, I think that D+, certainly ease of execution going to be on their side. And I think when it comes to a Game 4, when it comes to all of this pressure mounting, and they need to pull momentum back into their hands, I think that having a Kissinger composition, as you dubbed it earlier on, is definitely a way to make things work. For KT, they could still do it. They could sound the alarm, bring us to Silver Scrapes. Get into the Rift for Game 4. All right, DK fans, very loud here in Chichidik Lol Park, but KT still with some loud voices themselves. Smash and Korea already in position in lane, and we mentioned it already, but this lane should be pretty good for the MF Bard.
I think so. The MF's early stats are really, really powerful, and obviously she has her passive as well to do the additional damage on first shots, so very, very potent. Karma Poke is going to be what is trying to keep this lane honest here for KT, trying to pressure some back. See effort getting some extra autos off there. Career is always trying to proc that.
Whoa, wow. Barrier immediately just gone.
One of those barriers was a little bit more successful than the other.
Yeah. Smash still pretty high health, as Cuz actually in the enemy jungle right now. Korea able to move on up to try and stop him, as it looks like this, yeah, they're going to get the flash out of Cuz.
Oh, no.
Korea just knows exactly what's going on. The Nefiri does not like Bard at all, and yeah, because he had to use the flash already, he's able to get himself over the wall. Lucid was thinking about it, decides not to press the flash button to get on in there.
I thought Lucid was going to flash there for sure, but he does not, so he lives. Cuz does, but not going to be enjoying his time.
Yeah. Korea just going to come on over and push Cuz even further out of his jungle.
There is a limit to how much you can do this as Lucid in this situation.
Yeah, Cuz does manage to get the smite as well. So that is going to get a little bit back.
Actually, ends up kind of, I mean, obviously Lucid gets the flash advantage over Cuz here, but does not actually get the lead he was looking for 100%. Is now going to be able to take that red buff away. Cuz did not secure the blue buff that he was attempting when he decided to flash away there, so...
Really interesting move, as now Shiu with the Counter-Strike doing a lot of work here towards perfect. Scion was never really going to have a great time, but this can be volatile, and Shiu does have to do stuff like that. Leap out of the way of Qs, make this one work.
One way you can look at this KT draft...
Whoa, okay. That is some aggression, and that is BDD not wanting to take any risks in this early game at all.
Yeah, I think that is wise. 2 flashes down here,
Cuz is still level 2.
Yeah, he has not been able to do the farming of the jungle. He will get this level 2 with the, or level 3 with this smite. Lucid didn't have smite. As now this is going to turn into a potential gank here.
Yeah, really awkward 2v2 right now, as Cuz just wants to leave. And Lucid charging up the Q.
Lucid really just wants to hold on to this tempo advantage, but BDD is in the area, so this is risky.
Yeah, BDD is going to show on mid-wave. And Lucid might just be able to take this blue buff in front of Cuz, because Cuz is just a little scared.
Early game Pantheon, kind of unreal what he can do. As it's going to take some time, though, and this is still somewhat volatile. Career is here now.
Yeah, these junglers are just doing some weird stuff. Cuz going to be able to lock down his Gromp, and we're going to see this one started up yet again. Aiming, winning a 1v1 against the Misfortune here in this bottom lane is pretty impressive. Not entirely sure what led to that, but it will be this blue buff being taken here by Lucid. And doesn't actually lose patience, will just be taken away. So there it is, successful counter jungle here.
Yeah, eventually. As Lucid is not ahead in farm because he hasn't done his own jungle yet, but in theory should be able to go over there and secure that, as we're just constantly fighting here in the jungle.
Yeah, that is another fantastic Cosmic Binding, but not a lot of follow-up available.
Aiming can just rejoin his squad here. Smash is kind of pinned down, so I think this is the end of D+'s aggression, and Lucid will probably finally go clear his camps after getting the scuttle. Yep, so no double scuttle or anything crazy like that. And now we're back to this 2v2 with Smash having a health deficit from the earlier trade that was briefly shown. And as the dust settles here, D+, slight advantage, but nothing too crazy. A lot of it just simply in the top lane.
Yeah, it's just kind of Shiu that's ahead at this point in time. As you mentioned, though, camp advantage is pretty large for Lucid, as Boomerang Blade going to do a lot of work towards Korea. Cuz now freed up to try and at least get some camps back from Lucid, or try and go for some kill attempts as they do get the dagger over. There's a flash out from Korea as the doggos get in there, but the bleed is gone now. Still, a redive is possible.
Lucid's coming over. They have to do this quickly if they're going to do it at all.
Yep, Lucid does come on down, and Cuz just going to vacate for now. The back should come through here for Korea.
It's a cannon wave, so it was a little bit scary, but he does get the back off. They're not going to push any further here.
Man, this is so intense.
It's the most on a knife's edge early game we've had in a little while, where it's just so tense the entire time. As this top lane matchup, like mentioned before, is where D+ have most of their winnings at the moment, as it's a two-wave advantage here for Shiu, putting the pressure on really well on this Jax, but it is natural for the Jax to have a lead like this early.
Yep.
What I was going to say earlier before we went into like constant jungle battle is, the one way you can look at this Ahri pick for KT in this draft is it's an additional form of CC for an immobile AD carry that you want to pick in these team fights. So maybe that's the idea. It's not that we're playing half pick, half scaling. It's like, well, this is an extra threat to kill Smash. And then when Smash is dead, we have the consistent damage and you don't, and we have the front line and you don't, arguably. So maybe KT were thinking a little bit further ahead than I thought in some ways with this Ahri pick. Time will tell how they play it and what the game looks like, but I just want to briefly mention that it does what the Karma does not in terms of locking down Smash in team fights.
And maybe they don't need it, because Smash is just kind of losing trades to aiming over and over again here in this lane. Really good use of the spell shield to make sure that Smash wasn't able to get that double up damage through. And aiming is doing a bunch of work. Right now is ahead by, a wave and a half, something like that. 250 gold, but the Sivir is very happy to scale. So Smash looking a little bit more to be the combo AD carry, just farming waves in mid lane with his Bloodthirster, things like that. Showmaker dodging out of the way of BDD over and over again in this lane, and still has that 200 gold lead that we were talking about before. Great charm connects from BDD though, and they both do the same amount of damage to each other.
Yeah, and now looking for career here to battle with effort. I think with the rotating Cuz, this is pretty risky from career, but knows that he has the electrocute.
Yep, and there is the make it rain. Effort able to flash himself out of the way. They do break the chains as Cuz over the wall, but is spotted out here. DK just going to be able to push them out of the river. No first blood just yet. In fact, kind of no big advantage being picked up for anyone outside of this Jax.
Both teams are putting the pressure on to an insane degree constantly. They're trading so many small blows of like just small tempo advantage here, small little pressure, and extra, camp taken here, extra vision taken there, but ultimately no team is sending it and flipping the game because a lot of these War of Attritions have just kind of evened out to being, okay, it's a 2v2, it's a 3v3, we're considering a 4v4, but we're not going to actually fight, because if we lose that fight, this game becomes so difficult to play out that we've just seen kind of a lot of posturing, which I think makes sense, given these two drafts.
Yeah.
Speaking of posturing, Career is going to posture his way up into the top lane now.
Yeah, it's really done a bit of a man-about-town type maneuver, as he will just help get Shiu a nice back angle. Doesn't have teleport, but neither is perfect. Showmaker and BDD finding each other once again. Orbital Deception does connect. And I feel like the Ahri is feeling a bit better in this matchup now, as it was Showmaker leading the early game quite significantly.
Yeah, we both have TP. TPs available here in mid lane. Showmaker and BDD just kind of resetting at dead even. Slight advantage to Showmaker, obviously, but in terms of CS, we have completely equaled out, as Lucid's going to take Grubs, and so it looks like Cuz will respond by taking Dragon with the prio they have down here. Well, he's a little bit slow on it, though.
Yeah, these Grubs are going to be taken pretty quickly, and there is a Grand Starfall available.
Yeah,
actually, as well.
Kind of feels like there's a potential contest here for D+, because this is so slow. And Grubs are taken. They have the ult. Showmaker can get that prio back. I feel like an opportunity was definitely missed here for, you know, Cuz just drop Raptors and look for the faster dragon. Instead, they're just not going to go for it at all.
Looks like Cuz just wanting to try and get through his jungle as quick as possible. And Korea now going to move down for a bit of a magical entrance option. Aiming going to be, yeah, down to about a third. I don't know why I said magical entrance. It's magical journey.
Well, I mean, it was a magical...
He did enter
yeah.
The lane, but it was weird. There are enough abilities.
It was pretty magical.
Called entrance, okay? There's enough entrances. We do not need more.
I mean, it could be the next big Disney feature film.
Magical entrance.
I think that the way that this game has gone so far right now is the first sign, and I don't want to read too much into it, but it really does feel like KT were like, okay, play slow, worked out for us pretty well in the last game, scale up, that's what we want to do. And D+ are playing like, don't make any big mistakes. You know, we had this game completely won, but let's not take any crazy risks. Let's not do anything too insane. And so we've come to this incredibly bloodless, like our quietest early game of all time in terms of kills, in terms of the action, arguably maybe our most. It's been constant posturing. But the Sivir pick into the Bard has been really common. The spell shield value is really high. Scales really well. It's an aiming pick. He loves it. And D+ are, you know, they don't need to be ahead for this comp to work because, yes, the Sivir scales well, but they have so much set up for the MF that even in the late game, she can do amazing things. So,
and they have a Jax, who is just always going to win side lanes.
With 3 Grubs.
Now the magical journey to come down the Grand Starfall is confusing.
Little short on that one.
Yeah.
Lucy,
but if it had been longer, he may have also just died to the turret. Yeah. So, not sure.
Maybe, no, I don't know. I don't really know what he was thinking there, but want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, there's just not really an angle there.
Smash got back to some relative CS parity.
Yeah.
So just adding a little bit of extra pressure towards the bottom side might be a bit of the answer here, as Lucid does grab his Sundered Sky.
We're not killing the champions, and we're not killing the dragons this game. That's what we've decided.
As DK at least killed a few Grubs. That is what is kind of telling me on the scoreboard that they're in a pretty good spot. That and the red, you know, gold number.
It's anyone's game, though, right now, and KT are constantly wrestling prio away of D+ for the dragon and then not taking the dragon. But finally, see a red question mark ping on the pit because D+ can't actually know for sure, but are pretty sure that the dragon is being taken. If Lucid had his ult and didn't use it in the previous exchange, it would have been able to ult in to contest. Instead, he's going to slowly waddle his way over here and see if Career can make something happen. He doesn't have his ult.
He does spot it, and there's a Cosmic Binding onto Aiming. Actually takes a lot of damage. That is going to be Cuz taking down the Drake and now ulting to get over towards Korea. Gets over the wall, though, and this Bard is in so much trouble. They take down Aiming first, though, and there goes Effort. Still Perfect gets in and finds a massive cube, and now 3 are on the floor for KT, and Perfect has nothing left in the tank. He's just taken lamppost after lamppost, and Shiu is going to kill his opposite number. And KT lose 4!
In this Cold War game of we're not going to fight, suddenly we are really fighting. Top laners are coming. It's going to take a 5v5 for the first dragon. Now, I think for how KT set this up, great. You know, get the dragon, play slow. But going in here as Aiming was not the right call. And then when the team falls up after he's out, I think Aiming is like, guys, what are you doing? I'm dead. By the way, Fail Flash is here over the fat wall, so dies. And maybe if he gets over the wall and Perfect has it set up, maybe they could have helped fight their way out of this one. I think would have been really tough considering how low on health Aiming was. But I think KT step 1 played great. Get the dragon. Aiming pushing into the enemy team a little bit less ideal. And then the teams, after he's low, pushing where he left off, not ideal either. So step 1 was great. Steps 2 and 3, maybe you need to revisit those a little bit. As now D+ have a 2,000 gold lead despite the Drake deficit. And I think they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I don't think they mind too much, and it's going to be a pretty nice soul. So maybe KT feel better based on that. Chemtech up next, and the Ocean already gone. Only sort of guaranteed good ones, although I think most of us know that it's going to be Hextech soul this game, because that is...
We are knowers, yeah.
Yep, that's just how it goes. It's 2026.
If it's a Cloud Soul, I feel like it's not going to Game 5, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Cloud Soul normally brings just the best possible outcomes. Because it's the best possible soul. Smash now able to avoid the Boomerang Blade quite nicely. He's got his Bloodthirster online, feeling very good as the MF. BDD with Malignance in hand, though. This Ari could be pretty strong. Some of these later fights, but also lying in wait. Will Showmaker get hit by this charm? That's the question. The answer is yes. And goes down to half health.
Yeah.
Oh, Cosmic Finding not going to quite land there, as now Lucid gets ulted by Cuz, but straight into a stun. My god, that Q did so much damage.
Yeah, okay. I don't know about this one, Cuz.
Yeah, Tempered Fate.
They got the Tempered Fate, but I don't know if there was really anything to be gained on going on to Lucid there. Now he's down his ultimate. Lucid has ult advantage, which can be impactful, but might just be that we reset to a slower game state here. I liked what BDD did there because he knew he was going to be fine if they collapsed onto him with Cuz so nearby, but now Cuz doesn't have his ult to do anything here, so it's just going to be the end of this. Again, extremely tense exchange, but not actually leading to a real fight.
I think that benefits DK, though.
Yeah, no,
I feel like they just get to make their gold lead bigger.
The Herald is...
All right, there's a magical journey as aiming goes between worlds and then sent to the Nether Realm. The Sivir just not allowed to play the game. It's Cuz who's going to have to flip himself out of this mid lane as fast as he can. And more plates fall over to D+. That gold lead only extending as BDD gets a little back by claiming a plate. But it's otherwise looking a lot more like games 1 and 2 rather than game 3.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough. Again, Lucid has ult. Cuz doesn't. Cuz is trying to just shadow, essentially aiming here. Try to do something, try to defend him, but he gets TP'd on, right? And then the ult comes down from the Pantheon, and this dive comp will just make quick work. You only got one spell shield. There's only so much you can do with that. And Cuz just kind of has to watch as his turret gets ripped to shreds. We'll drop down to 1 plate here almost, it looks like.
Yeah, there's a nice knock up onto Shiu, who is just going to get hit by absolutely everything, but now he's jaxed as he just dies. Okay, perfect. Able to get enough damage down. There's a Cosmic Binding. I don't think Career is going to be able to... Okay, never mind. The Bard's got a bit in him here. Another Meep slap will be required, and never mind. Perfect is absolutely fine. My first thought was correct, Wolf, that no Bard does not do enough damage.
Well, electrocute hits, you're like, wait a minute, but no, it's... Oh, missed the cannon. Well, you know, in that situation, try your best.
Lucid wants to get out of here.
Yeah, no, he will in one way or another.
Yep. And he's just going to take the Herald exit, as Cuz even going to get knocked up as he makes his way in. That's very, very cute. Still, they're going to lose this top outer turret, most likely.
That should be...
Oh, never mind.
TP defending.
Wait, Lucid's still driving. Man, it's a long-distance drive.
Yeah, I think they would need to put a cap on that, man. He's going to keep... How many laps? He's going to play Mario Kart. He's going to go around the Baron pit 3 times.
Yeah. All right, BDD not going to get tagged as Showmaker able to get a few plates himself. Rift Herald does go down, but it does save Lucid's life, so I guess there's that.
They kill Shiu, get a solo kill there, right? And pressure the top turret, get a TP out, and deny the Herald all in one go. A lot of small wins for KT all at once, as it's the classic Scion charging you in the bush.
Man,
I don't know what he says in Korean, but it sounds like he's just like... Blah, blah, blah.
I think that's about it. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, it was. It's a very funny voice line when you can't actually hear it properly.
Yeah.
But that was a small set of dominoes falling. D+ still have a 2,000 gold lead here. We are looking for the second dragon fight now. The Aurora is such a large problem here. Yes, the MF has Bloodthirster, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's spiking. It is in the mid lane, but not for a team fight on Dragon. If it just gives them enough oomph to get this mid prio, then that's all you need. I don't think KT are going to be able to double Dragon in this game. I say that, though. Lucid's backing right now, and D+ are just not interested in looking for this one just yet. As Perfect is at it again.
Yeah, Shiu actually taking a lot of damage, as he does get stunned up by the Counter-Strike, but Shiu is struggling a little bit here at this point in the matchup. That's Smash completing his Serpent's Fang, which is kind of interesting. I did expect that Serrated Dirk was going to turn into a collector, like a lot of our MFs like to build second.
Yeah, I mean, it's
going to add a lot of extra utility, exactly.
And if KT get the second dragon, you know, it would be even more shielding cut through, but they're not going to get it. It doesn't look like here, as we have the Neferi on the top side trying to look for a dive here to get this Scion ahead. Interesting strategy. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, flash out from Shiu. He just wants to get himself out of here. The ulti comes forward from Cuz, though, as there's a Counter-Strike. Let's see whether it's going to be enough. And the answer is no. Perfect just flashes away. And that is a dead Jax in trade for a dragon.
So it's weird because normally you don't play through the top side Scion, but when you're giving up dragon, You just are like, well, I guess we'll make some sort of cross-map attempt. This race, our first turret, really close. Perfect. Did not get it because he wasn't paying attention because his face. He's like, wait, what? I thought...
Yeah, why not? Why did he just get first turret? What the heck?
He's denying minions, but like I think they just kind of... I mean, it's not the end of the world or anything like that, but you definitely... It's more valuable to get first turret than to deny like 2 extra CS.
Oh, no. Lucid lands on top of him and Perfect just caught backing.
Oh,
boy. Dear.
Well, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, I suppose, here for KT Roaster on this one.
Yeah, that's precisely what it was, actually, as far as the equation, because they lost a dragon and then a kill, and that's 2, and otherwise it was just the
and first
top
brick.
laner. And like I guess and first brick.
A small,
but it was
small
2
step.
turrets, like they got 1 turret each.
Yeah.
That's all right, let's see whether we can do it again, this time with BDD and not Perfect. Let's see what Cuz can get done here, as he does just flip on over. That is going to be the charm missing, though. She should be able to keep himself alive.
Okay, so this turret's also going to fall.
Very dead. Showmaker also takes the top outer. Why did DK have more players on the map?
KT just not playing the map very well right now. They're kind of chasing these picks, and they don't have... Like, they got the kill onto Shiu, but then they're trying to replicate that and just leaving their turrets out by the wayside, and Showmaker's very happy with this. BDD has no power in sides right now. D+ have 3 grubs, so every time they're left to their own devices on these turrets, they just die.
Yeah, and it's a Jax team with grubs as well.
Yeah, and the Jax is behind technically, but I don't think that really affects how much damage he does to turrets if he's left to his own devices.
No.
So the game state really good for D+ all around the board. And we're once again for KT in the, well, I guess you got to scale, I guess you got to play through aiming. They have some agency with this Ahri pick to set that up, but if the game just is left the way it is right now and D+ keep grouping on dragons, it's not going to look good for KT. They need to be proactive while also not overextending. Like, that's the weirdness of this draft. You have to kind of look for picks, but also just like let aiming scale. And we'll see how it works out.
I mean, it's worked for them in the past. That's why this guy has so many Gold King awards. But he's going to have to work some miracles here. Certainly doesn't have the gold lead that he had in the last game this time around. As Cuz was trying to steal some things away. Showmaker didn't want that to happen, but I think it was still a success there for the Neferi. As Perfect just trying to defend up against Shiu. As Counter-Strike does come on through. And they are just trading health bars, and Perfect is winning.
Interesting, we got Buzz.
Yeah, he's going to have to go up into the sky. Tempered Fate is going to be avoided, but he had to run the other direction, as now the snare connects. They're still looking for Cuz. Another Cosmic Binding, and they've locked down the jungler. Oh, D+ now with a huge advantage. The Baron is actually alive. I don't know whether they're going to go for it as they're looking for more kills. Effort running the wrong way. No flash, no heal, no chance for survival. And BDD's like, please be distracted by the karma. I want to live. And they'll say, all right, we'll take Baron.
Yeah, well, sometimes you feel like when you're Neferi, you could do anything. I can jump up and become untargetable. I'll be fine.
He did do that.
He did do that. The problem is there were a lot of things that could target him. So he was briefly untargetable, and then targeted, and then killed. And even like the slow from Make It Rain from Smash came through, and there was just no way out for him. And look at this position here. They have top side control, and they were like, okay, we'll blow up this Bard, but there's just a lot of CC here, and aiming was pushing the wave. He's not here. There's no follow-up. So once Cuz already went into the sky, game down was caught by the Cosmic Binding, and everything was layered on top. And then Effort gets ulted here as the team is fragmented. They want to get Effort and BDD, but BDD is too quick with the ultimate. They just let him go. Actually, he didn't ult. I thought he did. He was just fox-fired.
And Showmaker is so incredibly large in this game. 3-0-4 as a result of that. And Lucid as well. I mean, 3-0-5. My goodness. Once again, 100% kill contribution. And yesterday, I was like, well, Lucid's going to get POM guaranteed. This time, I want to say it again.
Yeah, no,
Showmaker is also having a good series.
Yes.
But please give it to Lucid. This guy has been so incredibly good.
Game 1 and 2, he like literally just was like, I am the better jungler, and so we win the game.
Yeah.
It was crazy. So you look at what Showmaker has both gotten, you know, a majority of these kills, right? He has 3-0-4. He almost has death cap. And he is so massive, but he has also just been spending so much time getting plates and turrets. So he just has so much money, like you're saying. 10 stacks of Dark Seal. If he buys him a Jais, KT fans probably going to get real worried.
No. Effort is just going to get locked down. Cuz goes up into the sky to avoid the Tempered Fate as Lucid gonna need to use that Aegis to survive. He does so as Perfect's teleported in, and now he's wondering where all the bad guys went.
Maybe support for Dragon, but Shiu is going to be able to get this turret, I think, with 3 grubs. KTE can't be everywhere at once. Maybe BDD should TP and try to defend that. It's a lot going on here.
Bullet time is available here for Smash. He hasn't actually really used it so much this
Lucid
game.
has ult, so they got to do this quick.
Yeah, Shiu is actually teleporting over, and Cuz has to get out of the pit. Oh no, with Effort dead, they just knew they would never have a man advantage. And now Shiu is going in once again, holds on to the counter-strike so beautifully. Showmaker goes between worlds, aiming, just blows up, has nowhere near the health bar to fight that one. And now Shiu is just happy to hit that lamppost onto anyone. BDD goes over the wall, finds a nice charm.
Baron,
but DK have so much control.
Baron here for D+, might be on the cards. They have so much control over this area now. Shiu does not have teleport, so won't be able to join, and instead they're just going to grab this large scuttle, clear out the vision, and be happy with the exchange. KT, we're in such a strong position, for that potential take of the Dragon, but they decided to try to do so many things at once. Like, you have the pushing Jax at the top side, and Effort gets caught here, but they do so much damage afterwards. Cuz is able to avoid the Tempered Fate. There's no Tempered Fate in this fight anymore. Lucid is out, so they could have just decided to turn off of Dragon and take the Dragon, but instead they kind of try to chase in mid, and it was kind of a disaster. And they put Cuz, who's low on health, solo on the Dragon. Lucid has ultimate, so they had to do it faster. They needed more speed. He dropped the ball.
They read Korea, but Korea is just able to magically journey his way out.
Yes, or magically enter the river.
Yeah, he did. He magically entered the river. Indeed.
Yes.
A magical dive. As
wow, yeah.
That's what I'm going to call it this time around.
Mermaid vibes.
Yeah. I mean, no one's going to play Nami anymore. We're going to need to have some sort of mermaid vibes.
I mean, Fizz is like the best thing we've got right now. He's coming back a little bit, sort of.
Yeah.
Kind of, occasionally.
It's aquatic.
So, it's a 6,000 gold lead. Perfect is most damage in the game, which
I mean,
we all know
the
why.
guy did do some work against his Jax in the earlier stages of the game.
I just think for KT, you have to get like one more Dragon in this game to be able to have a fighting chance, because you just need time. You need time desperately. The Scion is going to get larger and larger, and the Sivir is going to get larger and larger, and then you can have a real fighting chance. The fact they got one Dragon already is really helpful here.
Oh dear. Perfect not going to be able to find the knockup here, as Shiu with 2 items now completed, and one of them being the Sundered Sky just means that he gets so much health back.
Yeah, he is just very annoying to deal with at this point. Although
our top lane is level 17 already. It's 27 minutes into the game.
I know, it's top lane things. Role quests, crazy.
But also, like, it's just, I feel like this game is so much longer than it feels like it is.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Because no one's been near a Baron pit for the last 7 minutes, absolutely. So I barely even knew that it had spawned.
Well, it's a kind of a product in my mind of KT are trying to elongate this game. They're trying to just play slow. You know, we're watching two top laners fight in the bottom lane, one of them being a Scion, and the reason why is because nothing else is really happening. The D+ aren't able to get enough of a foothold on the map to force KT into an awkward fight right now, because they have an MF comp. They don't rush this Baron down super well, but they have great turn off of it if they can find the right moment to start that Baron, and I think that's probably on the cards for them pretty soon here, because otherwise KT are even 6,000 gold behind, slowly but steadily getting their comp to a point where they can 5v5.
Well, let's see whether they can actually make it there. Minute 50 on the Dragon, as Shiu is still threatening these side lanes. Perfect gets over the wall, but I think this Crystalline Overgrowth is still not long for the world, and these turrets do not last very long at all against this Jax. And the thing is, DK knows that the Scion is way more valuable in a team fight, so that now he can take some fights. It's Cuz going down to 50%, has to flash out of the way of the potential Tempered Fate. And now Shiu is the one in trouble. He has to flash, gets a 4-man counter-strike. There's the bullet time as he breaks his arm guard and gets himself leap-striked over towards Korea to stay alive once more. How the hell did you survive that?
That's so insane. It felt like that was a huge blunder by him and a great play from KT, but he made it look like it was intentional.
It was like blunder, outplay, blunder, outplay, blunder, outplay, and then he got out.
Well, it looked like he had just baited KT because he was always planning on looking for the big counter-strike bullet time, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. But he still got away. And nobody gets punished on KT. They waste a little bit of time, and everyone resets. And now D+ are looking for Soul Point here for Infernal Soul. It didn't end up being the Hextech Soul. I guess we'll acknowledge that. Technically, sometimes it's not Hextech Soul here. But it's still a very powerful Soul, right? Arguably the second best. And with this composition, with how much damage there is burst-wise here for D+, it is huge if they can get it. But Soul Point is what they have to get first, as aiming is getting stronger by the moment. Looking for that IE 4th item.
Yeah, that IE 4th item has already come in for Smash, though, so this Misfortune is very strong. And some cool hats on both of our mid laners. 7,600 gold, though, is not a not a number to scoff at. D+ are very strong.
Okay, we're going to see a bit of a flank angle here from Lucid.
Yeah, Shiu actually getting on in there. Looks for the stun, doesn't quite find it. BDD already out of the fight, though, and Perfect is tanking up for no one. Cuz goes in, and there's a nice knock-up, but Showmaker still going to walk forward. The charm is going to miss. Great sidestep here, as they have a lot of vision. Cuz now looking to try and separate Showmaker from the rest of the team. And KT able to get too much. The Tempered Fate is going to land, and Lucid goes in, flashes over, getting on top of BDD, but he goes down incredibly low. He's going to need to use Perfect to taxi his way out as he gets a big old shield. BDD gets on over the bullet time, doesn't do much of anything at all, but they've taken down Perfect already. He's just a zombie Scion with nowhere to go, and Lucid already had a GA.
That was so close to just being KT getting wiped and losing the game. They were able to fight their way out of it and only lose Perfect, and D+ had to flash on Lucid and on Showmaker. But I think for KT, these backs are insanely greedy. They could have just taken obviously they don't want to give the Dragon and be as efficient as possible, but they give Career this opportunity. But then it gets a little bit split because Perfect just holds the line. He will die for it here, but he wants to help set up aiming for a big cleanup here. Lucid goes down to GA, so loses his GA as well, which is quite valuable here for KT, but ultimately it's just a kill plus Dragon that goes over to D+, and if KT had lost any more there in that Tempered Fate exchange, I think that might have just been the game ending. It's still not great. It's still 9,000 gold behind. D+ have Soul Point, and all you got is Sivir in a dream, and a death cap for BDD, I guess. That's that's good news, but Showmaker's kind of been wearing his for a while. He's liked the look of it.
And Lucid holds on to 100% KP. I think his kill participation, in the first 15 minutes, or at least the first 20 minutes of both games, in the series, has been about 100%.
Yeah, he's doing everything all the time.
It is a huge turnaround for this player who had been a little bit more herbivorous, I'd say.
He's definitely evolving here a little bit in Road to MSI. The fights that we've seen KT attempt to take, so many of them are Perfect or BDD trying to lock down a target, and then there just isn't follow-up CC because they have a Karma. You can really feel the identity crisis of this composition for KT and how it looks like they've been able to get the jump on D+, but then they actually can't. They don't have the follow-up. They aren't able to kill said targets, and then D+ just kind of walk away with a bunch of people on half health or one target, dying, but then they end up being able to win the fight and force KT away. Just feels like right now, you kind of have to get to the position where aiming has that IE and smash the target.
Yeah, they are going to look for him. He does flash to get himself out of the way as Cuz immediately just going up into the sky. The ulti from Lucid to get him over there. And Perfect just teleported in as well. It was almost a little bit awkward, like his former teammate from yesterday.
No, don't bring it up.
But not actually going to get punished for it, as D+ also not finding too much ground. Now Lucid getting zoomed in on here by Jonas Strong, but not actually able to go for anything.
Now this is the opportunity for D+ to look for that Baron turn. They have Tempered Fate, they got Bullet Time, they got so much vision.
Well, Shiu looking for that wraparound. Career takes the magical journey over. Charm goes wide there as they look for the angle towards Perfect. Just hitting whatever's in front of them might be the strategy here for D+. As BDD not able to find that Orb of Deception, and DK just slink into the fog of war towards the Baron.
They got so much damage done to Perfect. They know he doesn't have TP, and they have full vision control here. The Scuttle has faded, and KT have to fight their way into no vision here. And there's no cross map. There's nothing else available. A turret goes down the bottom lane and gives them bounties, but that's about it.
Yeah, still looking for angles here on DK as the K-Ram continues. Great chomp, but the Aegis is going to be set up already. Cuz looking for an angle towards Showmaker, just blows him up. That's a solo kill as she gets the flash right on top of Effort. It's perfect that's taken down though as DK just playing this one front to back. She leaps his way out, and Showmaker is being so frustrating at the side of this fight. They've taken so many down. The bullet time was held onto, and that's just going to save Korea's life. And DK can just move back towards the Baron. They lost no one.
Yeah, I don't think this is the kind of comp where you can come over and try to poke away at this Baron. I think it's just gone. I think it is just done. And D+ can turn this Baron into either open up the base to get the inhibitors and or getting Infernal Soul. Yeah, and this was so awkward the way they decided to engage here. And Cuz splits up on the left side of the fight and just gets blown up by Showmaker, just completely unaware. He did not press tab, I suppose, of the danger he put himself in by trying to go on top of an Aurora that's this fed. 10 stacks of Dark Seal. And I think after this Baron, Showmaker might be putting that Magias together, because I think at this point, the chance of coming back in this game and scaling with aiming have died with Cuz and Perfect. He didn't actually buy the Soul Stealer. He's being respectful.
And he did buy a Void Staff, though. Showmaker on 4 items, and the last 2 are very good, as the Death Cap Void Staff do come in combination. BDD not quite there on the Void Staff himself, as Korea does get a Control Ward in, and cosmically binds Perfect. Wow, Showmaker, what the heck?
Yeah, he hits him.
It's a 3.5 items Scion that just almost got wiped out by one combo from an Aurora.
He has a Randuin's, is not opting into really any MR.
Yeah, it's not a massive amount. As now KT going to move over and take themselves another bounty. So that is good news.
This is bad news, though.
Yeah, no, like, cut the video. Let's just go back to the mid lane. Here we go. As BDD is able to dash cannon his way out of that. No, we don't want to look at this. No. Yeah, we can spare KT fans that one. As Cuz just going to see whether he can secure his red buff. Great charm connects onto Korea. Does get shielded up as now Showmaker looks for Cuz yet again. He goes up into the sky, avoids the counter-strike from Shiu.
The good news for KT is that, you know, even though, again, they almost kill Career, that's the story of, okay, we hit 1 CC, we'll follow up. Oh, wait, this isn't that kind of draft. They keep getting these moments, but it doesn't mean that they can get anything by it. They're going to lose this Infernal Soul. But the good news, what I was mentioned, is they still have a Sivir. Now she has IE. They have a ton of wave clear. So, you know, you can clear these waves. Maybe maybe you can get to a 45-minute game. That might happen, because I think that's what has to happen if they're going to miraculously bring us to 5, right? In what is the caster's dream of what this series could be if somehow they do it, right? And that 0-2 start looked doomed. A clutch game 3 where they barely bring it back, bring us to a 4th game, 10,000 gold down. And they bring it to 5 with the late game aiming Sivir. You got POM last time around, both last times around against D+ in rounds 1 and 2. Maybe he could do it again.
Honestly?
I've done my narratives.
You've almost sold it to me, Wolf. And then I looked at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
And I'm like, DK have everything.
Yeah, they literally do, yeah. Except one Ocean Dragon.
That's true. All right. Look, I don't know. Your speech was just so beautiful that I want to believe it. I want to believe it.
They're trying to showcase that maybe aiming could do it with this wave clear. Just hold on, aiming.
It's a level 20 Jax.
Hold on, aiming. Chat, you've been really good about holding on the.
Yeah. Hold. We're gonna need to hold even more.
You need to hold for aiming to get full build.
Yes.
Getting closer. Let's hold a little longer, chat. We can get the silver scrapes.
All right, wit's end. And we are at our wit's end here, but Shiu now has the item as well.
That's very helpful.
He is looking very powerful. Made his way back in, actually teleported for this one. As Naked Rain does come down. DK struggling a little bit to get this siege to work out. As he was saying, the wave clear is kind of gigantic, and there is no Baron anymore.
No one's pushing that bottom wave, so BDD is able to dispatch with it.
Okay.
Elder flip territory?
I mean, if this keeps happening over and over again, KT are back in the game.
And this is a generic Green Wings type of comeback angle, you know? Just hold on for literally forever.
Yeah, and it was Teddy Sivir that did it.
But now we have the Elder, so D+ are like, well, let's play for waves and get 4 minutes. We'll get the Elder. Surely there won't be any incident with a Nefiri flying into that pit. Surely we'll be fine. But the fact that they've been able to hold on this long, the fact that KT have managed this with this composition to still be alive in this game at 40 minutes is not good news for D+, because that gold lead is still huge. But it means less, and there's still a silver here. And if the misfortune gets killed by flank charm, or this Elder gets stolen away, and those ricochets are flying through, you still could technically lose this game. Which it felt like moments ago you technically could not lose this game. But now I'm kind of like, well, there is one small angle, one small issue if that smite goes through from Cuz.
I mean, we are in flip territory. We're going to need to get that picture out on the space if we do make it there. 3 minutes until that Elder, like you were saying. But it's 1 minute 20 on the Baron as well. So I feel like we're going to have a fight for the Baron first. And whoever gets that is going to then be able to get the celebratory Elder. And with this bottom inhibitor still down for another minute, it's going to be pretty awkward timing.
My main focus is on the fact that Xiu has flash, right? The fact that he can warp a team fight by just flashing on top of aiming, where there's not a lot of peel, right? He could just kind of flash past the silent and get on top of aiming and kill him. If aiming dies first in these fights or just gets focused down, can't actually do his damage, there's so much burst to follow up Xiu's engage between Showmaker and Smash, then that's the end of the game. We expect that to happen, Even Perfect is not that tanky into the face of, by the way, he did buy the Magi's now. This Fedorora, with the build he's chosen as well, where he's indexed so much into armor, the win cons are not great. Like, I'm not trying to lie to you guys and tell you, I'm just telling you a fable, right? The KT fans are all telling themselves right now, like, one day maybe a KT fan will, like, read the story of the D+ KT best of 5 to their child to help them go to sleep at night. And the kid keeps falling asleep at the early game of Game 4.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the kid would be asleep by, like, halfway through Game 2 at worst.
This is a 40-minute game now where you could dare to dream. You could dare to dream.
I'm daring.
I dare. Well, I am daring.
Okay, I'm gonna refuse to dream, but I would like to, because I feel like we shouldn't. It's like we have a responsibility not to E-word.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna not. I'm gonna play responsibly with my KT.
That's good. I think that's a fair choice. There's one problem with the Elder flip is that if D+ get the Baron first, they can get so much prio that there won't be a flip, but they don't even want to risk that right now. And the fact that KT, again, they have great wave clear, but this Ahri has pushed out this bottom wave, the inhibitors respawn, and D+ haven't been able to do any further damage or set up any fights, makes, I think, D+ fans very nervous. The crowd is completely silent right now because KT fans aren't ready to cheer.
Yeah.
The fact that they survived 41 minutes and they're not dead yet, that's not cheerable, but for D+ fans, pretty quiet as well, because it feels like, wow, we had this 10,000 gold lead for quite some time now. The Nexus is still alive, though, as we do see Xiu is trying to pressure that bottom inhibitor once more, but needs a little bit of help.
Yeah,
defensive ult.
Looking for an angle here. They managed to get the catch onto Effort. He does try and flash his way out, as now Xiu looking for an angle, but now he's looking to try and get out as Cuz ult's on top of him. The flash has to be used here as Xiu just desperately trying to escape the situation. He gets snared up and taken down. Cuz secures the kill into the top laner.
D+ are trying to maybe start Baron, but they refuse to do it, actually. Perfect, level 20.
Oh, no. The ulti does come through, though. That allows him to just stay unstoppable. And, oh my god, Showmaker's damage.
I mean, the Elder is spawning in 10 seconds here, and D+ have prio despite losing their top laner.
They need to buy 40 seconds of time, though, because Perfect, he can go back to base and teleport in.
And he will be doing exactly that right now. BD is prepping the bottom wave for that Elder contest as we speak. I think Xiu might get his chance, but he needs more than 30 seconds because he doesn't have TP. We have a TP flank from Perfect. He's going to try to sandwich them here. He's forcing D+ back, and this should be prio on Elder for KT.
Yeah, and Showmaker is completely split from the fight. He's now going to move his way in. Could even get a decent little angle, but now Perfect once again going to get focused. Cuz on this Elder still decides to ult on forward. The magical journey, he interrupts it, and down goes the Bard. Bullet time is gigantic, but Perfect stands in front, utilizing that armor that he built up from before. But now Showmaker gets in there, goes between the worlds. Perfect still tanking, still taking all the damage, and not falling down. Lucid dead for the first time this series, maybe for the last time, but it might also be the end of the game. It's Effort. He's going to get taken down, and finally DK gets something back.
Showmaker is low on mana. There's no smite here for D+. They had to fight their way through this.
Yep, Smash looking for a wraparound. I'm not entirely sure about this angle, but Showmaker dances in there. It is going to be the Elder Elder secured. They take down the Aurora as well as Cuz down to the GA. Smashes gigantic. BDD gets over the wall, and now Shiu just a couple more hits, but Smash takes down the doggo, and Shiu survives.
Perfect can't get the Elder proc to finish off Shiu. He was on the line of the Elder bar there, but he does not die. He gets out. Smash is able to survive.
That was supposed to be the end of the game.
It was supposed to be, but it's not. It's not. In this world, KT get Elder, but do not win a decisive team fight. It all starts all the way back here with a catch on to effort, and Shiu.
Oh, the catch on to Shiu was fantastic, yeah.
That's the idea, is they're trying to use Tempered Fate. Shiu's like, I have the first collapse because I'm winning in sides here. I'm level 20, but then he ends up dying here. Notice how he also doesn't want to delay his death because he knows his death timer is really important. He wants to die as fast as possible so he can get back into this fight as fast as possible. He does a lot of work. In live, as you can see, everyone can calm down because nothing is happening. But this interrupt from Perfect was the fight-winning and game-saving play. Now, it's not over yet, but without that play, I think this could have looked a little bit different.
Yeah.
And they do end up getting the secure on the Dragon, although it was very, very close. Okay, in live.
Oh, Shiu.
On the flank.
Yeah, has a bit of an angle. It's a really nice sweeper there from Perfect. Spots out the Jax.
Counter-Strike very, very potent on flanks.
Oh yeah, Tempered Fate is not going to connect onto anyone just yet, but On the Hunt does come down. Lucid looks for his angle towards effort. There is still Elder Dragons, by the way, and that is going to be BDD utilizing it to take down Lucid. Smash gets jumped on by Cuz down to the GA, and he's going to die. No more smites available for KT, but Shiu's health bar is going to go. Aiming locks him down, and Showmaker, I don't think he can do it by himself. He tried to kill effort. He failed, and KT on the back of a quadra kill for BDD will sound the alarm. It's Silver Scrapes time. We're going to game 5.
And KT Roaster will win the game. 10,000 gold down. They will win the game with a gold deficit. 3,000 behind. Well, maybe some of these turrets might actually close it out here as they have so much to cut through. But man, KT Roaster, they bode their time. They scaled up. They get one single punish, and D+ fall apart. KT Roaster bringing us to 5. The series at the end of game 2 looked like it had nothing left in it, and yet here we are. Tempered Fate to buy time, but it's just only that.
Yeah. Korea will go down. Now Lucid looks to try and stop them from taking his Nexus. It will fail as aiming with a gigantic shield and a whole bunch of damage will help take down the Nexus. And it is time for game 5. Chichidik Wolpark absolutely exploding here.
They're the loudest crowd I've heard in a while.
Yeah.
And there's a great reason. Comebacks like that just don't come around every day. We know that there's been crazier comebacks this year. The T1 comeback against KT specifically is definitely the one that's in the front of everyone's mind. But in a best of 5, where you were down 0-2, I bet there were some fans who left after game 2. Like, I just can't take anymore. I can't bear to watch it. There's no way this team is going to come back. It's just over. But the fans who stayed are the ones who are the loudest right now is KT.
That's the roller coaster, baby. Yeah. We are back on it.
They, by the way, look at the very end. They did not win the game of the gold deficit. They barely got across the line by like 50 gold there. Maybe the Nexus was what
it was 100 gold, wasn't it? At 90.2k.
90.2k.
Versus 90.1. Okay, there we go.
Well,
bounty's working out here for KT. But my lord, what an absolutely absurd game and what a ridiculous series this has turned into, as I thought that I was being weird after game number 2. I thought I was being insane, saying that it's time to start this reverse sweep.
I dared to dream.
And dream you will as we go to a break. The Space gonna break this one down afterwards, and then we'll have game number 5. Enjoy Silver Scrapes.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
That's right, everybody. No one expected us to be here. Not even KT expected to be here. But we're here, somehow. 11,000 gold. Elder Soul, I guess not Elder Dragon, but Dragon Soul. And yet, we're here at a Game 5. We're here, you're here, we're all here! For some reason, Shiwu decided that we were going to be here in a Game 5 in our first series going more than 3 games here in the road to MSI. Craziness, Ox.
I thought the day was going to be done. I was thinking we're going to repeat it last year, 3-0, 3-0. The revenge came through. D+ are closing the series out, and KT managing to claw their way back in the series. But even then, I was like, okay, well, it's going to be a 3-1. This game looked kind of done and dusted, and then the manner in which they came back into it was a little bit insane, a little bit crazy.
I did say there's no way KT come back this.
Oh, so it's your fault.
I did say. So.
Well, I mean, it's given us 5 games, so I guess it's because of you.
I mean, I'm a KT protector, so I had to say it, you know. Make sense?
Makes sense, thank you.
Well, time to make sense of what just happened by taking a look at some of those last plays. Forget the first 41 minutes. Let's take a look at 41-30.
So Shiwu tries to go for this big flank, and the thing is, this composition from KT is so good at chasing down targets. So mobile, the Neferi and the Ahri, so many dashes between them. And then we see the situation where D+ don't want to give up the Elder that's spawning soon. They don't have time to wait for the Jax. They try and poke down the Scion, which does a pretty good job, but he can just recall and TP back in. And again, this is a very fast composition from KT. They've started to scale up, and they're trying to sort of posture around the Dragon, but it's really difficult to do so when they have the Karma speed up, the Sivir as well, and they end up just pushing onto them here.
Yeah, I mean, they're really good. Like, they're really still ahead. Like, it's just in terms of like where the vision setup was, and we're playing around an objective. Like, I think they were just kind of wait to kind of. It was like really desperate going for the play, but
oh, that smash.
Yeah, I mean, they could just take it slower too. Like, they got super caught off by the Scion TP, and also Drake. The HP was so healthy. It was like stayed up there. It was like easily above like 10,000 HP. They can't burst it. I'm sure it's Elder. There has to be kind of urgency, but the thing is, like, they could take it slow. Let just Aura do whatever she wants, and wait for the Jax to spawn too. And they had to do this because of what happened earlier.
I think what's crazy though is that the game didn't end here, because it becomes this volatile situation where the Elder's secured, but the fight isn't immediately won, because as you said, D+ are still ahead. Smash is still very strong. He can't really kill the Scion very quickly at this point in the game, but with the Bloodthirst and the GA, they can't actually kill him very quickly, even with the Elder Burn. So both teams kind of split away at this point, and we end up seeing some Elder buffs remain for the side of KT, and D+ get to kind of reset and fight another day. But the thought process for me, and for you, Huni, was, well, you just have to wait out the Elder. And D+ had other things on their mind in this situation.
They had a little bit different idea.
You mean running down mid into a team with Elder isn't the answer? Let's see. Because that is what D+ did. After almost catching gaming with the Tempered Fate, they're like, we'll go anyways.
By the way, the Elder has less than half the time remaining at this point.
They chose the fight. It's crazy. They're the ones that are actually... They're not... It's, you know, like, this point of the map, the Baron is not even actually strong.
They're not even on Baron.
They're not even the Baron.
The Baron's full HP.
Like, the worst case is they can just give away the Baron, and then it's a full build, and then let's take a 50-50 instead. We go in when they have Elder buff still on.
And I think part of this was there was fear of being outskilled. You know, KT having the Sivir Karma, the Scion, who's this big front line. I definitely think D+ were panicking, but like, we have to do something now. I think playing into the Elder did not help and was not the right move, but you can understand the pressure they are facing down, being reverse swept and being knocked out of the road to MSI, losing their chances of going to MSI, and it is definitely got to them in that moment. But I do think that was the wrong decision at that time. That being said, they definitely got backed into a corner there, and KT rose up to the challenge.
Did they rose up, or did the tracks bring them up? Speaking of bringing things up, let's take a look at the last time that KT and D+ went all 5. It did go the way of D+ Kia. Back in 2024 Spring Playoffs, round number 1, D+ Kia able to get the victory there. But it feels like here, Ox, the circumstances are very different because the tracks look like they're on the road. They're not flipping around and spinning. Can we make it flipping around and spin? Maybe we can. But it does feel like the momentum is on the way of the way of KT.
Feels like your arm's probably getting pretty tired there, but I respect the effort that you keep going there. Yeah, I mean, KT have all the momentum right now. That last game, even though D+ were the ones leading for the majority of it, it's going to be a hard hit mentally to be ahead for so much of it and then have KT win in the end. But you just have to reset. Game 5, nothing else in the series really matters apart from the Fearless bans that have denied a bunch of these picks. You have to go in with a reset mental. One game now between these two teams to decide who goes forward.
I mean, it's like, it really depends like how you want to take it, right? Like, sure, we dropped the game, but they were winning most of the you know, I would say like 90% of the actual game. They just, you know, misplayed to 10%, which is, that was Nexus exploding.
Yeah, someone in chat said this. 60% of the time with Sivir in a dream, it works every time. And like that, we're all dreaming. And a lot of the times we go and have game 5s that go all the way. And we're like, this is why we love League of Legends. It's peak performance. Oh, they're going to go deep into the bag. But sometimes you have games like this and series like this that are just a mess. And you have to try and make sense of it. And the players have to dig deep as well. The coaches have to dig deep as well. And they need to figure out how to win a series after you've won it and then lost it in a single game.
And you have to dig deep as well to keep moving your arm.
Deep breath.
Because all of you at home, join me now. It is a Game 5, best of 5, here in the LCK playoffs for an opportunity to play in front of all the fans that have supported you all season long, every game, every throw. It is the opportunity now. KT, D plus Kia, in our friends. iDrops Game 5.
Thank you very much, T-Gon. I got my phone out, Atlas. Yeah, I got my phone out too. I'm waving it around. I'm waving it. We're waving the phone around. Maybe we can be seen.
Oh, almost.
Not quite. There we go. Hi, everyone. We're waving our phones. We're ready for Game 5. And I don't know who's going to win, Wolf. I don't know who's going to win. Because DK, they have been able to turn around series before. They did it. There was that beautiful moment where Korea was crying, but then they pulled it together and he was elated and you had all the hugs at the end and it was a beautiful moment. CV Max's hair is not completely ruffled. They might have some normal drafts in them moving into this game number 5.
Momentum is everything. To have the leads they had, the dominant wins they had. I mean, again, I can't overstate how much this series felt like it was just completely done. And now that it's been turned around on you, especially losing a game 4 where you had also full control, to prevent the reverse sweep is often harder than reverse sweeping in this game 5 situation when you go 2-2. And the crowd exploded. We mentioned earlier, went from the Shiu chants to something else, right?
Yeah.
And now it's a very tense atmosphere for D+. That said, not a clean game from KT. The late game was good. They knew their win cons. They knew to sit back and scale and clear those waves. But with a different draft here, if you mess up that early game, D+, go to Wonju. So let's find out, Atlas, what this draft is going to look like with now all of these fearless bands, 8 per roll.
Well, there is first pick available for DK. KT counterpick the whole way down. And we'll just have to see what that high-value first pick is going to be. A reminder, the last bans that we had, Cassiopeia, Lee Sin, Ezreal for KT, and Varus, Vayne, and Annie last time around. So far, we are going down that direction once again. The first pick being the Bard, though, was a big one.
Yeah.
The Karma did get answered with afterwards, but the support pool, I think, is what has been really shrunk down. I think like some of these Yuumi drafts might start cropping up, right? Like there is still like things like the Zeri, the Jinx, blah, 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 hyper carries towards the bottom side that you could utilize.
With first pick, we often think about, okay, you lost counter picks for your solo lanes. Often that's how it goes. And the enemy team also gets to respond with 2. So there's a lot of weaknesses there in Fearless. But what you often get with first pick, especially this deep in, is if they show their bottom duo, you get to fully counterpick it before the second phase, and that is often incredibly valuable this deep in because we're 80 carries and supports are at a premium. There are a lot more meta picks that you can play in top and mid, but in the bottom lane, we keep it pretty tight. So first pick here is going to go to Ambessa. Shiu's big debut champion here at the LCK.
Yeah.
Straight up blind here. Let's see what the response will be for KT Rolster.
All right, so Blind Ambessa is an interesting one. It is theoretically somewhat still a flex, kinda, but doesn't really feel like it.
Not really. But it's good that you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Especially in Fearless where we're 40 champions down.
Yeah, and I also think that flex picks are so valuable, especially if you have first pick. Poppy is going to be the answer.
Definitely a very flexible pick in its own right. We'll see what comes with it. Might be giving us some hints. I think the Ezreal stocks are really high.
Oh, yeah.
In this draft because he's so safe and is great in lane.
I'm feeling like there might be a Kalista angle.
There could be.
But not with a Poppy, I guess.
I suppose it could work. You know, it's not as powerful as a lot of the other Kalista.
Azir for BDD? In game 5? Oh
Yes!
my god! The narratives!
Showmaker dare to go for the...
Oh my god! The Maokai Yone!
And the snap block, like they've been waiting for it all night!
Yeah, and look at Showmaker's face as well. He's like, all right.
This is a classic, and this comes from CL, man. The Maokai Yone games we had.
Oh, yeah.
Challengers with Lucid's time spent there. As the Zahin counter pick for Perfect gets a pretty loud cheer as well.
And we're still flexing that Poppy, so Cuz could be playing it in the jungle, obviously. But there could also be the fact, like, there could... Sorry, so Cuz could be playing into the jungle.
It could be
It's
support
not
as
going to
well.
be top lane anymore, but it is a possibility in that support role.
Yeah, I don't think the Maokai as flexible in that regard. I don't think he'll be being played support, although it has happened in the past. A lot of those items got nerfed.
Oh, man.
And or removed. So, bans here are a little tricky. Like, we're just going to thin out the bottom lane even further, you have to imagine. If this Poppy is going support, then I don't think you're worried about a Kalista lane here.
Nope.
Isa.
Ooh, Isa. Okay, I like that.
Xayah stocks are way up as well in this draft, I would say.
I would agree. I think Ezreal, like you mentioned earlier, is certainly a huge one to watch out for. But with no supports locked in either, outside of theoretically the Poppy is a possibility there, it is kind of awkward. I do think that KT, if Cuz is going to play this Poppy in the jungle, Kalista Renata is quite powerful for them.
Yeah. But let's see what they decide to do. Because I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves on that one, as the Nico, also a great range support that's left available here. The Kalista hates that Nico, but I don't think... I mean, you can play Kalista Nico as well, believe it or not, but...
Do they just take the Ezreal themselves? That is the question.
The question is, like, KT, what do they do? Because I think they're going to go AD carry here first, so they can hold that flex, ban the Ezreal.
Yeah, they are just going to take it away. I find it interesting, just given the fact that they have the first choice.
Yeah.
And Ezreal is very flexible. It just shows that KT obviously have something else in mind that they would like to play here. Maybe a little bit of added late game scaling, added range, something like that. We've seen the Azir Kalista combo actually work quite well for D plus Kia in the past.
Is this just a Xayah ban, or...?
I mean, I wouldn't mind the Xayah ban. I think it's pretty strong. They get rid of the Ziggs instead. Trying to keep the lane honest.
All right, I feel like Xayah is the safest blind pick here, and then you wait for support to get the counter pick. If
I mean,
you want.
Rakan is still up. You could also take Rakan.
It's true. Playing Rakan into Poppy also feels a little bit not ideal, so I don't think you have to get it here.
It's a good point.
It works incredibly well, though, with the setup they have in their draft.
Blitzcrank blind. Effort? What? Okay, so there are limited amounts of things that you can play, but blind picking Blitzcrank was not what I was expecting.
It's not a thing. Like, 80 carry counter pick like this is not a thing.
Wait, you could play Wind Brothers. Just go Sejuani Yasuo bottom lane.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, but it would be dumb.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I get excited in game number 3.
Xayah was so obvious, and I feel like they're waiting so long because they're like, is this a trap we don't understand? Is it just going to be Xayah and Rakan? You know that the Poppy isn't bottom lane because the Blitzcrank was locked in.
And
so, I mean, Blitzcrank jungle used to be a thing, but it's not anymore.
Yep.
Zillion. This is some old school D plus tech.
Oh my goodness.
The careers champion pool is insane. I mean, credit needs to be given where it's due here.
If he locks Tarek, what an incredible game 5. But never mind, it's just going to be the Lovers duo there towards the bottom side. And a difficult one to play into the Poppy like
it's
you mentioned
aiming
already.
Smolder!
Aiming
Step back and
Smolder
scale,
coming out.
baby!
Oh my God.
I mentioned it in game 2 kind of as a joke, but you know, it works well here. And this time they can't Blitzcrank hook him because Blitzcrank's on their team.
True. That was why they locked it in. Instead, he's going to go for the Corki, a little bit more mid-game power here for KT. But I still think that this makes that bottom lane so incredibly volatile. The follow-up damage from a Corki, even in the early levels, is going to be absolutely devastating. I think the Smolder would have been a bridge too far. What, you hook them in, and then Smolder kind of like sneezes,
yeah,
and then they walk away.
It would have been weird for sure, but it gives you a lot of pick potential. I am going to be honest, Atlas.
That's
I think I often have been honest today.
Yeah.
But D plus Kia's draft has a lot of synergy built in, right? It works really well. The Maokai sets up for the Rakan. Poppy can't block every angle. The Xayah is incredibly safe. The Ambessa gives you great engage options. It's so easy to follow up on the Maokai ult. I like everything about their draft. I think they have the better draft. I don't think they're going to win this game because Perfect is playing Zahin. He's insane at this pick.
He is?
Like, it feels like KT did the greatest hits draft.
They did.
And D plus Kia have a very strong draft, but momentum is against them. I think so much of this game is going to be decided by who plays better, who's in better form, who's in better condition, and how the early game goes. If KT mess it up again, D plus this time I think have a lot of outs.
I do think that the Kizaja is on DK's side. Nature's Grasp is so incredibly powerful for locking down targets and starting fights. D plus Kia have an advantage in that way, but like you say, the KT greatest hits, see whether it can win them a game 5. Oh my goodness, it's a cheer battle in here.
It's amazing.
Lowpark is really outdoing itself here today as Perfect and Xiu facing off on two of their most iconic champions, I could say.
Yeah, Perfect has enjoyed this pick into Sion specifically so much this season, where he's just like, no, I'll just outscale. I'm going to skip the early game problems that have in a lot of matchups, and I'm just going to become a big damage threat later on. But his Zahin team fighting has been crazy. He's gotten more than a few solo kills on this pick as well. And so much of this series for KT has been, KT is just playing what they like, playing what is comfort. As Blitzcrank hook.
Another hook is going to connect there. Smash does throw down the barrier. They get the heal as well, but Effort and Aiming both hold on to both of their summoners.
Yeah, they're ready to take this into a larger tempo advantage.
There is only a cleanse on Aiming, so not opting in for a barrier this time around. Wants to be able to get away from this Maokai, most likely. Another one going to connect.
I mean, it's a Rakan, so he can heal a little bit, but they're starting to really get a larger advantage here in this 2v2.
If you hit every hook, things could definitely be good. And the closer they get to the turret, the more effective it's going to be. As Cuz
level
moving
3,
over.
and this could be a big problem for Smash and Career.
Yep, spotted on a ward. That's a great pullback on the feathers, but still, Effort has that hook, and he's not going to be afraid to use it. Flashes come out from everyone. The hook pulls back Career, and the heroic charge to deny the escape. My God, that was beautiful.
That was a clean early game execution, one that's been missing for this whole series here for KT. And they pull it out. The flash knock-up from Effort to start it all off to keep them stuck in. And then Cuz with the pullback there after the hook comes through again from Effort. Went Unsealed Spellbook in this game and Hex Flash. He's a mad scientist.
Oh yeah.
Mad Life would be proud. That was not a rune back then, but I mean just because he's a mad scientist and he's playing Blitzcrank.
Yep.
Cuz comes in here. Flash is both used here. Cuz pulls out the lock-in so they can't actually get away, and then the hook comes through. Steadfast presence there preventing any sort of escape.
Yep, and just actually charging him back, just beautifully done. Catches him in the battle dance, denies any sort of avenue out.
When you look at the counter dive here, let's see if it actually work out. There's a big wave, but they're just being respectful. This will cost Aiming some farm.
Yeah, Aiming is going to have to leave. They're going to farm between these turrets, and they can do so. Cuz is moving down, though. See whether it's going to work out here. As Effort with a turret in tow might be able to get something here, as there's a heroic charge onto Lucid. And Battle Dance, sorry, the Steadfast presence, fantastic. Smash gets pulled in. No flash, remember, but there's the grand entrance onto Effort. Doesn't have a lot of buttons at level 3 without his hook up and available, but now Cuz could be in trouble. Twisted Advance brings Lucid over there as Smash pulls back the feathers once again, and he gets slowed down. Another auto and a half, and down he will go as the Q is going to connect. Career doesn't find the grand entrance as a teleport from Showmaker brings us in. The entire time, Aiming is not allowed to hit minions.
He's not. He lost. He's now a wave and disadvantage. Obviously, a lot of minions were lost for Smash, too, because he was fighting between turrets and wasn't killing the blue ones. But it's a 400 gold lead now here for the Xayah in the bottom lane after all is said and done. As Aiming is playing on a knife's edge here because he wants to play through Cuz Smash into the wall here. Takes a lot of Lucid's health back, and the Steadfast presence is good. they just don't have enough health on this carry, right? Aiming is doing everything he can. And then as we zoom forward here, Showmaker's prepared to TP in for a longer fight, but Cuz goes a bit too deep. And then from here, it's like, well, you know, can we save him? Can we bail him out? Amy's trying his best, but D+ just very carefully secure that kill and get out.
And now it's back in DK's favor towards his bottom side of the map. You mentioned it already. That was a very short-lived advantage that they picked up. I think largely because Cuz picked up that first blood. So a lot of that money went over to the Poppy. The only gold advantage on KT right now.
Is AP Maokai with first strike.
Yeah.
Mention it, but makes sense for the composition and the...
You just make so much money off your saplings,
yeah.
man. It's crazy.
And it's a lack of damage or AP damage that D+ have, so I like the profile pick here.
Yep.
And having a bit of extra damage on the Maokai in longer fights always feels very good.
It also just means that they can't really itemize into stopping the Maokai from doing way too much annoying damage with these saplings.
Exactly.
As he might even just go full damage as well. We've seen like a lot of Leandri's first into relatively tanky builds, but we've also seen some Maokais just decide, I want more damage.
Yeah.
And that might be where he decides to go.
Maokai's kind of a Lucid classic. Like, he's played this one so much. So familiar with it because it was played much longer and actually even earlier than it was in the LCK in Challengers, where it was kind of popularized. So when it made a bit of a comeback, right? And not talking 2022 like Juhan Maokai, but after that. And I think he's really good at it, even though it has made Cronklet very stressed out many times.
Indeed. Oh, Shiu going to get pulled back by Perfect here as both of these top laners are fighting. There's a Grim Deliverance as Shiu just walks it off. And there's a Public Execution, gets the flash out of Perfect as DK take the Drake as well. I mean, once again, DK off to a great start here in this game 5.
Winning on both sides of the map. Getting the flash there, top side, getting the Dragon on the bottom side.
All right, there's the ulti, but Showmaker is going to have to go back, but he wants to go back ASAP as finally he does get there. And they did use the wall heroic charge combo set up by the Azir.
Very cool stuff. It's very common, and you have to trust your jungler to pull that one off, but they did do so. They did not force Showmaker to flash because he had his escape there at the ready with the rebind of his soul. Will cost him a plate and some farm here in the mid lane, but he does escape.
Yep, allows BDD to catch back up. That is certainly good news. As Lucid just clearing through his jungle once again. One more camp to go.
Actually doing quite a great job of power farming right now.
Yep.
Does have level 6 first. Won't be relevant with Cuz picking this up earlier. Much easier.
That hook was pretty cute. But it's not really going to do too much as the feathers were laying on the floor and KT having to deal with them. Man, Blitzcrank is such a weird support, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like you control the lane completely, and other times you just feel like you're a complete liability.
Yeah, no, it's very much a pick that requires a lot of fast setup or fast follow-up. You're the one who sets up the engage if you can hit that hook, but if you miss it, it's so binary in that you do nothing.
Yeah.
As Perfect is going to be dove now. Shiu does not have his ultimate, but he has a health advantage.
1 second on the Grim Deliverance as there's the Nature's Grasp as he throws down the ulti, but Shiu's right there to pick it up. And he still has his flash, even after the kill.
Yeah, he didn't need it, and the crowd goes wild again with the Shiu chant as he picks this one up. Execution is calling high value.
Oh, yeah.
High early on in this matchup. He is just going to clear this wave. I don't think he'll greed for the plate, but he certainly could from what we know. Whoa!
Right, quickness coming in here from Korea. They wait for the flash, and down goes aiming. Not allowed to stay there whatsoever. As Effort going to pull in Korea, and Korea says, hi, how you doing?
Yeah, annoying him slightly, but that is all he's going to get with his teleport. That was a turtle port back to the lane.
Yeah.
D+, 1,200 gold lead here for Smash with 2 kills under his belt and aiming. And once again, just struggling to get off the ground. Here, this is very simple because they know the timing of Perfect's ult, and it's impossible for him to escape this Maokai ult. And this is classic Maokai dive, right? You just ult, go in late. Didn't even have the turret aggro there. It was picked up by Shiu. This doesn't matter.
And even though they slightly mistimed the Grim Deliverance as well, it just didn't matter as, yeah, Korea able to get on in there. And with the quickness and Grand Entrance, there is no getting out.
Yeah, even with Valkyrie and Flash, Zyra Khan strikes again.
And aiming, did he have Cleanse for that last moment? I think he might have, but I also don't know whether it would have helped.
Yeah, he got
I think Grand
knocked
Entrance
up.
was going to get him anyway.
Yeah, he got knocked up anyways, even if he had cleansed the charm. I think he is just dead anyways.
Yeah, doesn't walk fast enough, especially with no shoes. Which I don't know why a plane would require shoes, but a snake also requires shoes, so who knows. There's the combo once again, as this time they've got the damage, and down goes Showmaker. As, okay, they're going to see whether they can return the favor here towards his top side. Public execution is going to be nullified by that Grim Deliverance.
And he gets out.
Yeah, escapes this time.
So it's still a gold lead here, especially the bottom lane is a problem for KT, but they're able to get something back. Cuz has 2 kills. I think they would have liked that second kill to be onto the Azir as another hook.
Yeah, point blank. But this time it looks like DK were kind of ready for it, although Korea doesn't look all that ready for it, as they do take a lot of damage in exchange. Aiming now in a little trouble, but he does Valkyrie his way out of there.
Cuz no ulti here. I think trying to set up a poppy dive will be tricky, but
whoa, yeah, the hook comes in. The barrier is decent, but the grand entrance to exit Featherstorm is going to be good. But still, KT able to walk away. They get a lot of buttons out of DK, but they do not get the kills.
They do not get the kills. Smash barriers there. Gets his ultimate down. Career ults as well defensively. As this is just, it's both times, by the way, punishing the unbound.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, if he unbinds, I will kill him. Set it up, be ready, Cuz is ready, gets the smash in. Last time was able to get away, but this time too much damage.
A great read on Showmaker as well, because it was Showmaker setting up, you know, going for the aggressive play. It gave BDD the angle. That's all right. KT looking to try and grab Lucid here. Heroic Charge doesn't do too much. A Smash is going to move on over. Cuz in an awkward spot as the Nature is grasping once again. They get the vision down, and there is a dead Poppy. Slammed back with the Brambles. I mean, Poppy does take a long time to die. Never mind. Takes out the Xayah before he goes down. And Lucid should be dead as well. Making career on the floor, and Cuz, that looked like old Poppy. I'm not going to lie. That's just absurd, the amount of time he survived. I think everyone on D+ thought that he was definitely dead. His career now trying to escape. Effort just going to punch him. Let's see whether he hits the hook, and there it is.
Okay, Showmaker is here. Looks like Effort's going to go for the execute. Stay close to that turret, because he's coming.
Yeah, and Smash not able to get there.
Even
they could get a bit of experience, but that's about it.
Even waste some of Showmaker's time, I guess you could argue there.
Yeah.
You made the right call to just send it straight into the turret. So initially here, it looks like Cuz has made an error, right? Because he's pushing into this Maokai. They have their Xayah in position.
Now, why does he live forever?
Well,
I mean, outside of being Poppy.
The flash is kind of hilarious as well, right? Because he's going to get caught by this root anyways, but he's Poppy. He has Sundered Sky. With the 2 kills he picked up, he already has Sundered Sky. He gets that heal to proc, and that buys just enough time, and now Effort's here, and he's just locking down these hooks. Hits the ult on both as well, so he gets the double silence and the extra damage. And Career, at least he doesn't give the kill over to aiming here, but ultimately does go down. Wastes some of Effort's time, but Showmaker is here to try to secure this kill, and is also losing time in the mid lane. And he just calculates it, goes for the execute.
Yeah, really nicely done. There's a bit of stress, as you can see here in the KT camp, but pretty happy with that as far as bringing them back into this game. First Drake did go over to DK. They locked down that Infernal. We've got a Mountain now on the cards as these kitty cats chasing after KT. Doing a fair bit of damage as well, as we can see. Cuz taking a bit of damage there. Looks like Lucid holding onto the ulti for now. It's going to be difficult to enter. And Cuz looked for it. Actually not going to press the Steadfast Presence. Oh! There is a gorgeous heroic charge, and down goes the Rakan. What? DK get the Dragon, but they lose their support. And now they're going to have to get out of here. They do manage to do so. Maybe it's like an okay trade here between them, but my God, some of these combos from KT are so nice.
I mean, we talk about Steadfast Presence into Rakan all the time, but what about, I mean, that follow-up?
Perfect. Does he have a flash? Yes, he does. The public execution comes over. But Grim Deliverance is a great answer. And both of them, well, actually this time, just perfect, using his flash. Making sure that we still pay attention to the top side.
Insane synergy between Cuz and Effort this game, though, with the setups we're seeing on this Poppy Blitzcrank, is what we're going to take a look at when we jump into this replay here, where they're like, no, Rakan, you are not that fast. You're not going to get away. We're going to CC you and kill you.
And they let him go in as well, right? Like, the Steadfast Presence wasn't even used by Cuz at that time. Might have had it on cooldown, but I'm not entirely sure. But still, didn't even need it. Just set him up with the Blitzcrank.
Okay, so now they're just shadowing this aiming topside push so he can get a lot of money. They know he's the only part that's really behind in this game. I guess Perfect is as well, but the only real relevant lead that
for right
D+
now
have is that Xayah, which is, by the way, 30% of what it was. He was 1,200 gold ahead. Now he's only 400.
Yeah, and this push, all these plates that go over to aiming, those couple of kills, all the assists.
And BDD's lead is really starting to compound onto Showmaker. You know, he's pushed this advantage into an early Nashor's Tooth, and the Nashor's Tooth's letting him whittle away at this turret. And they've kept the mid lane, mid versus mid, for a little bit longer here so that he can continue to push that advantage over the Yone. And so aiming goes topside. He's looking for more plates. He's looking for more gold. We've seen this delayed lane swap quite a lot this season. As we're watching this matchup here, for some reason, I don't think anything is going to happen.
Yeah, not a whole lot else is happening, so we may as well. Shoot, tanking up a bit of damage, has his Eclipse, which is why he's feeling very happy in this lane. As Effort just running around the Rift, and I was so worried when it was a blind Blitzcrank, but he is proving himself. So far, he's got his Swifties, he's ready to roll. Also playing Hot Rod Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's very stylish.
If we were going to play LCK Feud, I would really like it if we were to choose between the best Blitzcrank skins.
Yes, that would be sick.
Because that one I wouldn't really know. Like, imagine if they made us do Jhin skins or something like that. It's okay. Lucid taking a fair bit of damage here. But
all right.
Able to get himself out of there. Looks like Rift Herald going over to KT, though. Tempo vibes well and truly in their favor, despite the gold lead still being there for DK.
TP here is perfect. It's just weak siding. He knows the rest of the team is rotating down, so he's like, you can have the turret. It is going to be first brick, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's a decent amount of money in the coffers here for DK, pulling them back towards 1,000 gold. 2 minutes on this Dragon as well as Lucid on the enemy side of the map with his mid lane and bot lane.
It's just going to be one TP at Lucid. She was not going to TP to the top lane, so I was going to say it's 2 TPs for losing Herald and just getting first brick. But ultimately, it's just going to be the one. She will have enough time to catch this wave. 1 plate in mid, 2 plates left in top as BD has Nashor's Tooth and Cuz here, so he can actually just get this without help.
Yeah, that is the key verdict.
Some help.
And the verdict is please leave Ambessa.
And now, like, where do you even Herald? You Herald bottom lane? Because everything else is kind of gone.
Yeah. I mean, you may as well try and get some damage onto some inner turrets if you'd like to. And World's your oyster if you are, Cuz holding on to that eye.
I mean, he can definitely use it for a combat Herald on this next Dragon. It is Ocean Soul with D+'s Double Dragon, not feeling that great with this Soul of choice here. It's not a great composition for it either. A lot of the time you've got comps that are going to brawl or they're going to fight longer, and the Yone can get some healing, sure, but it just takes so long that I don't know if it's really going to be relevant for them. They got 2 strong elemental dragons, though, which will be relevant for the rest of the game.
Indeed.
As well, but you know, if they try to fight here and the Herald gets dropped, could backfire in a big way. This game is so close. Even though it's 1,000 gold, the lead here for D+. I'm looking at BDD's money.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the fact that Corki's still going to be hitting this 2-item spike relatively quickly, and I'm feeling like this game is anyone's to take. Perfect being behind is natural on Zahin in the early game, especially with how camped he was, but he can still make an impact later on. We'll see if he does it, because this has been one of his best picks.
Behind. But you're right. I think he's fallen this far behind before and still managed to hard carry late game team fights, as the Zahin can really get some stuff done. But like you were saying before, I think BDD is so much of what KT are going to be relying on later on in this game to make the big plays, have all of that consistent damage. But DK, I mean, it's going to be about Lucid and Showmaker, how well they can work together as Effort gets a dash cannon out of Lucid.
The Ghost employed in this unsealed spellbook to try to set that up. Perfect's ready to fight.
Yeah, they're going to go for it here as Shiu trying to offer some damage back. Gets
There's
a big old shield. And yeah, Perfect can kind of chase him till the ends of the earth. As he flashes forward, gets that knock-up, very nicely done. Ulti going to come through, the Grim Deliverance to answer the flash out of the way. Shiu not going to get pulled. And now DK looking for Soul Point on the other side of this fight. Teleports for both of our top laners and no flashes.
And no ults.
Yeah, nothing actually.
I don't know if they're coming to this one. We'll see. They're going to make that choice right now. As KT, they know it's Ocean Dragon, they know D+ are slowly rotating over. They can just say, you know what, you can have it. I'm not interested in flipping the game on this one.
And can get to an earlier Elder Dragon as well if they are able to give this one away. BDD has his dash cannon now, his career on a flank angle. We're going to try and get behind KT. And it does just use the Blast going to get out, and this is what you can do, right? With this Maokai, it's why it's so strong.
Yeah.
The Nature's Grasp to just prevent anyone from doing anything. Kind of like Talia in a siege scenario.
Exactly. You can use it as siege as well later on in the game. If you're ahead and you've got Baron, you could just kind of push it down and say, that's my turret, thank you very much. Lucid may be in trouble.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ulti anymore, just going to get thrown into the sky as BDD does get smashed back, but I still think that Lucid is in a lot of trouble. Decides that he has to go back in and will be sacrificed.
BDD does not commit his ult there, so still has his ultimate for whatever he might need it for. I think a lot of his ears would have just said, you know, let's guarantee this with the ult. BDD trusted that they had enough lockdown there with the Poppy to make sure he gets that kill. Perfect getting a lot of money here on this bottom turret that's full of plates, actually. So the fact that they get the kill on the Lucid means there's no defense of this bottom turret, and it's kind of a domino effect where Perfect is also getting a lot of value. 2 items hit here for aiming as well at 20 minutes on the dot.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. He doesn't quite have the transformation, but I think needs only 3 stacks, and then he'll have that one up and available. Effort. A level 7 Blitzcrank just kind of rocketing around the rift with his little Swifties on. It's one of these champions that can either really be a detriment, right?
Yeah.
Like it feels like you're playing 4v5 the entire time, or you can just hard win the game
and right
by
now,
landing one hook on a carry.
Right now, I don't want to say he's hard winning the game, but he has made quite the impact.
Oh, yeah.
In this one, and Lucid here does not have the ability to flash out, decides to go back in.
Yeah.
Aiming, or rather, BDD does not need to use his ultimate, as I mentioned before. Aiming on 2 items now. Gold lead goes into KT's favor, but it's so minuscule in this game that I don't think it necessarily is worth talking about. I think it's more interesting to talk about the map control they have right now, the vision they're starting to peel away. The fact that without
tempo vibes,
yeah,
they have.
When there's no vision and you're trying to set up vision into a Blitzcrank comp, you're walking into potential hooks. There's so much CC follow-up here. They got the Poppy, they got the Azir.
Oh, Cuz going to get slammed back. His career over the wall is all right for now. Navigating Rakan versus Poppy is going to be a difficult one. Shio and Perfect continuing to fight.
Perfect.
Aiming kind of running around.
Perfect has really been walking a tightrope in this matchup, but it looks like he really understands the matchup, how he's using his Zahin ultimate and stacking his passive early and basically forcing Shiu to ult and then countering it with his own to get the unstoppable and then get the extra damage. Really a treat to watch, but Shiu has also been in control for this entire game. Perfect feels like he's waiting for his moment where he's going to turn this one around. It's been really, really fun to watch when the occasional win that we see. Is they're doing Baron, they have control vision here.
Yeah, Lucid, I think they throw a sapling in, and he will.
But they are very late to respond, right? Okay, KT do decide to back away.
Yeah.
Get in there, Pet.
I really like just going for it and seeing.
Yeah, because if they do a panic contest and try to go in the pit really fast and mess it up and then effort gets a hook, then, you know, suddenly your 800 gold lead turns into a 3,000 gold lead, 4,000 gold lead in the snap of your fingers. So because they have this vision control, that's what I was saying before, you play through it, you gain so many advantages. And that's more valuable, I think, than the gold they're holding. As he's doing it again, he's going to stack up his passive here and force Shiu to make the uncomfortable decision. At least this time, Shiu has a turret to hide under, but BDD is also coming down.
Yeah, he's booking it with those home guards, and that is just going to be the turret taken down. Nothing that Shiu can do to stop that.
Triple grubs and Asher's Tooth on BDD doing a lot of work, and they can defensively teleport the Zahin back to deal with this Yone if they want to.
Yeah, Showmaker is probably just going to get rid of this turret, though, before anything can really happen, and they're going to commit to trying to take down this inner turret. And they're not going to quite be able to do so, but that is a lot of extra plates going over to KT.
Ooh, they're
teleport comes in. Yeah, Showmaker decided to stick around, and everyone's teleporting. Heroic charge, and it's going to interrupt. Showmaker now, let's see what he's going to be able to do to get out of this one. And the answer is he's going to run them around the rift as much as he possibly can before he inevitably dies as he flashes into the enemy base.
I don't know if that's worth, because now you don't have flash. I mean, he's buying some time here, and Shiu's pushing bottom lane. Does he get the execute?
I don't think so. I think he took the damage a little bit too quickly, and aiming is the only one that gets a kill, but he does still get the kill.
Showmaker teleported and flashed, and got a turret, but lost 3 plates on an inner in the bottom lane after they got the outer. So definitely not worth. I think the call to double up in that bottom lane push and late TP contest, double TP by the way, with effort also having his unsealed used in the play, was pretty cool from KT. Finally playing some good macro here, and the final game of this series. Xayah, gold lead, still alive. Gold lead for Shiu in the top lane, still alive. But I'm not convinced that that is going to be a win con here. Oh, the shoe's on the other foot?
It is. And you can see they were distracted by the dragon that was up and available. Cuz is now going to run away from that one. DK are staying on this, but they need to get out as Perfect is making his way over. Smash does have Featherstorm, but he might have to use it real quickly in this one as he decides to flash first. Lucid also doing the same thing, but Perfect, he stacked up the passive and he's looking for an angle. Dash Cannon does get them out of there. Shiu will be able to take a turret. How did DK come out of this on top?
Well, they took a risk and they were flexible enough to escape once they saw the teleport was coming through. Shiu gets the turret, and this is what happens when you have Ocean Soul. It's just not that interesting. Teams are like, let's just try risky Barons and see if we can get away with it and use it for macro. Forget the dragon. Now D+ are going to actually put the focus on it because they have full control here.
And there is a control ward in the back of the pit, so KT knows exactly what's going on. Perfect, no flash, but does have that Grim Deliverance still available as Shiu looking for a flank angle. As now the Nature's Grasp comes through yet again. Cuz trying to get on over here. His career is a long way away from the pit, but Smash does find the pullback to lock down the Soul. And now Cuz is just dead. Career now trying to hold them in position as well. And there's no Poppy. The quickness onto 3. And Career just tries to hold them in place. He will be able to do so. Shiu gets in there. He dashes around. He gets exhausted. But he can even do this tired. Aiming going to be taken down. And DK may have just opened up the game. They'll definitely get themselves a Baron.
Maybe the dream is dead here for KT after a completely disjointed fight on the Ocean Soul where there's 3 different angles they're trying to take at the same time, and D+ are just almost like, what? And they clean it up. So watch how this breaks out here. D+ have full control over this. Career has the flank angle, and they have the Maokai ultimate to just say no. And it's almost like KT took that personally as they try to force this fight onto Lucid here as BDD is chasing this Ambessa and failing. Wastes his ultimate. Now they have no targets here. They left everybody out to dry. And then BDD is trying to kite this one back here, but ultimately there's too much D+ on the chase. Aiming also just left by the wayside here. BDD escapes, but it's a disaster on the fight.
And 3 of them tried to escape, and Korea said, where do you think you're going?
Yeah.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The fact that him, as a lone Rakan, is able to provide enough CC to get them into position. Poppy already dead. I feel like they just kind of ticked all of the boxes in the right order in order to make that one work. It's like Konami code finally worked out here for DK.
KT messed up the setup, but the punish was impressive.
Yeah.
You know, how much they got out of it was really huge. And now D+ have control of the map. Now they have a Baron.
But KT have access to another Elder Flip, which is what won them the last game in a deficit much larger than this.
That is very true. They also had a Sivir in that game, and the Elder was at like 40 minutes. This game right now, heading to really a just over 30-minute Elder with D+ having a pretty nice lead. We'll see what happens, as that's not the hook effort was looking for.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp comes down yet again. Only really connects onto Cuz, but this turret will go down.
Yes, this is the sieging ult we were talking about just moments before. When you're ahead, you got Baron, you just push it down and say, thank you for the turret. And they will get a second one here in the bottom lane, it looks like, with these Baron-empowered minions. Shiu will take this one out, and this gold lead is growing very quickly here for D+.
It is. Utilizing the Baron very effectively, already up to a 3,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. Still 1 minute left as Korea starting to play some sweet, sweet music. And Shiu with 3 items now put together. Death's Dance done. And yeah, Showmaker is still really far behind, but BDD, outside of some heroics in the early game, hasn't really been able to make an impact.
Career does flip over to the Locket instead, actually, at the very last second. But he did put the pipes out just to make Ox happy. And
yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Did you notice, by the way, Ox mentioned he said effort again there in that last space?
I did. I heard it.
He is psyopsing.
I think so. He's trying to, well, I mean, KT still has to win. They are 4,000 gold behind. They don't have the soul, but they do have a dream. And the dream has worked out for the last 2 games in a row. So maybe that's all you really need is
there's only one
cute knockup from Showmaker. Spots out effort there.
One ultimate here to worry about. It's Lucid. Sets everybody else up.
As all right, aiming, looking to try and catch out Shiu here. Almost kills Perfect on his way out. As there's a Nature's Grasp. DK actually using a big cooldown in order to take down this inner turret, but they will be able to do so.
They are Baron maxing so hard right now.
Yeah.
Like they have turned they've doubled their gold lead from 2,500 to 5,000 off of this. They We're able to use it twice, the Lucid ultimate here to siege 2 turrets critically, pick up so much gold. They did not, however, open up the base. There's no inhibitor advantage to feel like the Elder is a done deal when it spawns in 2 minutes here. It's a very quick Elder because of the 4 Dragon Soul that we have here for D+.
And it's 4 items for Smash, so that is good news.
So many things that can go wrong on an Elder fight. In the game. Like we have a Blitzcrank hooks the wrong person, you lose the fight, you lose the game. Like Lucid gets caught by a hook, no smite for the Elder. Smash gets caught somehow, or Career gets caught before the Elder fight even happens. It's 5v4 because he's trying to flank. There's the Emperor's Divide situation. There's Poppy Ultimate where the jungler gets ulted away, and oh no, like now we can't get the smite. Like there's so many ways KT from 5,000 gold behind kind of cheat their way into the Elder secure. So D+ need to do their due diligence, set up strong vision. They have obviously
Maokai does everything that he needs to do.
Exactly. And if he can just keep KT at arm's length with the prio they have, that might just be enough.
Yeah, throwing cats around as effort. He could also create a massive issue for DK. One hook could really change the state of this game. There's no GAs completed just yet on anyone.
He's got Cleanse.
Yeah.
One hook man. My favorite anime.
For the Imperial Mandate, by the way. He can now add that vulnerability. And maybe it's actually kind of cool on the Maokai.
Yeah, we've seen this before with old Imperial Mandate on Maokai, but this feels actually really strong in this situation for how well it's applied.
Yeah. So whenever you CC anyone, you're going to be doing more damage to them. And yeah, you do that a lot with Maokai.
Yeah, he's very good at CCing.
I think he might have every button in his kit that does that. So
he's also got a lot of immobility buttons, so they're going to get some extra ability haste. It's a reworked item. It's cool. Nami fans hate it, but everybody else is kind of wondering what it means. And Lucid's already figured it out.
Yeah.
TP here from Perfect is a very short one to get them closer to the Elder where they have no vision.
4 seconds. Yeah, they needed to just try and force a positional opportunity here.
Showmaker's going to back and TP in here. This is a small window of time for KT
Does he have
to actually
Infinity
wrestle it
Edge?
away. He must, right?
That might, yeah, there it is. Big item spike here. Showmaker needs to get back to the fight, though, as DK, can they lock down the Elder? It looks like it is just a flip scenario once again.
Like, how did KT 5,000 gold down get into this position? D+. They're taking poke damage.
Yep.
They do have Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul, exactly. That's going to help them out. But the Elder is now under KT's supervision as an Ancient's Grasp comes in. Shiu, can you find an angle? That is the question, as not really a lot of CC is connecting here as Shiu trying to get into that backline. The Emperor's Divide, he's going to throw him around like a ragdoll, and he's taken out. But the ulti from Showmaker gets him into the backline. He takes down Effort, but the steal on the Elder once again from Kuz as Smash goes into the sky and then taken off the rift. Oh my God, KT, you just Elder flipped your way to Wonju.
They did exactly that. And the crowd may have enchanted Shiu earlier, but again, he's the one who dies to set up the upset win, the comeback for KT.
Oh,
unless
they can kill this minion wave, which might be possible, as the inhibitor is going to be taken down. Korea trying to get out of there as BDD a little bit distracted. There's the flash in from Lucid. He knows he has to try and kill the wave. And it's not going to work if he just breaks an arm guard. You've got KT's coaching staff already celebrating. The reverse sweep will bring KT to Wonju and a face-off against Genji.
The comeback kings not only coming back in the series, but coming back from massive gold deficits in the wins. What a story, what a turn of events here for KT Rolster. Finding the opportunity just like last year, albeit on a very, very different route. Find the way to our roadshow. Fell flat last year, but maybe this year they can turn things around. I still find it hard to believe they were able to pull it off. Yeah, man, Shiu, those last 2 games, he's really going to be kicking himself for the flank attempts that got punished. KT were ready for it. BDD makes the snap call to Emperor's Divide. Cuz, what a turnaround after games 1 and 2 being invisible. Comes up big on the Poppy. And KT proved that part of their family atmosphere, right? The synergy, the Agumon ceremony is playing what they like, playing what they're comfortable with.
Oh, Amy, you got another one of those bits of paper? Oh my goodness. All right. I feel like I just watched KT lose 5 games and then proceed in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like I just did.
That's what I feel like I just did as well. It's insane. Eamon gives the CV Max CV there and sends them home. D+ may have gotten Legend Group this time, but KT again better them on their way to Wonju. Now I think we have to address the elephant in the room. This was not a clean series.
No.
And D+ are not Gen G. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done before Saturday's matchup. But I think for KT, they proved a lot today. And maybe, even if Gen G gets early game leads, they could come back there. But I think we got to work on the early game first.
Yeah, there is certainly a lot to work on. Let's take a moment to just talk about KT before we start talking about DK, because you can imagine their camp are not feeling fantastic about how this one has gone. But we're going to check out some of the highlights here from this game. As Cuz was playing it fast and loose, but this moment, oh my, the Sundered Sky value,
and who
the
could
Poppy value.
Who could blame D+ for thinking they had the win there? Like, yeah, I mean, it looked like Cuz was stupid for flashing because he still got caught by the ultimate. He was still too far forward there, but the Sundered Sky value was insane. Found the multiple targets there. And the fights got a little bit messed up, right? They got a little bit iffy here. This one for KT was not great. Career with a great punish, 1v3. Locking the door so Shiyu could come over and chase. Lucid gets this charge over the wall onto aiming. And it felt like at this moment D+ won the game. And yet, we get to Elder. When we get to Elder, Shiyu just goes way too aggressive on his flank and gets punished. And BDD just snap calls like, we've got this one.
Yeah, and they were trying to focus down the Elder, right? Like, we can just get the Elder and then we can win. But BDD also able to arm guard, the pullback, like, every answer was there for KT. And Cuz, when it mattered most, had all the smites.
KT just feel like they have plot armor in this one. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I just watched a children's movie where, like,
yeah, it's like the Mighty Ducks again. You know, like, Iceland never stood a chance.
But, like, I feel like the adults all knew KT was designed to win in the script, but, like, if you were a KT or D+ fan watching, you were on the edge of your seat the whole time.
Yeah, and I feel like if this was a movie, it's like, well, you guys could have at least made it believable. As it turns out, this is just real life. This is just how it works. And now the celebrations come in from KT. BDD himself very, very happy about it, as aiming a bit of a grin on his face as well. But you can see, it's not like absurd celebration, because they know that their next matchup is against Gen G, and they will need to tidy up their play a whole lot more than this if they want to win that.
I'm just still coming to terms with what we watched, and I feel like we watched an amazing comeback. We watched mental resilience. We watched comfort picks come to life. We watched KT's greatest hits, but also we watched a tragedy unfold on the Rift as well. Like, there are two sides to this. We saw a lot of the shots of the KT fans going wild after the win. We did not see as many on the D+ camp as Perfect will actually pick up player of the match here. Zahen was pretty crazy. He had a high impact across the series, I would say. Renekton as well was, I think, for me, the big one.
Yeah. Interesting. I actually probably wouldn't have voted this way, but I don't have a vote, so it's not really,
I did not. I voted for aiming. I thought his performance on the Yunara was what started the ball rolling. He had otherwise a pretty great series, even though like was focused and the Corki didn't work out the way he wanted initially. I think you could go for the Cuz comeback. You could maybe even vote for effort. Like, he had some great plays as well.
Yeah, I actually think that the psy-up from Orcs was potentially going to work. That, as it turned out, wasn't actually able to do so. But man, I am reeling from that series, and I don't know what it necessarily means.
It means great Pog state.
It does mean a great Pog state, as we have well and truly removed the hinges. And it's going to be a full team interview here as well with KT. So we'll be able to get the thoughts of absolutely everyone. And they're making their way out now. I imagine that there's probably going to be a little bit of sheepishness after how this one went, but the resilience, like you were talking about, is what really cannot be understated. And the evolution of especially Perfect throughout this season, the fact that we get to see it continue towards Wonju and the rest of Road to MSI is so incredibly huge.
We went from Perfect is a Worlds finalist. This is insane. Like, how did this happen to Perfect deserves another chance at MSI. Or well, he hasn't had it at MSI yet. Another chance at Worlds, but maybe could make the miracle happen where they go to MSI.
Exactly.
That would be insane.
Oh, I'm just... I think you're right. I think this is absolutely Save the Pog State. Sorry to make it about us, but I mean, it's just going to be so good now. And we're going to hear from KT very, very shortly, getting themselves prepared for the interview right now.
They're probably like all cleansing themselves of the massive sweat they're covered in after that series. So
exactly. Thankfully, they did it very, very quickly. So let's throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Dear for the full team interview translation, joined by the main roster of KT Rolster, who just pulled an insane reverse sweep. We have Perfect, Cuz, BDD, Aiming, and Effort. Congratulations! First, let's talk to Perfect. Good. It was such a difficult match, and you turned it into a victory. This must have meant so much to you, so how do you feel? Yeah, this is the first time pulling a full reverse sweep. I just felt like my performance wasn't very good. But now that we were able to win today, I feel like we'll be able to show an even better performance next time. And Perfect! You said that you didn't do well, but you're actually the POM today. So how does it feel to get the POM? You know, I thought Aiming would actually get the POM, but it feels really nice. I mean, I think it feels a lot better just knowing that we were able to give Aiming a pentakill. Actually, we noticed that even when you were down 2 games, we saw no change in your expression. So how do you maintain such an immovable mental? I think I just was so focused on having to do my own job. And this would be your first chance to go to the MSI. And you had 4 goals, and defeating D plus Kia was actually one of them, and you were able to do that today. So anything you would like to say? Gen G, come out! I think we had a brutal 3-0 by Gen G, so I think we just want to make sure that we're able to showcase the best we can against Gen G. Cuz with today's victory, you are heading over to Wonju. How do you feel? You know, this guy next to me, he said everything, to be honest. It was so exhausting. And it just felt like if we stay on this path, it might actually not be good enough. So I really want to prepare well for the next match. When we were down 2 games, it just felt like, you know, I wasn't really performing very well. And deep inside, it felt like, oh, it's so bad. It's terrible. But, you know, I didn't want to give up until the very end, and in the end, I'm just so relieved that we're able to win today. So I hope that this is the moment that we are able to sort of grow and become better as a team. And what was the discussion like after losing games 1 and 2? I don't think we had any special discussion or anything like that, but I think we just wanted to refocus ourselves onto playing like we usually do. So I think that's how we were able to maintain composure. And in Game 3, you guys were able to take Nocturne and take a lot of the picks that KT usually prefer. With less pressure on your shoulders, how did it feel? I feel like there's always pressure no matter what I play. And usually Nocturne is a pick that the opponent usually bans, but since he was left open, I just felt like, oh, I really have to do well. And that steal in Game 5 for that Elder flipped the whole game. So were you pretty confident with that Smite fight? I feel like whether you are confident or not, you just have to go in. And as a jungler, I mean, yeah, everything really sometimes depend on that one smite. So, I mean, personally, I was really disappointed and kind of depressed about my own performance, but I'm really glad that we're able to pull off today's victory. And just 2 steps before your MSI appearance. So, how do you feel? Genji, they're such an amazing team, so we're just gonna have to do our best preparing against them. Next up, we have BDD. After a close 3-2 victory, KT is going to Wonju. It must be so exhausting physically, so how do you feel? You know, it was looking pretty grim at the very beginning, but... And to be honest, in game 3, my vision was getting really blurry, but I'm really glad that we were able to win. So what do you think was the biggest factor for today's reverse sweep? I think game 3 could have been the last game, so I think it was the most crucial and the key for our victory today. So when you picked Zoe in game 3, what was your mindset like? You know, against Showmaker, there were a lot of options to actually pull out, but I was a little concerned despite that. I think that was just the type of mindset that I had. Sort of concerned. And so in the last game, you guys were able to take Poppy and Azir. So what was the key point of the draft? You know, towards the end of the series, we really wanted to go for that stable comp. So I think we really, our coaching staff actually led us towards a pretty comfortable composition for us to pull off. And what is your mindset for the road to MSI? I think we just really need to improve our performance after that rough victory. So we'll make sure that we are well prepared to showcase a better performance. Next up, we have aiming. KT Roaster is going to Wonju. And with that, you were able to stay focused. How did you feel with that victory? You know, I'm just really glad that we were able to win, and that reverse sweep feels really good. I think just maintaining our concentration and focus until the very late game and making sure that we win the end of the team fight was actually what really gave us the victory. You know, today you also prepared that ceremony targeting CV Max. So, did you actually have that in mind today, prepared before the match? You know, I wasn't actually going to do it. It wasn't on my mind, but you know, earlier we were actually doing a 1v1 versus Shu, and they mentioned that they would do a ceremony, so I think I just came up with it on the spot. And how did you manage to win the late game when it was looking a little rough for the bot lane in game 5? Yeah, we got dove, but you know, because we had a lot of variables and game making champions, I think we were just able to keep our head in the game until the late game. And what is your mindset for Road to MSI? I think we're just gonna have to improve and refine our performance and make sure that we win the next match. And effort, how do you feel after that full 5-game series? You know, after losing the first 2 games, starting game 3, I almost started crying. I feel like I got pretty teary-eyed, but I'm just really glad and I'm so proud of my teammates for playing so well. And in game 5, you pulled out Blitz and you didn't even know what the enemy comp was going to be like. So what was your intention? I think because all of the good picks were all exhausted in the previous games, I think I just wanted to go with whatever I'm really confident in. And I just wanted a game that I do not have any regrets in. And what is your goal for the chance to go to the international event? You know, I think today's performance leaves a lot to be desired, but there's another stage ahead of us, so I just want to make sure that we are well prepared for that. And now, For BDD, our captain, would you like to say anything to your fans? You know, it was a long night, and I'm just really grateful for all the support you guys gave us until the very end. So we'll prepare well in order to advance to MSI. Thank you again. And that is all from KT Roster, and back to the space. Thank you.
이것이 어떻게 된대 얘들아 진짜 말 안 된다 진짜 말 안 된다 와
I think that encapsulates why we love League, even though the way that we got to this best of 5 was pretty ugly. I think the two-sided face of competition was right there. It was the elation where you don't know what to do with your body and your hands and you're just shaking everything and cheering, and the opposite side of disbelief where Lucid is saying, how could we lose this? When it comes to that game 5, when they had yet again another opportunity with the Dragon Soul and just fall short to KT Roster in their dreams of Wonju and in round 2.
I think we saw, you know, Wolf was saying it really well, which is in a reverse sweep, sometimes it's harder to stop the reverse sweep than it is to close it out. But in this specific case, it felt like there was constantly points where KT were losing grip on that reverse sweep momentum, and yet they still managed to prevail. It felt like there was moments where they really did not look like they were in a winning position. It looked like D+ had righted the ship, and they were going to close out the game. And then they just somehow pushed through and prevailed. This was a crazy series.
Yeah.
And there was so much on the line. They will now be able to go through at the live portion at Wonju for Road to MSI and be able to compete to go to MSI. This was insane. And unfortunately for D+, we won't see them again until the next stage of the LCK in round 3 and 4.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll just call it off, right? Like, it feel like it was a 5-0 series. Almost. But, I mean, that's what actually happened in the game. Like, they are not breathing until like 30 minutes. And, you know, I did it. At least I did it. I was the KT predictor.
Hey, we did it. Yeah. Hey.
Slap hands.
Yeah, we felt really confident in our predictions with how the day started. Yeah.
I mean, the 3-2 predictor, they knew that this is going to happen, right?
Good job, Atlas and Valdez and Pony. Pony is a knower as well.
Yeah, Pony's very knowledgeable. Atlas, also very knowledgeable. Valdez, he just flips a coin several times, and then whatever it settles on, he goes with.
Yeah. I'm still just kind of in shock. I think that picture, again, is a great reminder of why we love League, why we love all esports. But now it's time to celebrate. It is time to celebrate the craziness that is the roller coaster, as it does go the way of perfect. It is not just a bottom row vote. It is a left-sided vote with some on the right. Yeah, look at that. Both sides. And then English cast lol. English analyst lol. The end cast lol.
I got some. I have one friend, right?
When no one else got me, I know Wolf got me.
Yeah, I guess you both have friends. I was like, wait a second, what have you
We're not alone. We're not alone.
Uni, you're supposed to say, when no one else got me, the end cast got you.
They got me back.
Yeah.
I'm not alone.
Let's take a look at these comments, starting with Ox, a deep cut.
Aiming is the ace of winning. There you go.
Knowers know. Knowers know what that one means.
Any knowers?
Any knowers? Any knowers? Please let us know if you're a knower. That's why we quickly got off of that one. The man who started the ball rolling, Aiming, also getting the nod here from Wolf. I agree. Aiming had himself a fantastic series. Even in the losses, didn't really feel like this is his fault. It was Jin against an Ornn. That's not his fault. Didn't really do anything there. Thoughts?
Indeed.
I think it's a great vote. I think Aiming had a really solid performance. And I think sometimes in high-pressure series, we all know that Smolder game, it's been a struggle in the past, but here was solid. The Yunara game in particular was a main factor for the team and even ended with that pentakill. So definitely a driving force for KT.
Hooney.
Yeah, you mentioned the high pressure game. It's the jungle. It goes to the jungle. It goes to the burger flip. It goes to the flip. It goes to the coaster. Hardcore coaster lovers only. The game 5, it's Elder spawning right there. This is, can you guys imagine like how the pressure, how big it is? It will be like you can't even imagine this. Like your whole body is shaking it, and then you have the smite. If you actually lose the smite, it was so losable, right? Like both teams had such great chance to win these cases because they were also KT were also kind of low, and there was Archon. But who clutch it? Cuz clutch it.
The thing is as well, it was Poppy and a Maokai. We often talk about it being a 50-50. It's easier to Q smite on Maokai than on Poppy. The Q on Maokai does a lot of damage, so, if anything, it was even favored towards the Maokai.
And also he had Leandri as well, so.
Yeah, he had a lot of damage, so.
And they did it twice where they were so far behind. Again, hardcore coaster lovers only. Thank you, Hooney. Let's see what else that we had from our Korean side. Prince saying, they say nobody's perfect, but today's perfect was close to perfection. Cook or
I
cooked?
see it's because his name is
perfect.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Cooked.
I think he didn't put perfect in enough. I think he should have put another perfect in. Then it probably would have been.
I think he did more like 3 more, I'll say.
I think today's perfect was close to perfect.
Yeah.
Would have
3 more perfects, I think
it
it would have been perfect.
Cloud Templar, we can see the desperation and dedication in his play. I agree. I think we saw everything that life had to offer in this series, Desperation, dedication.
Yeah, we see some desperate a lot. Everyone was desperate. The play was desperate.
Yeah.
Series was desperate.
I agree. Honestly, I don't want to ride this roller coaster again.
Real. This is the realest comment.
Yes.
You know what? Honestly,
Yes.
This is the comment. This wins.
Well, I mean, this guy went for 3-2 KT.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And he predicted 3-2.
You got it right. You asked for this ride,
No,
Pony.
this says Pony got the right prediction and the right comment. He's just a knower. He is just correct on the day.
3-2 is your score. It is a complete reverse sweep, which then completes our bracket for Wonju in the road to MSI. It will be Hanwha Life Esports and T1 doing battle this Friday. And then Genji versus KT, the top seed, like everyone expected, right? That is the upper seed against D+. We'll do battle on Saturday. The winner of the Saturday match will face the loser of the Friday match for our second seed.
And you know what? This is the second time we've had Road to MSI. This is the second time KT have beaten D+ and denied them from going to the live event. A little bit tragic that that's how it panned out. And we will be seeing HLE up against T1. We also had that matchup last time around, didn't we?
We've seen before.
But this time, both these squads will have 2 lives to make it to MSI again. The reward for being the upper bracket seed. It is number 1 versus number 2, Hanwha Life Esports versus KT. Again, the last time that this reverse sweep had happened was almost a decade ago. It was KT Rolster getting a reverse sweep over T1 in the semifinals of 2016. A crazy turn of events for the roster as we're all shaking hands and congratulating each other for making it through the road to MSI. Only 3 series left to go, 2 tickets to book to MSI, which will be hosted here in Daejeon. Speaking of hosting things, YouTube is now hosting our latest episode of LCK Feud. It involved these 2 guys who are still shaking hands. They're not feuding now, but I promise they feuded before. Make sure to go check that one out on the LCK YouTube channel. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. One more time from Tijijik Lol Park. It is 3-2 in reverse sweep fashion. KT Rolster over D+ Kia. We'll see you next week from Wonju. Bye-bye.
KT에 대한 어떤 예상치라든가 기대가 완전 달라질 것 같고요.
5년에 한 이렇게 풀리면 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 북벌 성공 21차.
한진브리온, 브리온의 역사상 최고의 전성기죠. 공사령관의 자리를 위임받았습니다. 덴지가 리그 1왕일 때부터 계속 보여줬던 그 승리의 흐름 나왔습니다. T1이라는 팀을 보면요, 계속 성장하는 팀이라는 게 느끼는 게 슈퍼 플레이를 확실히 보여줍니다. 누구도 그들을 막을 수 없습니다.
1을 확정되었습니다.
누가 왕인지 결과로 증명합니다. 하나 승리.
They are back to
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.